How's it going? You guys seem like you're pretty cool. You guys think you're pretty cool? Because if you do, you're right. It's good to see you. How are you today? You can guess what I have going on right next to me. You'd guess right if you thought Shrieking Banshee. Look at this jabroni. What's up, Pack and Play? How's it going, my man? I gotta say, you've been killing it, my friend. And I appreciate you just absolutely kicking butt. And I love it when you're in the front seat. Pack and Play rules. Digging the hat. Thank you, Pack. That's pretty good. It was a gift, and I'm very grateful to have it. It's pretty wild, and it flops and flips. But regardless, it really helps us channel the hunt. You know what I'm saying? I hope you guys are doing very well today. The circumstances are as follows. Did Aretha get that for you? Surprisingly enough, she actually does spend time on Amazon, Pack. But the one thing she usually seems to focus on is things related to her when she's on there. Basically, she gets on the computer, you know, dusty paw prints all over the place. And then there's a bunch of boxes on the front stoop when we get home. And it just says cat treats, cat towers, cat brushes. The most delectable cat sand in history. Well, if you can believe it, she's running around under the table and doing all this craziness right now. So it's probably about time that we hook the old gal up, because our guy Liquid made sure immediately to hook up our gal and give her treats. So this is part of the part. We're kind of enabling. We always talk about enabling problems around here. We're definitely enabling her problem. Yo, what up, Reagan? I believe that cat Aretha should have all the treats she needs. We're going to give Aretha some treats, Reagan. It's great to see you. Reagan, you are amazing. And I'm very grateful to have this time with you. Thank you for that feedback on my impression of our former president. You know what time it is. It's time to party, baby. It's Party Mix. This is Aretha's, you know, her favorite daily treat. You know, she can't have her CHURUs every day. So she likes to have a Party Mix to supplement that once a week CHURU she gets. This is Party Mix. It's the Beachside Crunch edition. She goes for ocean whitefish. She goes for flavors of shrimp, crab. That's it. There's one more ingredient in this one. Maybe you could help them out with this. It swims. It starts with a T. And it's the last of the ingredients here in this Beachside Crunch. That's it. Tuna. You got it, Reagan. And this is Party Mix Beachside Crunch for the girl. She gets impatient, and I could feel her walking around. She'll rub her tail up against my leg as if maybe he forgot. I'll remind him, and I'll spray him up with my pheromones and things. Okay, so I'm going to put these pieces of Beachside Crunch on the girl's tower because she deserves it. What's up, Aretha? I'm putting them over here. She's back there with all the wires and everything. She's going to make a scene one of these days. All right, I'm coming back. Okay. It's up there. It's up there. There you go. I remember I watched a cat documentary. I got a bunch of cool tricks, and they did say in that documentary that cats do understand pointing. So I sometimes will point at things, and she does seem to get it. It's good to have a lot of nonsense cat facts in your head. There's a lot of room up there, so we got plenty of room for cat facts. Oh my gosh, you got to meet the parents situation going on over there, Reagan. Holy crap. That is wild. You have a ginger that actually uses the loo. What a story that is. Holy. I'm very grateful to be here this Tuesday, I will say. I'm just kind of chilling and hanging out right now. The first time I witnessed it, it was insane. What is that sound? Yeah, that does sound insane. I imagine you probably don't have to worry as much about things, but you never know because she probably still needs a litter box for her number 2s. So you just probably have a little less work in your litter box. This gal over here, she gets the finest sand in history. She gets this lavender scented stuff that's very fancy and beautiful, and it usually does a good job of making her area smell like a beautiful fresh garden. And she likes it. Only the best for her, you know what I mean? My other girl drinks the toilet water so the lid stays down. Well, yes, that is exactly why the lid stays down around here, too. I don't really hold it against Aretha at all. I just know that she came from a hoarding house where she was just a number of mini kitties. And God knows what was going on there. So I make sure to just keep that toilet lid closed because, old habits die hard. Got to make sure she drinks her fresh water. And I give her filtered water and make sure that there's no question she's getting the top of the line stuff. Refreshed, cleaned out bowl every single day and the freshest filtered water. You know what I'm saying? Are you guys loving all this cat talk? I hope you are. Well, this is a serious time. This is a time when, we got a lot going on ahead of us. And one of the more serious things that I'm very sure about is the best website in the history of the world. There's only one website you can go to where you can really just, solve every problem you have and have the best time ever. I don't know if you guys know about this website, but it's super cool. This website will change your world. Aretha would want you to go there. It's Larone.net, I'm telling you. And on Larone.net, you can see all of our links, like the Twitch and the YouTube, and you can go over to the YouTube, and you'll see exciting new things, like a Loney Jabroni, where we play various games. We got all kinds of action coming up in that area, and it's going to be wild and diversified, if you will. You can see our past shenanigans and all kinds of cool different stuff. And we're going to be making some serious moves. You can find it at Larone.net. And you guys are the best. I'm just getting started over here, trying to chill out for a second. I was over at the folks' house doing a bunch of yard work the other day, yesterday to be exact. So I have a nice fatigue feeling today, the kind of rewarding one you have after doing a bunch of manual labor. And it was a good thing, You get some stuff accomplished. You take care of business, if you will. Speaking of take care of business, we're playing a game today. I'm trying to remember what this game is, because it's been a while. It was last Friday that we played it. And usually I could think of ways to describe this game. I'm pretty sure that there's only a couple words that will really define what this game encapsulates. I'm almost positive that it's short. That's one of the things. I'm pretty sure this game is short. And then I also think the other word I would use to describe it, I'm pretty sure it's also bright. It's the short bright. Wait, as I say that, it sounds a little wrong. Let me think about this for a second. Is it the short bright? It can't be the short bright. No, it's something else. It's the long dark, baby. And we are back! This is the best game ever. This is a game where you survive and thrive in the Canadian wilderness, and it's freezing. Your food is short, your water's short, everything's short, except the title, which is the long dark. And it's serious. And we're doing something even crazier than you could even imagine. We're participating in a challenge that is harder than any other challenge I've ever seen. This is the 21. The 21 challenge. We have to shoot 21 bow shots. We have to live for 21 days. Accuracy must be 100%. No health regen except birch bark. And no mending fails. There's all kinds of stuff going on with this challenge. Of course, We have a couple of points set here for all the animals that you can shoot with those 21 shots here. With only one cougar you can take out, but you get 1,000 points for that cougar, and it's pretty serious. The usual suspects for the things you can't do here: no campfire cheese, no cured maple or guts or anything like that, no fire-hardened arrows, of course, except for the small guys. It's the usual stuff. If you do use those fire-hardened arrows, you better be accurate, because there's a 100% accuracy rate on this thing. If you miss a shot, that's it. It's not happening. So, last episode saw us kind of running around. We got ourselves set up, and then we settled down in a location where we're going to begin the hunt today. Now, if history tells us anything, we're going to go off the rails within moments of starting today. This is usually when it always goes bad for us. It gets cold, and the world becomes the coldest it will get, and then it's just insane. And then also, each town has its own weather characteristics. There are certain towns that are okay weather-wise, and then there's towns that have blizzards every 10 seconds. It just so happens that the place that's most convenient for us to get bear hunting done is in that cold town. It's Pleasant Valley, and it is not pleasant all the time when it's a blizzard and it weighs 30 colds just to stay alive around a rock formation. So, last time saw us setting up and really getting everything done, and I believe what we're going to do is start in the dam, make our way through the winding river, and get over to Pleasant Valley, where we're going to be doing some bear hunting. We're going to go in each one of the cul-de-sac caves, starting with the run right there next to our entrance to the town, and we're going to hope that those bears did spawn. If they do, we are implementing a very specific strat. It is called the John Candy strat. We're trying to shoot the bear in the butt so we can farm an accuracy score on the biggest body opponent. We're going to get up into the cul-de-sac little lift in his cave, and he can't go there. So we draw his ire, get him close to his own home, and then we get out there, pop a shot on him, and run like a chicken up to safety again. A place where he can't go because of his video game pathing. So, we got a lot going on. The main thing I need to do is just kind of settle down and not make a scene when I get into the gameplay itself. It's one of my MOs. So I have to just basically find ways to control my adrenaline and not get out there and just waste away everything we've built up here. So we're going to take it easy and breezy. And there's another thing. We're not going to mess about, and we're going to get right to it, because we're playing the long dark, baby. Let's do it. It's not the short pride. Here we go. Will 5. Yeah, that's another thing I forgot to mention about this will. It says revenge, but this guy started out as a failed getaway driver. He had these driving gloves and this t-shirt, and he was working for the local derelicts as a getaway driver. He was kind of meek and unsuccessful as well, and he was looking for a way to go legitimate. He finally did once he got a long sleeve shirt, and we're happy for him turning his life around, that's for sure. So, old felon Will over here is really trying to get it going. He's been alive for 10 days. That means he has 11 days left to get 21 shots, and he can't miss any of those shots. We're starting right here at the top of the dam, and we're going to make our way through it. Our condition is half there. I think we do have some birch teas that we can make, because I'm pretty sure we popped over to the ravine to get a few more pieces of birch. And then we're also going to see the birch forest once we get to Pleasant Valley. So we have opportunities to build our health back. And since you can't get health back from your sleep, and you can only get it from birch bark or stems, we're going to need to definitely go over to that birch forest at some point, conjure up some of that bark and make it into tea so we can get our condition up. We're inevitably going to drip HP once we start the hunt, because there's so many different variables going on. You got the bear doing this and that. There's blizzards happening and everything. So our condition pretty much needs to be as close to 100 as possible. And since we faded into the long dark just after a gradual drip last time, it's going to require us to get serious about it. We're not going to be able to mess about at all. We're going to have to build our health and get in there. So, Aretha's got the zoomies. I love when she has the zoomies. You know she's doing pretty good if she's got it. That cat rules. So, let's get in there, and we're going to settle down, and We're going to walk through the dam, and hopefully some of these exercises will kind of give us the ability to just take it easy for once. You know what I mean? All right, let's get in here.
Too heavy.
All right, he's complaining already. So what we usually do is set ourselves up on the last session with a bunch of things to abide by for this time. So we'll probably go in there and check out our notes, and we'll get re-ingratiated with our guy. I try not to stay unpaused for too long because we're draining health every second we sit here, basically. Our food and stuff is going down. So here's what we got. This is the former felon Will, who's trying to get his life together. He has a bunch of raggedy clothes, like this vest here. It's got a bunch of scratches on it and dust marks and things. It's only 16%. And since we're not allowed to fail any mending situations, our clothes just basically fall off us. We'll look for replacements along the way, and we have 7 Celsius warmth bonus. So if we're heading to the coldest town in the world, 7 Celsius is very far from cutting the mustard. If you can make some animal clothes, it's wonderful, but the only thing is you only have 21 days, so it better be concise and straight to the business, because otherwise you're going to waste a lot of time when you only have 21 days on the calendar to get it done. So this is our guy right here. He's got a Davy Crockett, decent wool scarf, this ragged vest, thin wool at 78, a bear sweater, some old driving gloves, double socks, double jeans, and he does have very nice trail boots. Let's not overlook that. Okay, now we go over here, and we have 5 extra arrowheads, and we got all kinds of other gear. 7 cloth, 111 rose hips. And we got this amazing arachnophobia flask over here, starring John Goodman and Jeff Daniels. So I think we might keep our heavy hammer on us even after finishing the forge, because it is best to donk off the wolves. We'll use it if we ever get attacked by a wolf. Over here we got a couple things of this, and we got some running river oats, which is one of our favorite things to eat while we're hunting. Between cattail dreams and warm bowls of porridge from your oats, it's hard to beat this. We're carrying 36 of 34, and we're going to get even heavier once we lug all this coal and the saps we have remaining here. Look at these socks over here, 5%. These things are disintegrating. We have 7 bandages, and we should have a bunch of tea to make. Not a bunch, just one. Not the best. It's okay. We're headed to more birch bark, and we're going to be all right. I hope. Okay, here we are. Will 5, Felon Will, Responsible Will. Yo, what up, Odds? How are you? The intellectual man. How's it going, Odds? We're just putting together our plan, so it's a perfect time to have an intellectual amongst us. It's good to see you, Odds. Yeah, what's up, nerd? How are you? You guys rule and you kick butt. That's important. So, it says, might not need to be mentioned, but bring up Mario Lopez. I think it goes without saying, Mario Lopez rules. He dated Jesse Spano in Saved by the Bell, and he sits backwards in a chair, which is cooler than sitting forward, and it's just really cool altogether. So, after that, we have Supply.
There she is. Hey, you know Joanna? Yeah, I know Joanna. She's the girl I've been telling you about.
That's it. Supply pile on the floor of the dam. Bring lumps, birch saps, and use lantern to traverse dam. So the supply pile is right in front of us there on the floor. We know exactly what we're up to there. We're going to take all that loot. We'll become more encumbered, and we're going through this dam. Number 3, go to Pleasant Valley through Winding River and grab additional lumps in the cave. So we're going to be even slower, but it will not be worse than our broken rib situation. That's the best part. Then, once at Pleasant Valley, counterclockwise, yes, a little typo there, counterclockwise route around Pleasant Valley to hunt cul-de-sac bears, and that's where we'll implement the John Candy strat. And then I also have to tell everybody that they're awesome. You guys are awesome. Duncan, you are awesome, and you are awesome, Odds. You guys are awesome. I'm glad that we wrote that. And then also, this summer. Here we go. Okay. So we have everything laid out. And then the final thing we're going to make sure we discuss, can opener stat. Can opener stat is as follows. 1. Anytime you even have 1, it feels like you've kind of gotten off the, it's like getting out of a hitting slump. It's great to have at least 1 can opener. We would love to be greedy and get 2 to 3 in this run, but we only have 21 days. We're just happy to have 1. Great news there. 1 can opener found. Important stuff. All right, we're acquiring our lumps.
I could barely walk with this much gear.
Well, okay. Now we're going to go through the dam. We'll use this storm lantern since we're just going to drop it. Storm lantern's a little heavy. Just like our carrying capacity right now. All right, we're doing it. We're doing it big. Time of day is kind of morning. We want to worry about the aurora kicking in and sparking our butt. It's nice to see a lot of white over there on those vitals. We'll try to maintain everything. As you see the hunger vital over there that has about 1/4 left. If that thing gets down to full 0, we'll lose our amazing well-fed, which gives us 5 kilograms of carrying capacity. We're going to want to make sure we always have calories in our belly. Seriousness. And I hope you guys are doing well, man. I'm very grateful to be here this Tuesday. Reclaim wood. All right, so we are obviously going a little slow right now here. We're just kind of pacing forward. But it's okay. We're inside, we're warming up, and we're living the dream. The American dream. In Canada, apparently. Oh, what's up, Sonda? Drink tea or die, baby. How's it going, bro? You have actually given us one of our catchphrases, Sonda. It's drink tea or die. It's serious. We're going to make merch out of it, apparently. And we appreciate the sage advice. Raph didn't know about Narnia, but after learning about it, he confirms he's leaving it in the game. Oh my gosh, the word about Narnia got to him. Holy crap. The secret is out. All right, now listen, guys. If we talk about trailers and the magic that happens inside, we might have to consider whether we bring it up to the guy that could patch those problems. Or in our case, these aren't problems. These are wonderful areas of whimsy. So let's think about it. All right, we got cattail dreams right now. We're probably going to eat up on these. Responsible lump stacks. That's what I'm talking about, odds. Beautiful horns. Thank you, Sonda. That's it. I'm sure Aretha's been giving me the side eye, but at this point, between all the ridiculous comments I make and these hats, she's got to be used to it at a certain point. She's like, I'm stuck with this guy. He gives me my beachside crunch. It's not so bad. Okay, so some of the prospects about traveling to a new town that are pretty great is that we're going to get all kinds of new loot. More cans of soup, a few more boxes of matches, and I do believe last time we got an actual decent amount of trusty brand. We're upwards of 30. We got a mag lens, baby. We're rocking. Even on Loophole 4, we're persevering. Okay, we just ate a ton of cattails, so now we're going to go through the dam. It's going to be a little bit warmer as we go, and we're going to make sure to have a responsible torch lit because these wolves are known to be jabronis. All right, now we're going to have problems with torches. So, one of the characteristics about the dam is that door we just went out there, we can't actually go back in. You have to go across Harrison Ford Fugitive Bridge there along the edge and risk your life. 84% on a new bedroll, you say? We got a bedroll dunk. A backup. So here we are. This is the greatest game ever. This is the Long Darkness, baby. And we are, for some reason, playing on the hardest challenge in history, trying to do our best. We're in over our antlers today. All right, we got to be serious about the ninja wolves. Our torch will probably blow out here. I'm thinking about just lighting a match to prepare for the ninjas. We're super encumbered here, and we're a walking mark to these wolves. Yikes! R.I.P. Trusty Brand. All right, let's try to look for any flank spots these guys have and maybe goad around, because they can pop out right down there. I've been attacked right in this vicinity. We also have the wolf spawns set to... Oh, we're freezing! It's too cold! Alright, we're using brine gold. Now, you might want to ask, why would we use brine gold? We would like to stay on target, probably, if we read that. Well, I know, and I would normally read it. It's a great book. Here's the thing. We're using that John Candy pincushion strat. We're actually trying to keep our archery score low so that we can farm accuracy on these big body bears. We have a wild plan that we've never brought to fruition, but hope to. All right, we're getting loose with our lumps, baby. Man, I love this game. Let's check our water numbers. 1.4. We're going to get a little responsible water made up here and just chill by the fire, waiting out this wind so that we can actually carry a torch past these troving wolves over here. Go faster, Storm! Sada, you're wild. He said he's looking into the disappearance of Larry because a lot of people haven't seen him a while. Oh my gosh. The disappearance of Larry. We're gonna have to learn more about Larry. I'm actually more unfamiliar with him than I probably should be. We're gonna craft a birch bark tea. Just always got to take care of our responsibilities.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
Yes, it's slowing me down, man. All right, we'll use those herbal teas. We actually can't use those ones to get health back, so we can't drink herbal teas and then sleep and then get more HP back during the night like you would on regular interloper. We use them as a heating mechanism and also as calories. When I first started playing, I wasn't aware of how important drinking a heating mechanism like some warm tomato soup or something before you travel is important once you crank up the difficulty on this game. So to sustain out here with this warmth bonus that leaves a little to be desired with 7 Celsius, we'll need a heating mechanism in our belly for sure. And then we'll throw the rest of these in our arachnophobia thermos. Let's do it. All right, torch lit and in hand. Look at these guys. I don't trust them. we do have a stone and our trusty bow, of course. Now you're wondering, maybe we could hunt the wolves and get some points. I would say you're probably right, but here's the thing. The wolves add so much variable to the hunt. And with our situation here, that we don't rebuild... Oh, nature calls! Oh, the poor bunny got it. Well, it's kind of a welcome distraction for a traveling jabroni Will over here. Okay, he also announced 2 DLCs coming, but that the team is mostly focused on handling some jabroni that's trying an impossible challenge. Oh my gosh. They're putting all their resources where it counts. Does seem that way. They've done a good job. He said that Narnia wasn't intended, but it matches the vibe of the world of the long dark. Holy crap. Well, Duncan, you've really spread some stuff. It started with you. The Narnia thing. No, he was actually the one who told us where it was. And to open the door below the handle. So you may be asked to debug the game at some point in the future, Duncan. You're a hero. Drink tea or die! Alright, boys. We gotta take this jabroni down. We got 2 DLC to make. Can't make the people waiting. Oh my gosh. They're already at work. Classic bad guy action right there. Okay, so this is The Long Dark. It's an amazing game where you're running around outside. It's super cold, and you go hunting. There's one big procedure that you have to follow to sustain in this game. You got your 4 vitals down there we're going to try to maintain. If any of those things get to 0, that's when your health starts to go away. Temperature drains 20 HP per hour. Fatigue is 1, the eyeball there. Thirst is 2 per hour, and hunger is 1 per hour. We're, of course, going to keep calories in our belly. Keep that well fed so we're strong like bull. And when your fatigue meter goes down to the place it is for us right now, that's when you start to get a little less strong as a backpack carrier and your carrying capacity goes down. So it's really wise to keep it from going below 9 o'clock like ours is right now, eating pies or something like that. We'll detail the greatest thing in this game in a moment. It's roasted empanadas. Spoiler alert. Raph did also talk. Are you talking about the interview, Duncan, with all this information? Did you also talk about the possibility of integrating these tournaments more directly into the game? Wow. Yes, this is from the interview. Nice, Dunk. Man, I love the dedication to the game. Unbelievable, Dunk. You've met Larry, you jabroni. Oh, right when I was complimenting you. You're the only person who's seen him in months. Really? Man, I can't even remember Larry or where he lives. But that's interesting. I'm the only one who's seen him in months. I see Vercetti must have taken care of the bear since his boy is back on the wall. Man, I suppose, Pac, that he made him an offer he can't refuse on the day of my daughter's wedding. You asked me for a favor, and I have to do that favor. It's Italian law. You come here, Robert Duvall, and you ask me for a favor? You guys got to check out that Robert Duvall movie with James Earl Jones. Robert Duvall plays a racist. And he learns about life. It's pretty good. Okay, we got some bro sips. Rose hips. Thank you, Pack and Play, for those rose hips. Oh, what's up, Sil? Sil's in the mix. How's it going, Sil? How's it going with the crew? We're just hanging out over here trying to get some TLD action going on. How's it going, guys? Hey, what's up, Waba? How are you? The nerds are here. Holy crap. It's happening. How's it going? I hope that you guys are having a beautiful Tuesday. It's a good Tuesday to survive. We're basically just going through a cave right now. Thank you for those rose hips. And we're going to get a few extra lumps. As you can tell, we're not walking too fast. But the hope is that we'll get some naps at the other end of the tunnel here. And then we're going to go into Pleasant Valley. Oh, man, look at this guy. A tree fell on him and he froze. So I'm not too thrilled about our speed. But we're going to get there. It seems like this is kind of similar. We'll get some rest here. We're fatigued and overweight. So we're going to try to get some rest and be responsible. But we're getting more lumps. How's your run going? It's going pretty good. We're getting into the part, though, where things go off the rails. Usually, everything up until the hunt goes pretty decent. And then when the hunt starts, we freeze to death, we get mauled, and everything goes wild. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying because my English is not very good. I'm using a translator. Well, I'll put this in text so you can understand what I'm trying to say, Sonda. What I'm saying is drink tea or die. Holy crap! So translate that one. You know, they have some pretty cool and scary technology that translates our language real time now. I think if you make shorts on Twitch, it'll actually give you those subtitles with color over them automatically. Listen, man. They're listening, man. They know. They know what we say. Crazy technology. But if they can find a way to translate language real time, that's going to connect us with folks like Sonda over here who don't exactly know what we're saying in English. They're on to us. Oh! Just an easy, breezy, beautiful cover girl, you know? Going through the cave here, taking it easy. Hide the hips! Oh! Please. We're gonna need some strong pit bulls and bodybuilders. You know, I've always wondered about bodyguards. Bodyguards are always giant guys, right? We always see like 6'8" monster, 300-pound dudes being the bodyguards for hot shots. I've always wondered, though, why they don't get a guy who's good at cardio. Because what if that guy gets winded? He's inevitably going to get winded if he's some big giant guy pretty quick. And the bad guys who are antagonizing the famous person could outlast him. I don't know. This is important stuff, right? Bodyguard stamina. This is also the type of nonsense that goes on in this jabroni mind. Bodyguard stamina talks. All right, so we got a deer here that one of the local jerk wolves dragged into the cave. We're gonna probably get a snack here since all we have to eat is porridge and cattail dreams. And this will be maybe a good spot for us to rest and get our fatigue back up before we travel into Pleasant Valley. Basically just a chill zone time, you know what I mean? All bodyguards should just look like Mario Lopez. You know Mario Lopez has cardio. He's an all-state wrestler. That's it, Pack. We are monitoring all. Oh my God. Listen, man. Alright, so I might want to go cheeky before any of this is done. Let's check our cooking skill and see exactly where we're at here. We're about halfway through cooking 2. So, if we could, we'd love to get that up to level 3 so we can get rosehip empanadas on the menu. If you guys haven't heard about it, rosehip pies will basically really help you with fatigue. They will do everything they can to keep you up and also give you calories. Pretty good stuff. So I also maybe need to relight a fire when we get up, or we're going to be using firewood to just get a cheeky 1 hour right now. So, RIP Trusty Brand, I'm getting a little flippant with it. Gonna try to be more responsible and focus. Thank you for those hips, Duncan. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for those hips. It's a hip type of morning or afternoon. I'm gonna eat these cattails. Oh. You know, I'm glad we're doing all this kind of puttering around, because this will do as good of a job as possible at helping me settle down a little bit before the hunt. It's really not exactly the shooting the bow part that's tough. It's about being in the coldest town on the hardest difficulty that makes it insane. And that health that we have that's at 50% will be at 0 in a matter of about 2 hours, with just traveling around looking for bears, getting caught in blizzards, in the harshest weather in the game. Insane. Yo, what's up, Sweet Potato Melito? How's it going? How are you and how is your garden? It's good to see you, Melito. We're just hanging out over here trying to get some rest in a cave. We're living the dark part of the long dark right now. And there's one motto we're living by. It's drink tea or die. Heat wave being brutal. It sure is. AC running constantly. That is, of course, if you're fortunate enough to have an AC. Central air is pretty rad. Working overtime. Yeah, I hope the garden's doing well and everything's coming through. Oh yeah, Midwest has a big heat dome thing, doesn't it? Heat dome. Heat wave, maybe. There's been a lot of heat waves. I'm pretty sure UK had one recently, too. It's just summer times, you know? Summer seriousness. $10 days, 18 hours. 11 days left. Maybe even less. Coming up on 10 days to shoot the bow 21 times against the strongest bears and everybody. But we're getting all our fatigue back this evening. And I guess the hope is that by the time we get to hunting that bear next to us, it'll warm up a little bit tomorrow. We're going to have to take our time, though, given that it's the middle of the evening here. So we'll start ravaging this deer, try to get some things accomplished. Cattail Dreams. I'm watering in morning and at night because it's so hot we're under extreme heat weather. And all the veggies need extra juice. I do kind of enjoy, sometimes when I go over to my folks' house, I'll watch the plants and the animals and stuff, and that's the only time I do any sort of garden related things. And when you water the plant, you kind of feel like you're doing a good service on a hot day. You're like, here you go, buddy, here's a drink, it's hot out. You know, one of those deals. I'm a big fan of watering in different spots of the soil to make sure all the plants are getting their drink. It's very serious. Sleep 10 hours to restore health. Well, we're going to have to tell Sanda in his native language that we cannot do that. Maybe if I put the rules on the screen, but they'll still be English rules. Sanda, we need to know your language, and then we can start translating for you. Is it that you live near the road to Vostok? Are you in the great motherland of white snow and swirly barbershop-looking architecture? Okay, now let's add some firewood here. And then ravage this deer. Oh my gosh. Melito on 35. Look at him streaking. Cover your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 7th inning. It's been another terribly boring baseball game like all baseball games, but we all still kind of like it, even though it's the future and we have more entertaining things to watch. But here in the 7th inning stretch, we could sure use a pick-me-up. It's been a long, arduous road for us here. We've been here for about 3 hours in this heat wave. It's a summer game. Jose Canseco was on his 3rd jersey at this point. He's been sweating all day. His shoulder length, beautiful black locks of hair, dripping perspiration, and oh my, he seems to be even more hot and heavy as he looks towards the outfield during this break. He sees Sweet Potato Melito running through the outfield, and he can't believe what he sees with his Canseco eyes. Oh, Sweet Potato Melito. She sounds like an old ball player, Johnson. I can't believe it. She's running through the outfield and ducking and dodging security. Boy, if these security guards were more focused on cardio and less on being giants, they might be able to catch her, but she shucks and jives, leaving behind a trail of marshmallows. She is out of there. She is gone. She is gone to make sweet potato casseroles, and she is out of here to garden her garden. Nice, Melito. Great work. Ukraine. Okay. Well, we'll figure out, Sanda, how to say what we're trying to say in Ukrainian. We're trying to say that we can't regenerate health in this because that's the challenge rune. So I'll figure that one out, buddy. Just give me some time. And vodka on the road to Vostok. They survived to live another day, so they deserve a reward. Yo, Versetti the legend. We are back at it. That's it, my friend. Yeah, we were talking about you earlier because you made an offer they couldn't refuse. No plants left behind this summer. This summer, no plants left behind. Starring Kirk Cameron. So we have all the stuff out of here. We're probably not going to get any guts or anything for a stink walk across Pleasant Valley. We're also going to be pretty slow on that stink walk.
All this gear is slowing me down.
Yep. Water numbers, kind of weak sauce. We'll boil up some more water while we're eating our deer. The plan is going to be go to the other side of the cave and get ready for the big hunt. We're coming into the daytimes, so for the first couple hours of the day, it'll be a little cold out there. But we'll get ready to go and hunt the bear, and hopefully he shows up. We got some unfortunate RNG last time, and there weren't a lot of bears spawning. So it would be super cool if they did spawn this time and we could implement the pincushion strat. Okay, I'm getting that weird glitch you get sometimes where when you extinguish things or you mess with stuff, you don't hear the sound effects of the torch. Usually it goes tss when you put it out. Can't believe Raph was talking about Narnia of all things. At least we're asking him the important questions, you know? You know, there's this trailer that people think is real, man. But is it really real, man? It's in Hibernia, man. Alright, so our responsibilities are pretty awesome over here. If we get up to fire starting 3, we won't need the tinder plugs anymore, the cattail heads. And for that, you basically just have to light a bunch of fires. You usually get it right around the time this tournament's done. The Don is back. Bear got the boot. You're right, I like vodka. Well, of course, because on the road to Vostok, it is a long road. And it is a road where you get thirsty for clear alcohols. They are made sometimes from potatoes of the dusty floor. Other times, it is made from Russian refineries and sent over on the road to Vostok. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to throw the hot ones over here in Mr. Goodman's thermos. Reclaim wood is always my favorite way to pull torches. My least favorite way is, of course, putting a lump of coal on there to pull torches. All right, let's continue. Even with this full strength we got pretty much, we're still slow walking here. But it ain't broken ribs slow walking. So pretty much anything is better than that. I think that you guys deserve an award for sticking by Broken Rib Willie. Because that guy was a turtle. And I'm also really proud of Felon Will over here getting his life together and trying to, you know, fly straight and go legitimate. Well, if your pocket starts getting warm, you know the torch didn't go out all the way. Yeah, it is getting that. He also got asked, why were there no toilets in Desolation Point? Where will they use the restroom? It reminds me of kind of some of those clips you see of like early Comic-Cons where Star Wars guys would go to those conventions and they would say, you know, the phasers work in season 4, but then when Spock tries to shoot this, and it's kind of all this like inside baseball stuff that common folks would think is crazy, that we're asking about toilets when we got the man of all mans in front of us. Was there any confirmation on to whether he eats salads at steakhouses? I think we really got to get down to the biting questions now. Oh!
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Alright, we're gonna have to go in and get probably a cheeky 1 hour or something. Try to wait out this blizzard, wait till morning shows up, and then we're gonna hit the right wall here and just stay along that wall towards the bear. We'll eventually pull up the map so we can kind of outline what our game plan is, and I think now is a decent time to get into that since we're gonna be waiting out this blizzard for a second. 45 degrees. Holy. Raph, so what? I get the salad at the steakhouse. Big whoop. Oh man, he got defensive about it. That's a classic Allen's Cave behavior right there. Okay. Now let's think about this. We have a serious bunch of crap we have to do. We have to do the counterclockwise travel around Pleasant Valley and do our best to hit each one of these cul-de-sac bear and see if we can find a way to pincushion John Candy Strat the whole situation. So, let's check the map real quick. Here's where we're coming in, right here in the cave system to Winding River. And then you go down this little area and you're going to use right wall strats. There's a bear right next door for us to check. The greatest part about this bear is he lives in one of these caves we're trying to get to. This is the cul-de-sac cave, middle-class bears. If we can get this guy to come back to his cave and hunt him, bang, boom, we'll try to get as many shots in as possible. We're trying to avoid the critical shot area of the neck and also not hit the head. The most important spot to hit is the butt. And that's where he has a lot of strength to hold a bunch of arrows in. And we'll go now and check our arrow count to see how many we can actually farm into this guy on the first hunt. I believe we should have a good handful of them. So after this guy, we're going to take this bobsled dashed road to the main road here. And we're going to take a right and go to the bingo hall.
There's a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, please, Neo. We have to keep this bus going 49 miles an hour or it will blow. Please tell Sandra that she needs to go 49 and the bus will be fine if we go that speed, but we have to go that speed, please. Do not slow down that bus. 49 should be plenty, but don't let Sandra go below that, please. It's good to see you, Neo. I hope you're doing very well. We're detailing our big plan over here, essentially, and it details going to these middle-class bear caves. So what I was trying to do is essentially get to this bingo hall after we check for this first bear down here in this area. We're going to go all the way up here to this place, and then we'll be checking on this bear who also lives in a cul-de-sac cave. So if we can go across the bridge and behind here, we're going to go and get this bear in this area. After that, we go north. We go up to the derelict cabins bear. He as well lives in a cul-de-sac. Unbelievable. So we're going to try to get up there and get everything taken care of with him, and he'll be our third middle-class bear check. That'll be amazing. We have optional bear here in Pleasant Valley we can hunt, like the always active birch bear here. The reward for going in his territory, these little pieces of birch bark you see all over the map. This is probably one of the best locations to get your health replenished. So I think we'd be unwise to forego this forest because our health is at about 50%. And I think we have 2 birch teas on us, which will pump us up to 60, but we're going to drip all over the place trying to do these bear hunt. The final bear who lives in a cul-de-sac cave is this guy who lives next to the Prepper's Cache and the big plane crash as well, and Skeeter's Ridge and everything. So we're going to try to check for this bear as well, and he'll be our last cul-de-sac bear, and Pleasant Valley. If between those 4 we can get 21 shots, then, you know, big time celebration, we make moves. But if not, we still need 20 shots more or whatever. We go to Timberwolf Mountain through the rope climb here in this spot. We're going to check for these caches, hope we get a bunch of beef jerky, and then go to Timberwolf Mountain for the final part of the hunt, where we're going to bust down the Echo Ravine bear. Who knows? Larone, how many times do I have to tell you? 50, sir. 50. I'm pretty sure it's 49 miles an hour, and everybody on that bus will be safe, Neo. Thank you for those rose hips. Thank you very much for those rose hips. I could use them.
Feels like a lot of gear.
Oh. Don't go storm. Vodka 45 degrees. Holy crap. Sounds like a boy band in Ukraine. We are 45 degrees. We are doing a national tour on the road to Vostok. We will be singing Vodka Helps You Sleep at Night When It's Cold. All right, so what were we going to do? So that now I can tell I'm off the rails. I'm doing bits over here. Let's make sure we have our bedroll. Okay, we got the bedroll. It's windy outside. Let's see if we need to craft any teas. All right, we're good on that. We do have 4 teas to our name, this nice can opener. Let's check bow numbers. 11 arrows is awesome. So we can probably... We'll never exceed 11 shots with 1 bear. And we're aiming to recover each and every one of these arrows. So I think we'll be good to go. I would love to drop off these simple tools and maybe some of these arrow shafts and other nonsense things at a base location. But really, there is no base. Oh, 1% sucks. They're ruined. Literally 0 Celsius we're getting from these things. All they are at this point, my fat head is covering it, but I'm telling you, there is nothing this sock is doing for us. 0 Celsius on warmth, nothing wind, nothing wet. All it is dead weight. So sad. All right, we just ceremoniously have to leave those socks behind. They have officially become useless to us, but they helped us on our travels. All right, I need to chill out. We have to go outside, and we're going to be taking a right really soon. We just have to mellow out. Mellow yellow. What happened to Boris? You talking about real life Boris? Well, you can't control a guy like that. He comes and goes as he pleases. He was kind of just looming over us when we were felons there for a while. And also, I will say that everybody needs to think that Boris is not cool. You guys remember how he tried to show us up at that charity hospital event, right? They asked us to go there and do really good jobs to raise funds for the hospital. We did that, just that. And then Boris shows up. He's got these sleek pink and purple skis. And then he goes down that mountain and everybody was even more impressed. And listen, the hospital got a lot of funds from that. It was great. But they asked him to cut the ribbon and everything, and our human side was a little, sad. I just love helping charitable causes on my skis. All right, it does sound windy out there. I'm going to go check. We're going to do probably an unloading of our weight if the bear exists here. Otherwise, we're going to the bingo hall. Wow. That is never not cool. The cougar is on the scene just in time for us to walk right by Pensive Pond. If we do battle one cougar in this thing, it would be the Pensive Pond cougar. And we were going to try to drag her over to the fishing hut and then cheese the cougar from there. But it's a daunting task, I'll tell you. Okay, now food is officially gone besides what we make in the pot with the porridge. When it comes down to porridge, I believe we have about 7 or 8 pots left. Yeah. Give him some chairs, boys. He's about ready to make a memorial. I hope not. No worries, plenty of bannock. Alright, now I'm trying to think of responsibilities to take care of while we're chilling here. The welcome party to Pleasant Valley is right on schedule with this weather.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
You're exactly right, Pac. And I look at it like this. We can sit here and act like Pleasant Valley's bad forever, or we can account for it one of these times. So I think I just need to realize I'm going into the coldest town with the worst warmth bonus in history. 7. We're in the single digits. Some people start with 7. Somehow this outfit does nothing for us, but we're here. We do have good shoes, so we're starting with the base at least. We have a good foundation. It's the rest of it that leaves a lot to be desired here. We got Davy Crockett's and scarves and things and absurd getaway driver gloves. Sounds windy, but I'm going to check anyways. Fallon Will does have some cool looking driving gloves, though. You like those, huh? Let's see if they're still warm. Oh my gosh, look at this Goodman over here. That was hours ago. We got the power of arachnophobia on our side. Jeff Daniels, help me!
Too heavy to carry.
Yeah, you got about 1,000 lumps in there. God knows what else. Careful, Boris. He's wearing fingerless gloves. Oh my gosh, the sticky bandits! I'm like Big J over here. Alright, we're really close to the bear cave, and we're going to find out if this boy exists or not. I mentioned this last time. They actually have a setting in the settings there for the feet, like the feet prints. There's a quality for the feet prints you could set. So we set that to the level, to the roof. So we should see bare feet like you've never seen. And he's not here. Ah. Okay. Great sadness washes over us as we realize there's no bones in the bear cave. And we are spurned on our first attempt. But I'll show you here exactly what I'm talking about with these cul-de-sac caves. So these caves have a specific layout that gives you the benefit of being able to kind of shimmy up right here and then walk over to this little area. Now, if you're fighting the bear in his own house, he will not be able to get up here. So then he gets grumpy and walks off. Then you can go out, try to draw his ire, and then he says, oh, now he's in range, I'm going to go get him. And that's the opportunity you got right there. Catch me if you can. Oh my gosh. Leo DiCaprio. Look at those insane quality feet print, huh? That is as funny to me as the can opener stat, is having the feet quality in the settings. But I'll take it. It is cool to eat salads at a steakhouse. And everyone knows. You can get Caesar or a chef. You might even get a Cobb if you're really wild. Semagonka, 55 to 60 degrees. Holy crap. I don't know what any of that means. We are 45 degrees. We will be performing our new hit, Drink Tea or Die. It's like those old Beatles videos. The crowd goes wild. They're screaming. They love 45 degrees. I'm thinking about wasting a trusty brand here. We're getting into sketchy territories. So, just kind of how we outlined. Since we didn't see that first bear, we're going to go down that dashed line bobsled road, and that's kind of what we're on here. We're walking past on the left here, cougar territory. So if you hear the shrieking howls of a big kitty telling us to get out of her territory, we're going to do just that. We're going to keep on moving. We're super slow right now from all the weight we're carrying, and we would love to unencumber ourselves at the bingo hall. Only downside is we don't plan on kind of basing or hunkering down anywhere, and anything we leave, we're likely going to want to move beyond and leave behind. It's tough when you feel like you have to keep moving, you know? But I think that's part of the pressure that's cool and makes for interesting adaptation opportunities. Serious TLD, toilet water and desolation. Beautiful day. This is never what you see Pleasant Valley like. If you're ever here in Pleasant Valley, you're usually seeing it covered by a sheet of snow coming down on your face and 3 down arrows on the temperature vital. Looks like we're heading into the warm part of the day. A perfect time to go and check for the Cinder Hills Mine Bear, our second opportunity for a cul-de-sac bear. And also, each one of the bear that we don't discover existing, we'll have to adapt our plan to account for the fact that we're going to have less shots to be able to farm into these bears. So we're going to have to go for ones that aren't in cul-de-sac ones more if they don't show up in the ones we're aiming for. The bear lives on the lake. Does he now? Hiya, Larone. Here's some hips for you. Thank you, G. I hope that the ghost hunting has been going very well, and thank you for coming in with such great spirits. I need all the roast hips I can get today. We're heading into the hunt, and I would love to get up to cooking 3 and get those empanadas. It's good to see you, G. All right, now let's attempt a preemptive fire right now. The goal with this preemptive fire is that when we see it go below 9 o'clock on our temperature vital, we don't wait till it gets 0 and we're dripping 20 HP per hour. This also might go out by the wind.
Turned out pretty well.
I'm going to add a stick to see if the chime drops to 9 minutes. Beautiful. Oh, we don't have water for porridge? In Pleasant Valley, the snow comes down in the shape of fists that repeatedly punch you in the face. Now, that is what I'm talking about. How you doing, Lurvia? It's good to see you. We're definitely talking some Pleasant Valley over here, and I hope that your Tuesday is going good, Lurvia. It's good to see you hanging with the crew on YouTube. We're just hanging out here next to a spot fire, trying to get our act together. We got shorted and skunked on our first bear opportunity, but we have 3 more here in Pleasant Valley that could live in the specific cave we're aiming to battle in. We're doing our best. Oh! Neo the man! Holy crap! Thank you, Neo! That is insane! Thank you, Neo! Thank you very much, Neo! The absolute Louisiana legend! Thank you very much, my friend, mixing it up! Neo, what can I say, man? You know Kung Fu, you're the best. Thank you! We're gonna slap that mama! We're gonna zip and zap! Thank you, Neo! It is going pretty okay. Well, Lurbia, we're partying. We know Kung Fu, and we know that the bus just needs to go 49 miles per hour, and everybody will be safe. If you see Sandra, just tell her to go 49. It'll be okay. We're gonna be safe, Lurbia. LA Expressway will be safe. Thank you, Neo. Thank you for zipping and zapping. Unbelievable. Neo is the man. 50! 50! Oh! Alright, we're going lump for double up arrows here. Looks like we're going to be stuck here for a couple more minutes. Now we can do porridge. Thank you. We just have to chill here. We got 3 up arrows going on our temperature. We're getting ready for the big travel, and this is exactly what Pleasant Valley does. Even at the warmest time of day, it'll still give you randomly high winds that just whoop you as you're walking around. So if we can get up to full temperature, we might try to push through the heavy winds, just given the fact that it's at least not a blizzard. But it's risky.
Gear is slowing me down.
Yeah, man. Slowing you down. Alright, now we're looking for a break in these winds, but we're also going to push. We'll see real quick how brutal the wind is kicking our butt. And we're going to eat this porridge before we leave for a heating mechanism. It's trying to break. Maybe it just changed directions. Pleasant Valley's brutal. Thank you. Okay, we go along the bobsled road. If you hear the cougar, it might be okay. I think she doesn't come on the bobsled road, but she definitely intimidates you and scares the crap out of you when you're walking by. The storm is approaching. I play This Isn't the Easiest Game Ever. That's it, Songbird. This isn't the easiest game ever. And what a cool name you have. DJ Songbird tweeting at you the hits on the 1s and 2s. Right now we have the bird is the word, and afterward we'll have another bird-titled song. Maybe, I don't know. I can't think of another bird-titled song. Larone, what's up, Bean? Glad to see you and Felon Will back at it again. And it might be covered by my head, so I'll pull up the portrait for you, Bean. We still have these absurd felon driving gloves. Gone, you can do it. We're trying. All right, so she will show up if you linger in one spot in her territory. So you just gotta kind of keep moving, you're saying. I'm a DJ and a manager, thank you. Bird is the word. Oasis Songbird it's from. Oh, Oasis Songbird. Man, Oasis is a good band. I used to listen to that back in the day, and I would brood, and I would think about, like, just like girls during, like, the coming of age time. I'd be like, yeah, man, this is life, dude. Listening to Oasis and thinking about girls you like, and thinking about, feelings and stuff. It was like a form of being emo a little bit, but Oasis was cool. I hear the cougar in the distance. She's on the left up here. She's kind of carrying on a little bit. The snow coming down in the shape of fists that repeatedly punch you in the face is amazing, by the way. That is Pleasant Valley. Do you have a weapon? I sure do, Sonda. We have a bow. Would you like to see it? It's very simplified. I have a stone to intimidate people, and I have this sweet bow. It's pretty sweet. All right, let's continue. We're on the long road to the other road. He's over there. Okay, once you start seeing power lines, you can kind of assume you're getting pretty close to the road up here. And then we're going to be taking a right and going straight to the bingo hall. I might even go as the crow flies and cut across the snow a little bit here. Through wolf territory. Let's play no games. Checking for wolves. They've been known. And there are definitely wolves always around the bingo hall. I'm also always weary of snow banks like that because they can hide behind there and come out ninja style. Try to keep my blind spots at a minimum. Coming over hills and stuff like that. They seem to thrive in the stealth. They train ninja, of course. Sometimes over here on the left, you'll have deers frolicking around and you can maybe try to make nature call. In the past, we've kind of puttered away valuable time doing silly things like trying to make nature call on ptarmigans and deer. So we're trying to tighten up kind of how we approach this thing, given that we have such a small calendar to get it done. Hey, what's up, Watchman? How are you? You're showing up and you're ready to go to war. And that's what we're doing, baby. We're getting ready. If we can get Bear to show up, we're trying to fire off this simple bow. Our weapon. It's good to see you, Watchman. I hope you had an awesome weekend. I was telling everybody that I had a weekend of doing rewarding chores. Kind of make you feel positive afterward. Can't talk at the moment. I'm commanding a ship. Oh! The hunt for Red July. Holy crap, none of that made sense. Thompson's Crossing. Weekly bingo at the community hall, Wednesday at 8 p.m. That's tomorrow night, guys. We should all show up.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
The trapper's mom makes pretty good cupcakes. And she's bringing them. Jeremiah's mom. Okay, here we are at the bingo hall. This place is pretty awesome. We're going to be getting a guaranteed bear sweater here, which we actually have covered in the way of warmth in that area of our outfit. That's actually one of the spots we do have pretty well taken care of. So we'll do the stat check once we get the bear shirt and see if it compares to our thin wool and our current bear shirt. We're always looking for a high percentage of condition on these outfit things we're finding since we can't repair them. And I think that we should do a good job of getting right out there. Pleasant Valley isn't going to give us traveling weather for too long. Just went out to the garden and picked my first 2 tomatoes. They were so good. Nice, Melito.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
The wife have you doing honey-do chores. I was actually doing it for my folks. And I was thinking about that, G. I actually have... Of course, like, the forearms are really sore from, like, pulling weeds and things, but the hamstrings are where it's really sore, because when you're pulling out all that nonsense out of the ground, you use your legs, and then you get sore hamstrings, oddly. So, that's something to think about. All right, we're looking for a can opener, baby.
I could use a drink.
We need it. We do have a cooking skillet potential. Cooking skillet. Nice. We're upgrading. Even better. You only have one set of parents, so do for them when you can. You're right. And there's always room for more, G. Pinnacle Peaches. Oh, we got beans to go with our jeans. Before starting the battle with a cougar, build a fire. Well, Sonda, I gotta tell you, it's gonna take a long time. The cougar's afraid of the fire, but not the torch. It's probably gonna take a big risk for us to go and battle that cougar, I tell you. 85%. Man, that's close. Okay, this one is 0.25. This one's 0.3, a little heavier here. And this guy is better at water, but not at wind, of course. Man, this is a tough call. All right, we're going with a little bit there, given the fact that the condition's higher. We're going double bear. Double the bear. Scared of torch but not fire. Yeah, we're talking about the cougars over there on YouTube, G. And these guys are discussing how we're going to battle the cougar if we do that. And I'm telling them that I'm chicken and that it's going to be scary if we do. And risky, of course. We might miss a shot. Okay. Are we ready to go out there and storm the steeds? There's part of me that wants to get going during this warm part of the day right now and not loot these other 2 spots. I would sure love to shed some weight. We're leaving behind our red tools and things if we leave them here. I see some accelerant up there.
Damn it.
R.I.P. Trusty Brand. Red October. Find the rifle. What's plans? The plans are to bear hunt. I don't know how to say that in Ukrainian. We seek the bear. That's all I got. Unjiggle. Alright, we're not jiggling these boys, and we're gonna keep an eye. And we're riding. So we've discussed the weight situation. Either I leave lumps behind or anything, but I'm never really looking backwards. It seems to be we're kind of always moving forward. So traveling light is tough if you have a lump supply that's this large. Right now we're just lumpified with 14 kilograms carrying capacity taken up with lumps alone. The other downside is that you can't leave your lumps because you'll freeze to death. And if we ain't coming back here, lumps are life. It's time. We're going after the Cinder Hills. Christ almighty, how many coal? Not enough, Watchman, but I think like 50. You can tell how slow we are. We're just going to have to unencumber ourselves if we do spot the bear and keep a lump pile on the ground there and just get it after the hunt.
Feels like a lot of gear.
We seek the Cinder Hills Mine Bear. This is, of course, the one that usually gets you when you're coming down into the town from Coastal Highway. I heard that the community center is opening a donation wing called Bucks for Boxes. Whoa. Is that a reference to Billy the Cat and his hustle? No way. Pack, that was amazing. There's no way that's actually a reference to our boy Billy the Kitty, right? Because it's close. And if you know that, that goes deep into the lore of the lore. This summer. Nice, Pack. Alright, we seek the bear. I know the spot. You know the spot, huh? You tell Alec Baldwin and Sam Neill from Jurassic Park that things need to be... We need to fly straight with this submarine. Or swim straight, I suppose. Larone loves his lumps! I do love the lumps, G. The lumps are good. They say if you rub some lump soot on your face, you'll keep the ghosts away. Hey, what's up, Ryan? How's it going, buddy? How are you? Yeah, we're doing some 21 challenge over here, and it's pretty daunting so far. This is our 5th attempt, and we have faded into Long Dark each of the first 4 times we tried it. Right now, we're looking for the bear that's on kind of the southeast corner of Pleasant Valley. He's next to the Cinder Hills Mine, and he lives in a specific cave. that we're hoping to battle him from. The cul-de-sac cave. Nice weather today, huh, Will? Those are his boring middle-class neighbors. Bringing up weather when they're on the way to work. And we're gonna freak out like Dennis and yell at him from our pent-up anger living in the suburbs. I always find it just before the turn to Prepper's Cache. I think you're thinking of the one at the north part next to the plane crash. Father Thomas always leaves the door open, but the cat running the wing also closes it by the morning. Oh. Yeah, so we have this map here, Ryan, where we actually can identify the bear caves and stuff on this big interactive map. It's pretty rad. Maglens? No. RIP Trusty Brand. I'm getting a little flippant with my Trusty Brand over here. I'm lighting matches all over town. So far, no bear. I'm thinking he might not be home. He's home. Okay, now is when we have to get our act together a little bit here. It's always there every run. Most times he surprises me with a nice mauling. Yeah, I think this bear's thinking the same thing right now, Ryan. He says this guy's due for a mauling. Look at this. Here's what we got. We're up here next to this bear right here. So we're kind of on a slope. I heard him rustling around over that blind spot we were just talking about. Backed away and I saw his big fat head. We were about to run straight into him, encumbered with all this coal. We would have lost our 99% trail boots, that's for sure. We know Boris loves to come from our shoes. So, here we are. We're located right next to this bear's cave, and we're gonna battle him. I think what I need to do is take a quick Bezos, because he's in charge of everything, and we're going to make sure that we drop coal and come up with a responsible plan to get this guy inside of his cave. We're going to drag him back there, and we're going to shoot him from the shelf. Smooth as eggs, no problemo. We're going to celebrate after hitting him with a trillion shots. And then I'll be back in 10 seconds, and we're going to storm the seeds everywhere. Okay. So if we're talking traditionally, this is usually when things go more off the rails than possible. We've been known to make scenes in these situations when the hunting begins. What happens is you think that you lose all your health, of course, from getting mauled by the bear. It's really your vitals that are hard to maintain with all that action happening in front of you. The bear will do things that you're hoping he doesn't do and goes different directions with his pathing. We have a very specific idea for our hunting strategy, and it requires a lot of diligence that we might not be completely full of. So, let's get our act together time. I'm thinking we leave a pile of coal in a place that's easy to see, and we'll circle back to that, of course, and grab it on our way after the battle. And we're going to start bringing him back to the cave somehow with stones and things, and get him to come back to his house. It's get Boris back to his cave, and we're not too far from it. So I think leaving a coal in a pile somewhere easy to see is the first step. And he's kind of inside of us, and he's about to be aggro on us too. Let's do this. So I lighten the load a little bit. I drop some nonsense things here like the heavy hammer, our tools, and a lump pile. It's just in the middle of the snow here, so we're going to have to be smart about remembering where this is. And that's usually the cue of me saying, I need some help. Because I have short-term memory when the battle is ensuing. All right, so let's get serious about this. I'm going to try to circle around him, because his cave is basically behind where he is. So we're going to have to do kind of a big loop around him without being in his radius where he'll charge us. Yeah, he knows. All right, there's the pile. Boy, I could go for some rose hip empanadas right now, man. Really take the fatigue edge off. Okay, I think his cave is right on that wall there. Look at how defined those feet are, man. Most defined feet you've ever seen. Okay, so here you can see there's bones in his cave. If we didn't see him, we'd know he's here from those bones. And that's the shelf. Now, I'll tell you, even with using this strat, it's scary. Because you might blow it spazzing out with him running at you and not get up here on this little shimmy part. So you just kind of got to get up there every time and be calm about it, because he's barreling towards you. It's pretty daunting. Heading home, boss. Gonna go admire my beautiful shelf. All right, it's a bit of a mom spaghetti moment right now. He's got a hill here that's quite deceptive as to how close he is. He's probably turned around by now, yep.
Feels like night's coming.
I know. It seems like the back of the cave is de-aggroing him like the shelf would. Stones exist. The road. What? Gosh, when he's coming at you, it's getting dark in here. It's getting hard to see, man. Listen, man.
My head feels thick.
Can't see that little slope. John Candy.
I need to find a place to rest.
Relax, we're getting cold.
Never felt so cold.
Yeah, everything's going perfect with the John Candy strat. But we're at a point when our temperature is going to drip 20 HP off of our health if I keep playing games right now. The other side of it is we're trying to farm these shots into the bear before he has time to recover. So kind of lighting a fire and warming up is good, but we're going to lose an opportunity to get shots in him. So right now I'm trying to basically weigh those two options and which of them I should do. Forego the accuracy that we desperately need in this tournament and drip HP at 20 per hour. That's what Duncan thinks we should do. And then just recover the second we're done hunting this guy, which could be one shot from now. Special butt shot. Yeah, we're doing the pincushion strat, Chris. How's it going? How are you? I hope you're doing very well. It's a crazy Tuesday over here, and we're in the midst of a battle. I'm trying to stay locked in here, and I got a couple options. Warm up, and also fight this guy while I'm dripping HP like crazy. It's intense. And it's good to see you, Gray. I hope you're doing well. And thank you for telling me about stones. I never knew they existed before you told me. Thank you, Gray. What's that, boss? You want me to work on the donkey DLC? Thank you. They're working on the DLC. Doing great watching the game Norway. Oh, nice. All right, in a moment, just got to deal with a home invader. Holy crap. Build fire quick. Boris is now armed with a heavy hammer. Not good. He's going to snatch your stuff. Spray paint to mark the tree. Yeah, maybe we could. Hello, my fellow survivors. What's up, Cos Fat? How's it going, my friend? I hope you're doing very well. We're going to try to keep this bear hunt alive by shooting him more in the butt. And we're going to take the drip on HP because this is such a rare opportunity to get this tier. This is probably the best and safest way to get good accurate shots in this challenge.
All I can think about is food. What'd you do?
Ow!
Punch something. Oh, what the?
Bad news, Cruz.
Suppose I should say a few words here. I want to start with saying I'm sorry. I'm really trying in here. Spazzed out a bit on that last shot and sent it sailing. There's a lot of mechanics that are going on here with this bear. And I think the toughest part about it is that I'm starting to goon out a little bit with how dark it is back here. I can't see anything in this cave. And it's becoming a bit scary recovering from him when he's sprinting at me. Because I can't even tell if I'm running towards the back of it or not. We'll say all that involved led me and my height.
Get off of me!
The high, of course, DPS and sensitivity and everything that I love for everything backfires when you spaz out and are trying a lot. Thank you for those hips. This is exactly what we aim to do when we hunt right here. We're using the John Candy strat to as much as possible. And we were about to get our 7th shot in, I think. That was exactly what we're looking to do for the hunt right there. The one thing we're trying not to do is miss a shot. Oh, gosh. I wonder if this means we don't have to just do shelf caves. We can just dance in the cave like that. Well, I don't know if it despawns their aggression at the back of the cave like this normally. Normally you have to get back on that shelf. And now what I'm doing with this bear is just getting to the back of the cave to despawn his aggression. So that threw me for a loop at the beginning, and it turns out I didn't have to run back on the shelf. There was just an area in the back that would make him turn around and get disappointed. Something about the back of that cave, he's not having it. So, you know, it's good to know, but gosh, this is unbelievable. Gosh, I had it, man. I had it. I don't even know what we do for this guy. He missed a shot. Well, he's going to have to do something defiant. He's going to have to get nude and go fight this bear who has a million shots in him. This bear deserves to probably get back at us for being such a wuss with this fighting strategy. And we're going to give him the last hurrah. Seems like you went a little high trying to go for the back rather than the final head neck shot. Honestly, I just, right the second I shot it, barely moved on the mouse and went up on high sensitivity and everything. And with all the variables going on, sometimes you just blow it, Bean. That's it. I blew it. Oh my gosh, don't laugh, Chris. It's not a funny occasion. It's very sad right now. I blew it. Oh, gosh. All right, I'm about to get nude and get this bear some revenge on us. And we're going to go out the way Felon Will would want us to. This is an absolute heartbreaker right here. Practice makes perfect. Well, I hope patience makes awesome lumps, because at this point, you guys are amazing to stick by me after this foible. This one is, this one's tough. Yeah, blame technology. Listen, guys. I don't even have an excuse right now. I'm gonna get nude and I'm gonna get mauled by this bear. Spaghetti. Heartbeat Alley.
Feeling faint.
This guy was a fighter, man. He actually put into he put it in. He did it. The pincushion strat, John Candy strat actually was happening. We were getting shot after shot. It was going down so well. Ah!
My energy is just disappearing.
I'm sorry, guys. Going back to the big penitentiary in the sky. Boss, what's the dress code policy around here? There's some guy running around nude. I died from blood loss. Dearly beloved, we're gathered here to talk about Felon Will. This guy, it wasn't even Felon Will's fault that he went to the big bridge in the sky. He had a jabroni behind the keyboard who missed a shot. After 6 successful John Candy pincushion strat shots, we were headed towards our 7th, and it went sailing. It went sailing with the seas instead of storming the steeds. I appreciate you guys all showing up here. You look beautiful in your black dresses and black suits. We're mourning a great man who turned his life around. He was an unsuccessful getaway driver, and he went straight. He tried to just achieve accomplishments in a tournament, and boy, he set the standard. He showed the groundwork for everything we've been aiming to do. Except aim is the word that we have to bring up. He missed a shot. I gotta tell you guys, I absolutely blew it, and I'm sad. But I'm gonna try. I don't know. We're gonna have to do this again because this is what we do. You know, I'll tell you, Rossetti, it's a little soon for that. Rossetti says, I gotta be honest, Ribless Will clears Felon Willie every day for me. I don't know if that means he's cooler that he clears. And if it is, we're at Felon Will's ceremony right now, and we have to be serious. Everyone should wear orange jumpsuits to the funeral. First and only DQ of all these challenges, right? I did see our boy Scabura. Scabura had a great run, Bean, and he was doing really good. He got an early maple on the beach, and he was in the Riken, looking to maybe go get his hammer. Everything was set up, and then he went to fix his Canadian toque, and midway through forgot that there's no mending fails. So that is actually the first DQ. Our boy Scabura, the Terminator legend. And we just kind of added to it a little bit there with that absurd shot over the bear. I could still see his butt and that sunset sky as that arrow just went over him, and I didn't see the archery thing pop up. First missed shot. Done great so far. Oh, of all of our runs, that's the first missed shot? That's not bad then. I can live with that. We are sorry to report that Larone the Streaker could not outrun security. They got me, Melito. Even with not being good at cardio, they still got me. He just couldn't sell it. Or Scabura. Yeah, he just wanted to fix his Canadian toque. And he realized right after he failed the repair, he said, oh no! I felt bad, but you know, some of us nerds here are looking for an extreme challenge without missed shots or fixing our clothes, and that's what we got right here today with old Felon Will. He faded into the long dark because it was my fault. I mean, you had weak beginning. Oh! When you hit perfect start, you will do it right way. Trust in hips. Well, that was a pretty blunt way to put that there. Maybe you mean loophole 4. And we did get the Christmas morning strat that we had to implement there because we did get socks. Maybe this time we'll get the PlayStation we've been looking for all this time so we can play Tekken. And then we'll get a hacksaw in the whale factory and then a fire striker in the little mine right there. And then boom, we're on. Hips are never mistaken. It's all in the hips, Chris. Okay. We're putting this to bed here. Let's say goodbye to Felon Will officially. That was a heartbreaker, man. 11 days. We were killing it. The only thing we could have asked for more is for that first bear to show up. But that was the exact strat we're looking to do. I feel so sad. Okay, here we go. I gotta get my act together. What you guys would want is me to get my act together. So that's what I have to do. And I have to do it even if I feel emotional. All right, wildlife shots, obviously. There's a discrepancy between these two taken and hits categories. We missed on our 7th shot. It was a heartbreaker. It would have put us 1/3 of the way towards our goal. But this is the seriousness about it. That exact strategy is what we're looking for. And we have 4 bear that can be in a cave like that and pleasant. That's why we're going there to fight, even though it's so cold. So, look at it this way. If 3 out of 4 of those bears show up in those caves, we can do that strategy and bang, that's it. That's really what I'm hoping. And then we don't have to fight anybody else. It's like, it feels like a 1 in a million thing, and all the stars have to align to get the John Candy strat to actually work. Usually the bear doesn't show up, we freeze to death, something doesn't work all the way. So, let's get serious here. Okay, obviously one of the highlights was the can opener we found. We found 1 can opener. We started 35 fires, broke down 72 things, no big deal. We were doing things, you know? We were doing quite a Mario Lopez run if I've ever seen one. Our cooking skill was a little behind schedule, not up to 3 yet, so we didn't have empanadas on the menu. Maybe if we get a micro harvest opportunity, we'll get that cooking skill to 3 by the time we get our skillet from the camp office in Mystery Lake. Fire starting 2, and archery rolled over to 2 during the John Candy strat with that 1 bear we had there. He was a great man. He turned his life around, and he was flying straight towards the end. He was an inspiration for all failed getaway drivers to change their life for the right. So we're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to be resilient, and you know, the bright side is we have an opportunity to optimize that beginning and even get the bow made faster, the way Watchman mentioned. We're heartbroken, but we're not going to let it dictate our future. We're going to amend that heart with time and love and storm the steeds. Yo, what's up, Richard? Moose President Larone. How's it going, Richard? It's good to see that you are still alive and that the Latvian mafia has not gotten the man. What a beautiful lad. Thank you, Richard. It's good to see you. I wish we met under different circumstances today and I wasn't on the dreaded fade into the long dark, but we are saying goodnight to Felon Will for once. It's good to see you, Richard. Good night, old friend. Here we are. We're back in the lodge. I can't believe it, but I have to. Oh my gosh. Well, what you're going to get to see is new run hype. So let's hope you love running through a blizzard and Christmas morning strats and good times, because it's coming to you. You know what we're doing? We're trying to do this 21 challenge. We're trying to get as far as we can without missing a shot and keep it going. You know what I'm saying? Keep it going, man. So here's what we got. Live for 21 days. At that last run, we were at 11 days and we had 10 more. We have to shoot 21 bow shots before those 21 days are up. And you obviously know it takes 6 days for a maple to cure. So unless you get one on the beach and get it down curing on that first moment, or cut it down, it's going to take 6 days until you're absolutely hunting. So it's a big organization plan at the beginning to make sure you get it done as fast as possible. One big sprint to the hacksaw and then the maple. Accuracy must be 100%. No health regen except birch bark. So that's where we go and get it. And mending consists of, so gee, we can make improvised head wraps and hand wraps because you never fail on those. But let's say we have like a 30% vest and we want to fix it with some improvised cloth and a sewing kit. We'll probably have like a 65 to 70% chance of success with that. and you risk DQing if you fail the mend. So you're really living on the edge if you try to fix any of your clothes. So the only real option is spamming LL Kingley sewing primer skills to get good at mending and get to the point where you don't fail mending. But in 21 days where you have to focus on the hunt, it's very unlikely you'll get to that point. So most of it is using the clothes you got at whatever condition you find. It comes down to traveling, being nomadic, and searching in mini lockers and exclusive trunks. So no mending fails. Of course, we got the points here. One cougar. The cougar was on the scene at that point and on the table for us. Usually right when we get to Pleasant is when she shows up. And then we have bear and moose. And we're probably going to go for as many bear as possible and really try to get to the end, really. That's all the goal is at this point. Find a way to get to the end, and it's going to require us not to miss shots. Or fail at mending or any of that other stuff. So insane, man. Saying goodnight to an old friend, man. Bellad Will. Alright, so that's the custom codes. You start at dawn, it's a super blizzard, and basically every single slider that could be against the player is. The struggle bonus, none. You don't get any help. The damage severity, super high. The damage and clothing when you get in a wolf struggle, all to the roof. And of course, all the bad guy stuff as aggressive and intense as possible. It's against you, and it's what you're really looking for if you're looking for the toughest challenge. So if you know anything about us, we love to go over to Desolation Point. It's the spot with the lighthouse. It's the usual routine here. We're going to start in one of two spots, either in a little clearing or next to that lighthouse. We get to the whale factory. It's either Christmas morning strat or we actually get the PlayStation and we're playing all kinds of sweet PlayStation games. No regen is like hardcore, but dying is just slower and suffering and stress much more. Holy Larone, no jokes at all. This is serious. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, it would be better to meet at calmer time. Well, I am pretty much joking over here, Rich. We love Felon Will, but we're going to have to move forward with a new guy. Maybe it'll be Butterfly Will. He's reborn. All right, let's get going here. Can't believe it, but we're on our 6th attempt. How long can you survive? 11 days last time. Then we blew it. David Mamet, The Edge. All right, we're at the faraway location. You can do this. May the hips be with you. Thank you, Watchman. Just working on this Marshmallow DLC, boss. We'll put that aside. He's about to start a new run. Oh my gosh, they never rest, Duncan. We're doing it, Rich. So I'll tell you guys the way I kind of look at beachcombing versus going and finding the saplings the old school way. Beachcombing will very often be pretty fruitful. You'll find great hats and a bunch of saplings out there. I might be more interested in beachcombing not for the saplings, but for actually finding good clothes like Canadian toques and things. They will give you saps, but the lack of guarantee makes you kind of search around in kind of the same negatives that Making Nature call, where you're kind of pacing around doing crazy stuff early in your run, where you could be just going for a regular old sapling the old-fashioned way and focusing on the guarantees. Whale factory or bust. Affliction, frostbite, risk. Man, I can't believe how cool this snow looks. Like a snow globe in here. If you're wondering how we got to this whale factory from halfway across the town, it's because we're huge nerds. And we often fade into the long dark, so we've done this a million times. Quick, put the bedroll in the factory. No! Okay, obstacle 1 for Christmas morning. The storm lantern is even worse than the bedroll, and we haven't found that in a while. We're probably due. We're going to look in the office. If we get the storm lantern, it's a bad thing for us, but we're going to put on a smile. Christmas morning strat. I love these socks. Don't want a storm lantern. We're looking to the right. Okay. No storm lantern. We go into the bed for the bed warmth bonus of 5 Celsius to stabilize our temperature vital. Now we're going to do our second obstacle, the bedroll, the dreaded bedroll. And we know because there are a total of 4 loopholes what things are by process of elimination after we get our early gear here. So I'm just kind of looking around for a flare right now. We'll start the fire. Average. This weather looks like an average Christmas Eve. Well, I don't know if we should be talking about Christmas right now, except for PlayStation Christmas. We're gonna play GTA Vice City. All right, here we go. At least you are in a plaid shirt. Well, that's a pretty good point. Let's go see what we got on us, Watchmen. We'll find out. Can't believe we're at new run hype right now. Jeez. Think about getting a fan going. We got heat waves going on here. Ready for PS6 in 2027. I'll say this, Richard. I'm actually a PC stan now. I got over here and I haven't looked back. And I have great news for you fans of consoles and sports fans. College football 2027 is coming to PC. You can get it on Steam this year. Now it's coming out hot at like a $70 knot, but that is awesome for any of you sports nerds out there. I cannot wait to play college football on Steam. And you bet your butt I'm going to be getting it some point later this year. PC is great. Okay. Now it's time for bed roll situations. What we always do is we strafe left. And we're going to see if there is a bedroll behind these green boxes. If there is a bedroll, we're going to pretend like it's the greatest thing ever and be grateful for it. So now we just need to chill out and look behind these boxes. If we do see a bedroll, we put on a proud face. If we don't see it, it's actually great news, and we're getting that PlayStation. Here we go. It's time for the reveal of everything. We do not want a bedroll. Here it goes. Hey. Bedroll.
I could use
This is
this.
great. 86% too. We won't have to mend it. We couldn't if we could. But there it is. A bedroll. Mo cheeks. It's such a great bedroll. Thank you for that bedroll. Loot pool 4. The hits keep on coming, gang. So Watchman and I were hoping we were going to get a great start this time, but we're back here on Loot Pool 4. And this is the one that requires a little bit more improv at the beginning. And we're going to need some things to roll our way pretty much for us to get a smooth maple. Now this maybe is the time when you think about beachcombing opportunities if your hacksaw's far away. Because you could get a maple on that beach if you really look in the right spots. It's just a big dedication of time, so you better be smart about it. Wow, look at that. Craig T. Nelson shelves. Holy. Fry bar. Got the bedroll there just in time, boss. Did you see this jabroni trying to look like me? Oh! They're even roasting me back at the headquarters. That's brutal. Trusty brand. Bedroll's okay if everything else will be right. Yeah, that's the part, Watchman. Everything else meaning that our hacksaw could be all the way up in the abandoned lookout. That's a pretty far way to travel before you could even potentially cut a maple. And that opens up the conversation for beachcombing for maple opportunities as a potential strat to getting an earlier maple. All right, we get our mega torch from this poor fella.
That'll come in.
Worn t-shirt. All right, here we go. This is what we got. We got this thing here with 0.4 windproof. That's probably going to go on the outside. And we got a simple t-shirt. That's 43%. I would like to be cool and wear a short sleeve shirt under a long sleeve shirt under a short sleeve shirt. Right now, we'll put wind over everything and put this one on the outside. Foregoing style first, of course, which is tough for us. All right, we're doing the cool route that Scaburo taught me. We're going across the wall. This one right here will impress anybody. If you're out on a date with a new guy or gal that you're really interested in, you show them that wall trick right there, and then, you know, sparks will be flying.
Could end up
Worn
being
fleece mittens. Oh, pork and beans. Go. Bedroll. Well, I'm glad everybody else is happy, because I'm happy too. Bedroll's gonna keep me warm all year. All right, we're back to primitively opening our cans, because you guessed it, we are without the can opener again. If our boy Metal shows up, let's not bring it up until he does, and then when we find one, then we can start bringing it up. All right, now it's the time to open the safe. Just added it to my Steam watch. Holy crap. Versette, do you like college football? I haven't watched as much these past years, but the game itself will definitely be the coolest thing ever. I've said it a million times, but the way that they specifically make each and every stadium is one of the more immersive things in all of sports games. And I used to love the college football games for that, because you would travel to these different towns, these smaller schools, whatever, and you get to see all the things. Unbelievable. All right, about 55. About 14. Going the long way. All right, everybody knows that what we really want. Having a bit of a Limp Bizkit day over here. This is the moment of 99% Mackinac jackets and work boots that are the same percentage. If it's time, then it is time.
I hope nobody needs this anymore.
Well, he might be doing interviews, but he's having just no problem keeping up these nonsense RNGs for your boy. Ah. Okay, let's go check those exclusive lockers. Did we check them? I think we already checked them. I've already checked the exclusive lockers. I just need to warm up and get out of here. That's what I need to do. Tinder plug. What's going to be next? Charcoal. Well, we are about to get some lumps. I'll tell you that, Watchman. So we talked about the strat I was thinking about with beachcombing. I haven't seen too much in the way of folks who think that it's fruitful enough of an endeavor for us to do when we're in this big sprint for a legitimate maple. So I think that we'll probably just stick to the usual strat until we're confident enough that we can go on the beach and get that maple in the amount of time it would take us to putter around. Beachside Crunch Wheel. Nice pack. Oh, Sewing Kit is pretty good. We can actually make some improvised head and hand wraps. Here's the thing. Raph was asked about a secret trailer during his big interview, and I think it's important we showcase it. Let's just go in a regular trailer with a bunch of dusty bunk beds, right? Nothing special about this place. It just looks run down and empty, right? Broken dreams, shattered everywhere. But wait. Could it be different if we went in underneath the handle here? Could it be Narnia? With jeans in it. It always provides.
This stuff will come in handy.
31%. But they're the good ones out there. But anytime you get some clothes, it's a pretty good endeavor. I do like sports, always have, and I've always liked sports games, Madden and 2K, so I had been waiting for college football to be ported to PC for Grissetti, I've been waiting for this day. I was stunned when I saw it. Because they still don't have things like UFC on PC either. I mean, at least more clothing this run. Yeah, we're finding the bright spots, right, Watchman? Since some guy, an unnamed gentleman, completely blew our last challenge run, we're all being super positive and celebrating our 31% genes that we find. Look at this mega torch. Did somebody say brat spots? I could do some grilling, love a good bratwurst. Nice. Okay, so right here, sometimes you'll see birch saplings in this little area. They're not there today. So we're going to be real quick about pretty much any looting or anything we do in this time because we're trying to get that hacksaw and we have to go all the way to Coastal for it. The first spot we're going to check is Quincy's Quonset gas station. And what was really good is after you get your bow made and everything, get your strategy implemented perfectly and then just blow it with an arrow shot over the bear's butt. That's how you win at this. Sometimes you'll see a fire striker in there if you get the PlayStation loot pool that we always seek. Lump after lump, we equip ourselves with the gloriousness of 20 Celsius per lump. And since this will be our only trip through this cave, and we don't plan on coming back to DP for the forge since we're on Loot Pool 4, so we're going to be forging in Forlorn Muskeg of all places. Across the frozen pond of danger. It'll give us an opportunity to keep moving, get more matches. And we have often found a stocked bunker. Usually we find it next to Dave's cave. Alright, we're going for Rose Hips, so we're taking the back route. This is normally where we'd go to get our maple checks. There's one over there by Stone Church, next to the Faithful Wolves. And then there's one up here on the left, on this little clearing. I mean, you could check Forge for some goodies. That's what we're thinking, Watchmen. We're going to look for Forge goodies. And more clothes over there. And the sad part is there are maples. There's 2 of them. Ah! Insult to injury right there. But hey, we have a bedroll. Yeah. Oh, they took my hips. Now they've done it. They're taking my hips. Yo, what's up, Naku? The music man. What is shaking with the Naku man? How's it going? Don't forget the feathers. We've been short on feathers. All right. That's a good, responsible plan. You know what sports games I've been waiting for over a decade to be on the PC? MLB The Show. I feel like it will never happen. I think what they're worried is that people who aren't signed up with the Players Association will have their names put in the game, and there's some sort of stop for those type of reasons, I think. But I gotta tell you, I really love the whole PC gaming world, and I'm very grateful to be a part of it. It's a good time. There's settings for footprints of all things. Bro Sips. I really like the NES Us Hockey game, also Arch Rivals. Oh my gosh, you're talking about the skinny guys and the fat guys. I actually know about that, Duncan. Nice pull. Oh, Quality Tools. That game is surprisingly good. We're talking about the classics now. I'll tell you what the strat is with that one, Dunk. Skinny guys are actually the best. Even though they're weaker and they get punked around, the speed makes up for it. It's the same thing with those security guards, man. Sometimes being nimble and having good cardio is the best weapon. Seems like that's part of the theme today. That's why I was shedding weight for the big battle, too, dropping lumps. If we had empanadas on the menu, that was one thing we definitely could have had. Empanadas would have kept us less encumbered, and we would have been more agile during that battle. So that's, of course, having your cooking skill a little more pushed along towards cooking 3. Sewing primer. I want to play Paperboy again. Amazing. Nice, Naku. I love Paperboy.
That'll come in handy.
87%. Okay. Got some boots. We're getting lump supplies like crazy, and we're headed to Coastal for our hacksaw. We do know if for some crazy reason we can't find maples, there's some here in DP, but it's most likely our maple spawn knowledge will yield us at least one over there in Coastal, and we can get it down. We've become quite used to getting this bow made, so I think we can do it. That's great that you call them the skinny and the fats. That's exactly what we called them.
Too much stuff to carry.
Scrap metal. We'll have to, of course, be acquiring a ton of scrap metal for our big forge in Forlorn. So we kind of look for toasters and little side lamps to make that happen. Now let's think about our warmth here. We're probably going to travel to the car. We do have a bedroll. We could sleep in the basement if we want to warm up over there too. Or the back of the cave over here to the right. I'll say even that I stink at this game, I still have a super good time. It's the best. It's beautiful and it's super difficult and awesome.
Can't feel my hands.
Okay, here's another thing that we should probably talk about. Nature calls. Let's get some rabbit mittens made. Can we get these guys to do some nature call around us? Get enough rabbit pelts to make some gloves. The best part about making clothes is that they'll be 99%, and you can guarantee they'll be at full strength.
Something's gotta go.
Oh, you guys are being sweet. Thank you. I'm hurt. Hold a high standard, you know? Standards of the summer. Alright, we sprint when it's the right moment Getting inside when you're dripping 20 health per hour is that time. Here we are. The basement. Excuse me, did you just say you stink? You're playing with the settings max while I play on Stalker. Are there any other mode than Loper? I don't know if that's rhetorical or not, Watchman. You seem like a veteran. I'll answer it literally, though, and say that there are. Like Naku just said, there's Stalker, and then there's Voyager, and of course, Misery. Okay, so it was a rhetorical. 99% t-shirt and socks. It's not bad. Wow. Okay. Wraps out at lunch.
I wonder if I can drop any.
Warmth bonus is at 4 Celsius. Still ridiculously low. Let's take a cheeky 1 hour with our super cool bedroll. Yeah. Ketchup chips. We always like to drink our Sprites first. Sodas are heavy, and we can't use them for teas or anything. Might as well. Trusty brand numbers are 12. We're back to living match to match here. No games with the trusty brand, no being flippant. Until we get a fire striker, maybe in Mystery Lake at the derailed trail car, or we get a mag lens or a stock bunker with a bunch of trusty brands in it. Let's go back in the Harris basement. Just tuning in. Nice, tribe. You like the Harris basement, huh? That's a underrated location, love, right there. Yeah, it's got a nice water heater over here, and it's still functioning. Even after the big disaster. Looks like they had some sort of heating or cooling unit, and they had a bunch of ragged socks left over. Can't beat it.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Sketchy. Blocking the wind. We always look at that swirl in the top middle of the screen to know that we're blocked. And then you'll see your down arrows on your temperature vital maybe have one less if you're blocking that wind periodically. Looks like we vacillate between 3 and 2 when we do that. Pretty awesome. But at least you can torn apart from the socks from cloth, same as t-shirt. You know, that's a great point, Watchman. I should have torn apart those clothes and made improvised head wraps.
I need to drop something.
That would have been wise, since we're traveling around and we're cold. Now we'll just have to tear apart our neighbor's curtains and make them over here. Alright, let's look for these saplings next to the commuter's lament. Okay, no maple or birch over here. Let's see if there's a ravaged deer for feathers, and we probably should just go ahead and light a fire. Oh, here we go. Looks like we got shorted on the ravage, though. Fire incoming.
Wait. I'm so cold. Warming up again.
So we had to make different plans because we can't sleep on the ice. And if we're going to use this cheeky bedroll, we had to get to snow. We're always checking the feels like number, and so once we threw a lump on at -5, it should pop it up to about 15 Celsius. Prepared reishi mushrooms. Tinder plug. 39 is a solid interloper run. Nice work. Hey, what's up, Lisa? How's it going? I'll see what you guys are talking about over there, but it sounds like some good work is happening. We got 4 tinder plugs. Maybe we'll make a few more responsible tinder. We got plenty of sticks. And then we'll maybe take a cheeky 1 hour. So I'm feeling pretty cheeky right now. He's not trying to sleep on the ice, is he? Narnia's perfectly fine, but I will not allow any ice sleeping. The bear can walk across it, but if you do, it's thin ice. Alright, these are all unjiggled and must be watched. The close eye. Heading into our first evening here on Great Bear. And it's beautiful, as always. Sometimes you get caught up in the beauty. You're supposed to be getting ready to hunt, doing a lot of cooking in your hunting tournament. You'd easily get distracted by the beauty of Great Bear. You'd be wise not to drink your reishi
Might
there
have to
and
drop
use
some gear.
some of the food and save your reishi for an antibiotics incident. We've been on the wrong end of a chocolate bar, and boy, I tell you, at this point, we've had just about every nonsense thing happen to us to end our runs. Chocolate bars included. Thanks, now starting all over again. Well, I've been there, Lisa. Been there. Right now, been there. So I'm gonna skip misanthropes. It breaks my heart, but I gotta go straight to the hacksaw. If there's time, I would love to loot it and the beach beside it. And usually the best beach spot I always find is right next to Jack Rabbit over there. So that's the real miss out. These are those moments when you get caught in the beauty. There's just miles of beautiful winter wonderland in front of you. These are those moments when you remember Astrid and you think about her the most. You think about her cool jeans and her furry boots. Think about how beautiful her fiery kind of red hair looks in the moonlight glow of Hush River Valley's vista. How we miss her so. That's what gets us up every day on this crazy island here with these haunted bears and everything. It's the hope. Gotta have it. We gotta have hope. We will find her again. we will find love. How's the last run end? I saw the stream pop up this morning, but couldn't tune in until now. I took too many screenshots here yesterday. Nice, Bean. Are you guys into the beauty as well? The boots with the fur. Holy crap, apple bottom jeans too. Yeah, it's nice out here, Bean. I'll tell you. Last run ended with a skill issue, tribe. It was an absolute jabroni fest. We were executing our strategy. Very rarely does it actually come to fruition that we're able to do the pincushion strat, and it was happening before our eyes. And then we heard that hacky karaoke song. Come sail away. Come sail away. And we sailed a shot. Straight over the bear's butt. It's heartbreaking. All right, let's tear up some of our neighbors' curtains. It's time to go double Davy in this piece.
Too heavy.
Oh! We probably got about an hour of daytime, and we should also go check for our hacksaw immediately over at Quincy's, because that'll kind of dictate what the next couple of hours will be for us. We're also keen on finding some big moose kicks, baby. That changes your first day or so like crazy.
Gotta be something useful in here.
Oh. Hey, don't get down on yourself. You missed your 7th shot on that bear. But you're gonna get him next time, man. You're a salmon and you swim upstream. Thanks, salmon. My friends are being really nice to me, and that's helping as well. And your words of encouragement give me the motivation I need. It looked a little camouflage. Did you guys even see this shirt?
Could end up being useful.
3 and 6. Wow, it's more windproof than this shirt, but it's less warmth than both of them. What do we think about that? I think we actually leave the red shirt of all things. As crazy as that is, the t-shirt is warmer. It's 98%. What a world. Alright, so now we have to basically box up this in the toaster and take it next door to Quincy's with us. And we're going to tear up some curtains on the way out. So we put these in our inventory. I'm trying to keep our match going since we got 12 here, so I lit a new torch. Okay, cloth numbers are at 4, and improvised head wrap takes 2. So we can make 2 Davy hats and throw them on right here in these 2 hat slots. All right, we're about to stink walk. Let's get real. Man, I can't even run. Holy, this is beautiful. All right, we're looking for the hacksaw out front. But we do have Summit Soda and Running River Oats. Go to the barrel.
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
That was a match accelerant use
Took
right
that
there.
pretty well.
I don't know if it was wise, but I did it. We're hanging on to our trusty brand with everything we got. Got Dusty Floor Potato as well. All right, fat, moldy coho salmon coming up. And speaking of coming down, have you guys ever wanted really good prices on appetizers before, but you didn't know where to go to get them? I might know just a spot.
Use this.
What is with all the t-shirts? Classic Raph. That was peak interloper behavior. The ghost of Felon Will embodied that fish for a moment to give motivation to current nameless Will. I think this is the butterfly Will. He's reborn. Like a sort of poltergeist situation, but with the ghost being a dead felon. Holy crap. Well, we got that dead felon on the grill right there. He'll be ready to eat in about 40 minutes. More things to do with spare time. All right, we always look under this bed and usually find one little piece of food there. Got plenty of Summit Soda.
Barely walk with this much gear.
Hope you guys like Sprite. That's all I got. I don't know if you guys are getting into cooking, grilling out. We've heard our boy Fire's been out there grilling for a while. It's about that time. The fresh smell of either Hank Hill's propane or nice charcoal. There's nothing like some good food cooked on the grill, I tell you. All right, we got to make our hats pretty soon. Summit Soda. 21 total still, right? That's it, tribe. We've had maybe one where we got up to 7, and then that last one we were about to hit our 7th shot. It was coming up. Felon Will, man, I'm telling you. You know, but the only way to do it, you have to be like a quarterback who just threw an interception, right? I have to put that interception behind me, realize I still have the ball to throw to everybody the rest of the game, mentally move past it, and realize that this goofball, butterfly, soft, bedroll having son of a gun with a plaid shirt is all we got. We're gonna have to do it. Have to make it happen.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Yeah, I'm trying to, Watchman. I gotta find a 30-minute thing where our fish won't burn, and I'm gonna make them up. There we go. Got about 14 left on this, and I'm thinking about hitting our other neighbor's house, and we're gonna have to go maybe in the nighttime to go check out the car. We have to go check the car for the hacksaw now. It's down the road, kind of, since it wasn't here at Quincy's. And then if it's not at the car, we're going up the mountain to the worst spot to find it in, the abandoned lookout. Okay, I'm gonna leave the rest of this so I can eat some peaches before we leave, and we have a heating mechanism for us. Oh, but the match! Ah! Too many things to think about! I didn't have enough fire to make my head wrap. Ran out of things. There's too much! Alright. Storm Lantern initiated. Let's continue. You gotta treat it like second quarter internship. Right there, we got 2 Celsius added to our warmth bonus, and we're in the mix, baby. The ghost of Felon Will. A lot of game ahead of you, gotta lock back in. That's it. I think you meant interception on internship. I'm putting... Oh! I don't even think I have the fish. No, I have the fish. Never mind. Let's continue. Oh no.
All this gear is slowing me down.
I'm freaking out! Oh my God. It's so beautiful.
My fingers feel numb.
Rats.
So cold. Just
All right, no drip.
that should help warm things up.
We have to go double lump. Aurora on day 0. Raph is out for you on this one. But Pac, I don't know if you saw, he gave me like 3 white t-shirts to warm me up. What a guy, right?
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
My best friend. I love how this game often gets streamers to just stop and admire the views. It was tough to deny when we were coming past that rock formation. Jump Scare Wolves absolutely love Coastal Town site, the way we use the snowbanks for cover. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, Reset. I try to avoid those blind spots. So I try to get height or walk along the top of the banks or things, knowing that they could try to attack us there using their ninja skills. Plus, it gave you that bedroll, so maybe not all the way out to get you. Yeah, it's keeping us warm. We're doing cheeky 1 hours. It's so cool. There's no way we would love to already have a maple curing by now. The moment I went down to sleep, the blizzard started. I can't cancel out of it.
Feels like a lot of gear.
Get to the car! Go faster! We're gonna lose another match. Rusty Brand down.
Looks like it worked.
Yeah, you're killing it, man. Let's get the torch to warm up faster. Oh no! Okay, so a few things just happened there. One thing that nobody heard, that's the good thing about it. And we also learned that there is no hacksaw here. So you bet your butt, we're traveling all the way up the mountain. This is Loopool 4 at its finest. The reason I'm such a Loopool 4 kind of detractor is for this very scene that you're seeing right before you. Man, all these Quincy wolves are going to be so aurorified by the time we get over here. Maybe my storm lantern will do something. Tough scenes, huh? We have to go to the abandoned lookout for the hacksaw. It's plain and simple. We'll check for, at the clearing up there, a maple, and sometimes you'll see birch there as well. So we're going to go up there and check it out. Just might take us a little bit of time. Can sometimes crouch around the side of a car and get a torch lit for the last few minutes of a fire. That's true, Bean. That is true.
Can't feel my feet.
This feels like a death sentence, man. They could be anywhere behind these snowbanks. We just talked about this. This might be a good time to get your shoes shined.
Goddamn freezing. That should help warm things up.
Get out of here. Man, there's so much going on. It's so beautiful out here. I'm kind of getting caught in it right here in the midst of a haunted wolf battle. He didn't seem to like when I threw the torch at him. He also was not intimidated. He was just angered by it. Look at his glowing eyes over there. That ain't right, man. That ain't right. The cheek. Oh, I see him now, but he doesn't see me. Some jabroni's trying to start a forest fire, but I can't find him. Okay, the Aurora is done now, so we can travel a little safer. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what the attack plan is. Get 'em, boys! Oh! I think we leave some lumps here in our neighbor's house, knowing that we have to come back down this hill to get out of town. So this house right here, one of our neighbor's houses here in Quincy's Quonset area. Once we get our hacksaw from the abandoned lookout, we're going to get the maple and bring it downhill with us. And this will be probably the spot that we pass by
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
before we head out of town towards the ravine. Okay. And this is probably going to be the location. We'll make a note about it. They hate the light. You can use the street lights. Quincy wolves are the worst. Yeah, I could use the street lights probably too. I'm not too versed in that. Okay, that lighten the load a bit, and getting rid of these toasters would also be wise. Whoa. So the toasters and the lumps are there for us when we come back down. Alright, the real things I need right now are big moose kicks, a cooking pot, and some warm clothes. Big moose kicks would give us 5 fat cups of coffee to drink while we're trying to get this situation taken care of. You can turn in that cardboard box for some cash. Really? I see a cooking pot. Running River oats are on the menu. Okay, I am back. Hello. Hey, what's up, Rig? Everything's been successful in your stead. You did not miss anything bad happen to me or any mistakes that I made. It's just been a day of no mistakes and good times. Alright, let's keep it going. Narrator, there were some mistakes. Oh, Pac, you weren't supposed to tell her. I'll tell you the one thing though, Pac. She was here at the...
I think I can use this.
Oh, worn combat pants. Heck yeah, let's see how warm these guys are. 0.3 Celsius. 1 Celsius right here. We're gonna put these bad boys on the inside, combat pants on the outside. There we go. Get warmer. Alright, let's get this toilet water.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Trusty brand inventory. 7 trusty brand to our name. So the trusty brand numbers are crazy. If I go to sleep, I might lose my fire and have to light another match here once the sun rises, but it will also be a little bit more conducive to traveling if we take a couple hours nap, get stronger, and prepare for the uphill battle. Carrying around way too much toilet water right now. Let's offload some of this. Combat pants are a great drawer find. They sure are. They're about 50%. And it's just good to, anytime you can get any clothes in this one that are missing from your outfit. So another set of underpants and 2 coats are still on the menu, and also maybe some Canadian toques or aviator hats or something. All right, if the wind dies down, we travel uphill. We're going to the abandoned lookout for a hacksaw, and we're cutting maple down the second we got it. Tin of sardines. Hey, you guys, if you guys ever get food poisoning, anytime you eat something low percentage after that, you always think a voice line's going to come and it's going to say you have the dreaded food poisoning. A few of the things we have learned is that food poisoning and trying to get rid of it, you have to take the proper antibiotics, I believe, and then sleep for 10 hours. You can't pass time to do it. You do have to sleep old school. But with broken ribs, you can pass time. So it's good to know. I can't tell. It seems like it's been bad weather all day out there. Okay, everybody remember, all of our important gear is here at the neighbor's house. All right, now we go uphill. Okay, now the tough thing about going up to this abandoned lookout is how disorienting traveling up here is. I put it off for a long time trying to learn it. There's about 3 or 4 switchbacks you have to hit to get to the right spots. And we just hit our first one around that acorn tree right there. If you look at it on a map, you can see it's very maze-like, and there's a lot of snow bends and things you gotta mess around. And here's the bear cave, of course, with always bones. I think this guy's always active.
Okay, who brought the dog?
Holy. Thank you, Reagan. Yeah, I was going to mention earlier that you've seen it all. You've seen us at even our absolute worst. If anybody out there thinks, man, this guy's a jabroni, well, we were even worse of a jabroni when we started. And Reagan's that type of guy, well, she'll stick by somebody at their most jabroni. It's a real testament to her character. They grew up so fast. She is an OG, and she means a lot to me. So the stone gambit didn't work. In my head, it went, despawn his aggression with a rock formation, fall off the side a little bit, then throw a stone. Turns out, I don't think that the fall off the side of the stone part was accomplished. And the stone did nothing. Like the goggles. You've always been 10 out of 10. Don't be humble. Thank you, Reagan. Thank you very much. Yeah. Up arrow outside. Thanks to Raph's plain white Hanes t-shirts he keeps giving us. And without a Discord, we do have that now, Reagan. It's true. We're there. We have surfed into the World Wide Web like people do when they go to Larone.net. We even have a Discord, too. We don't have a server, but we have the first part. But maybe you meant server, and maybe I'm wrong about this. Okay. I think the boardwalk is in this area is a safe zone for the bear if you can make it there. Thanks, Pac. That's great advice. A horse would never dare sneak up on us in a blizzard there. There's his feet. Bear evaded. All right, we're going to hit this switch back up here, and we're scouting the maple. There's a maple opportunity right next to the abandoned lookout on both sides, and then we have one in the clearing here. There's also birch opportunities up here in this clearing. Man, I'm telling you, Pack and Play, those things are just... they're so high fidelity, man. All joking aside, that might help. You might be able to track them easier. That high fidelity. I noticed some of the other things are kind of obstacles with better visuals. Okay, looks like we got skunked. Unless I missed the maple this time, I'm pretty sure we don't have any saplings over here. So our maple opportunities are going to come right next to the abandoned lookout. Let's keep going uphill. I have a feeling we're going to run into old Scruff up here. He usually guards the lookout. We continue our journey. There's a heat wave in real life, but it's freezing cold out here on Great Bear Island. Are you cool enough yet? That last will met his maker by a bear. After a jabroni missed a shot, this one seems to be headed down the same path of despair. What will happen this summer? Will things get better? Probably not. Okay, I'm going to look for maple opportunities here on the left. I think they're up here on the hill. I remember we looked at the map last time and we saw a maple on each side of the abandoned lookout entranceways, left and right. And I'm pretty sure we're close to where the maple could be. This is a mapleless world. We're gonna have to check on the left side of things. There's the old wolf we've been waiting for. Yeah, I'm thinking on the way out we have to go left that way some way to check for that other maple. And we should be getting the hacksaw up here, if our research is correct. This is the abandoned lookout. Rose hips. Benefit to resting and traveling at this warm part of the day is that we're actually able to stay outside longer. We would have went last night, probably about a little time. Thank you, Pack, for those rose hips. My man. All right. Trusty brand. Dog food. All right, and now the big traveling reason right here, baby. Ooh.
Just what I need.
That is just what you need. We've been all over town looking for this thing, even multiple towns. All right, we're gonna celebrate with some 31% maple syrup and a fat nap to warm up. Hacksaw hype for sure, my friend. We're doing it big. You guys are the best, man. All right, about a couple hours left of sunlight. We gotta go scout our maple out. We do have more trusty brand now. So, since I've never found a maple at the spot we're looking for, we're gonna need to make sure that we re-ingratiate ourselves with the spawn location. Busting out the coastal highway map, this is where we are right here, the abandoned lookout. So I guess we just kind of go back out here past the wolf, take a left, and then there might be a maple on this little corner right there. That's one of our best opportunities to get this thing. Because we didn't hit this one, and we didn't see either the birch or the maple right here. So it'd be great to get one here and have a nice early maple. We're not going to be doing too much curing because we're traveling westward across coastal. What we're going to do is maybe find a maple, maybe head down the hill here and get back to our neighbor's house, and then we're headed westward. Boy, it'd be nice to know the route to be able to go this way. Which seems pretty obvious. You just go down there. But we left all those lumps at our neighbor's house. Torn between lumps, you know? It would have taken us forever to get up this hill without that offloading of our encumberation. Alright, let's scout a new maple spot. We know at this point we know pretty much every maple spot in town. Oh! That was one of the worst ones back. Oh! I hear screams that only the bear who actually takes me out in real life will hear. These wolves are brutal. Wasn't there a maple the entrance to coastal to crumbling? Normally there would be, Versetti. We looked there when we got to town and it actually wasn't there. The 2 maples that we did see are back in DP. We're trying not to backtrack too much. Yeah, that one got me. Holy. Startled you so hard you wasted a match. Yeah, I didn't think too many people heard that one, so I wasn't going to bring it up, but I did. And also, at this point, I'm like, I don't even care about that match. That one scared the crap out of me. I don't like to be flippant with my trusty brand, but man, I'm happy to be alive. Okay, so this is kind of where I think that spot was here. This area right here. And I think we got skunked again. I've had it with you, man. Alright, so now what we have to do is recover our lumps and head westward to get some more maple opportunities. We have a little island next to Jackrabbit we can check. And then the Bear Creek campgrounds. People say this isn't a horror game, but moments like that will scare the life out of you. I'll tell you, Versetti, I think moments like that are a big reason why this game is so great. You could be playing on max level nerd settings, and it still gets you. I'm still kind of recovering from that moment. We got this amnesia wolf over here. I was playing through story mode, and the first time the phone rang, it gave me a heart attack. Not having it from that guy anymore. I have zoomies. Yeah, and he has a magnet. And apparently we have the minus to his plus end of the magnet. Okay, that's where the clearing is up there. You can see all the high fidelity footprints. Let's see if we can goat down the rest of this thing, get back to our neighbor's house, recover our lumps, and head westward. I cannot see. I think there's the acorn tree we're going to loop around. This is our first switchback. And our neighbor's house should be right over the hill. Okay, let's go inside. Let's do it. Grab our lumps and we're going during the last warm hour or two of this day. As far as the toasters,
This pack is getting
it's
kinda
becoming
heavy.
a ritual dance between you two. Let's see, with the last bit of light here, if we can get these broken down here. Nice. What about this? Beautiful. Hey, what's up, QC? How are you, my friend? Good afternoon. We're just going around here in this perfectly clear visibility past a bear and some crazy wolves. You know how it is. And I had the life scared out of me. That was pretty
Barely
intense.
walk with this much gear.
One life to live. General Hospital. They're gonna put me in the General Hospital if I get too many more of those. Are any of these soap opera bits hitting for you?
All right.
Okay, we're having way too many close calls right now. It's like day one. They're coming after me. Raph's all finished up with his big interview. Now he's back in the command chair, spiting all of us on our journeys through Great Bear. Let's get some Running River oats going in this place. Sounds like my dog when I take away his pup cycle ball. Oh my. He growls at you, huh? Prepared acorns.
It's starting to weigh me down.
Yeah. Alright, we're pulling torches and we're going. We still gotta cut down this maple, so we can't take our foot off the gas until that thing is chopped and curing. It's not too bad of a situation if we find it on the west end at the Bear Creek campground, for the simple fact that we're not going to be doing anything but traveling, so it's not going to have too much time to cure. It would be great to find it there and then sleep at Rabbit Grove and do a little micro cure until we get over to Mystery Lake where the bow will be made. We're super slow again now that we have all of our lumps. And lumps are life, baby. It's a necessary slow. Woo. Yeah, dogs are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind having a dog in the future. I think pretty much I've never met a jerk dog. They're all pretty great. There's probably some that have been through some times that might be a little tough.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
I think if I could pick any type of dog, I don't know, because I don't want to make other dogs feel bad by saying another dog is good for me or anything. But I do think that a golden retriever seems pretty awesome. I've never personally ever had a dog, but I think the idea of a genius dog who's very nice sounds pretty cool. He can open doors and help me do my taxes or something. All right, let's continue. We're going to find a maple. It's a slow journey throughout the town, encumbered by coal, dreams shattered, clothes tattered. All right, we're coming up on the Magic Blue trailer here on the left at the log sort area. It's usually a good source of a ravaged deer where you can get cured guts or uncured guts that stink. Probably what would be great for us is to get our guts from either the ravine or the Bear Creek campground so we don't have to do too much stink walking through coastal. Mother of all. Yeah, Raph is absolutely not on vacation. I think he's laughing, sitting in a really nice chair right now. I think he's got his hands like this. And he's sitting back laughing, holding his belly, his belly full of salad. Another Aurora Lurbia. This is crazy. I see like a haunted green looking grass next to the blue trailer. It's kind of scared me. Okay, it's coming from the street lights. The torch goes out. You guys believe in whimsy? Do you guys believe in the unseen? Do you believe in things coming to life?
This gear is slowing me down.
Just when you thought it wasn't gonna get magical, it is gonna get magical. Look, this is just a normal trailer here. Nothing crazy is gonna happen in here that would be wild, right? I have two dogs, a Cocker Spaniel and a Catula. Well, I'll have to look up what a Catula is. It sounds like maybe a small dog, though. Similar to a Chihuahua, maybe. Oh, tin of sardines. Hey, Neo, I got a question for you. Do you believe in whimsy? Are you a person who believes that things could just show up? Well, get ready, because this is when it's going down. These are just normal bunk beds, and this is just a normal shelf. Now, if I move this shelf, are you telling me that a plastic container, potentially full of beef jerky, is going to show up on that second row? No. Lap-sized dog. Oh. Well, how about that? Okay, nothing. But a plastic container did show up. Exciting, right? Now, look at these beds. If I move these beds, they're not going to have anything happen. Or are they? You ready to believe in magic? Who is this? Okay, they didn't have anything on them. But now if you're telling me that's all the magic, I would still say that's pretty crazy. What if I told you there might even be a little bit more in this trailer? I know. Hope you're sitting down, Pack. You ready? The chonker arrives. Oh! Okay, they didn't have anything on them, but it was still very cool and awesome. Summit soda. Claw. Okay, so I think what we should do is probably go down for an hour or two's worth of rest at a minimum, and then keep the sprint going towards our maple. Looks like we lost about 1 day on the maple situation due to the loop pool, but we're going to adapt and rise to the occasion. Hit of sardines. Catahoula is how it's pronounced. It's a dog breed originated in South Louisiana. Oh, you got a local boy on hand. Nice. Maybe the Catahoula is good at hunting and recovering like a hound would be when you guys go duck hunting and stuff. Dang, they died broke. Nailed it. Oh, excellent, Neo. Yeah, I have. I'm interested in dogs and cats a lot for some odd reason. I like their origin stories and things. So dogs were basically wolves who realized it was better to put up with humans' nonsense so that they could have food provided for them by the human. If sometimes you'll put a wolf in there and he'll look to get the food that's out of his reach the whole time by himself. But other wolves would look to us and be like, hey, can you help? And those wolves became the dogs. I think it was a good choice by them. They just put up with us, and they get free steak all the time in the form of kibble and things. They even have some fancy foods, man. You'll go through like a Costco or something, you'll see these, like a cooler for dog food. It's like dignified chicken breasts and Allen's Cave food for your animals. Some people will really give them some nice things. Maybe you're one of those high society dogs. What's really crazy is when we sit back and think about it, there's probably some dogs and cats out there that are treated better than us. All right, we ready to get a move on? The Aurora's done.
Feels like a lot of gear.
I'll say because we haven't seen too many Ravage, we're going to be way behind on feathers. I'm actually spotting over here for feathers over everything. We're looking at the Ravaged here. Have a Ravaged here? Rats. No Ravage. Grandpa Simpson strat. We're going back in the blue trailer for an hour. We lost half of our temperature immediately. Just another 1 hour sleep. And then we're headed west. Let's do it.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Uno mas. This trailer's just so darn whimsical. Can't believe it. Alright, we ride.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
We're still in the cold morning right now. We're looking for our first, pretty much anything. We don't have guts, maple, or birch at this point. We head west. I know what you guys are thinking. You're all thinking, Wow, Mario Lopez is super cool. And I would tell you guys, I think you're right. And everybody knows that movie starring him and Tony Danza on the Hallmark Channel is going to be great this Christmas. I'm guessing that Mario Lopez is part of the love triangle. He's going to be one of the two suitors for the local gal who's making everybody realize it's the Christmas season. And then Tony Danza might be one of the dads. Zach is cooler. Well, he is cool, Neo. That's true. He is Franklin and Bash. He's good in the courtroom, you know? But we're all going to get together with the family during this holiday season and watch the ridiculous Christmas movie starring Tony Danza and Mario Lopez. It's a must watch. And, you know, I know you like Zach a lot, Neo. Those guys were good friends on the show. So if you like Zach, you pretty much like Mario Lopez the same. We're taking a drip at 20 per hour till this fire gets lit and stabilized.
Come on. Well, thank goodness for that.
Double up. I would say as far as random number generation goes, we've been getting our butt whooped. I sit in my chair per design. Oh my gosh, Neo. Neo's in a bit of a rebellious stage right now. He's kind of like James Dean. He's going the other way with everything. What a rebel. And he has absolutely no cause. And he wears a white t-shirt because Raph only gives those out here on the island. And then he rolls up a cigarette pack in the sleeve. Who even knows if he does smoke? But he has that carton in there. He looks cool. And he rides his car through the drain of the town. Through the big drain, like from Terminator 2. A few more tinder, and we're leaving with this dusty floor potato as a heating mechanism.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
I don't know, man. We might have to. We have a lot of traveling. These lumps are saving everything. Let's ride. Slowly. Okay. We're going across this town, past these wolves, and we're checking for maple spots. There's two small little islands here off of Jackrabbit. one of them could contain a maple spawn. It's pretty rare, but it does show up there. Might be worth a check over there for it. And then we're going up to Bear Creek Campground for the ones that are up high. I think we'll also have to look for all the birch spots the whole time we're over here. There's one at the far end of the highway. There's one next to the Bear's Cave. And then there's some up the hill there towards the ravine exit. We're pretty much having to hit all these spots now since we've been striking out at the other ones.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Nice. Okay, it's less warm than our thing here, but it's more waterproof, and it's going to deteriorate far slower than the Davy Crockett hat. Let's hope we get some... Oh!
This'll come in.
74%. Excellent. Warmth bonus, 7 Celsius. Still pretty weak. It's just the beginning, though. We're going to have plenty of safes and outfits to acquire on all of our travels. We're checking this small island here for a maple, and then we'll look across to the other island over there to see if we can see a birch sapling. A maple spawns here and a birch on that one. Heavy anticipation. All right, here we go. Big moment. Come on, Maple. And the maple is not here. So it would probably be like right in this area right here. Let's see if we can see. I do think we have a birch sapling over here, though. It's a bit off the beaten path, but we'll grab it. We don't have any birch saplings, and we're going to want to make a ton of arrows. Last time we had a good, healthy 10 or 12 for the first bear hunt, and we got up to 6, going on 7 shots into that first bear. I don't believe that they can take that much damage beyond 7. But it's good to have about 10 for that first hunt. Let's grab our birch. First sapling. Saplings are always an initiator of course, sapling height. So I think we'll just keep continuing down this way, because we have to go to all the sapling locations. So we're going to hit that west one first and try to do some beachcombing. The first sapling we're checking for is right when you cross the bridge. There'll be stuff on the right side of the road there that you can look up and see if there'll be a sapling over there. Nothing on the beach. The water does look pretty serious. Footprints aren't the only thing. You can see the waves crashing upon coastal highway shores.
My head feels big.
Another nice thing about the fishing huts I mentioned before, decent amount of scrap metal sometimes when you kind of look around. We continue our journey very slowly, but we got plans. Spot fire for warm up. Maybe make a couple of our teas.
Come on. Die if I don't warm up soon.
Might have been wise to do this fire in the fishing thing, do a cheeky 1 hour. Been trying to keep the torch in my hand until my temperature stabilizes, since it gives you 2 Celsius bonus. Prevent that little drip from happening. Right now our health is at a pretty stable 75, and I'll take it. Responsibilities. Okay, so here's what we need to do. We need to come up with a solid plan after the saplings. We're going to go in there and we're going to get the hammer from the usual spots in the ravine. Maybe at the busted down train car or something like that. So I think we need to take a quick Bezos and then we'll pull up the maps and kind of detail this next string of things that we're up to here. Quick Bays. Plan initiated right now. Here's what we got. We are kind of in the middle of the ice over here in this area. This is the birch that I want to check for down here. We'll check for this guy, and we're definitely going to have to check for the solo maple that hangs out here. This kind of a loner maple that hangs out in a very odd, unique clearing over here. It's very tough to get to. We're going to have to check for that since we don't have a maple yet, and we're going to get this birch hopefully too, to go with the one we just found. Then we continue up this way towards this birch next to the bear cave, and then we're going to get ravaged guts from the deer up here at the campground hopefully. And then a maple opportunity up on the clearing as well. So that's 2 of those right there. Rabbit Grove offers us a place to rest. And there's another maple over here next to the burnt down cabin we're not going to forget about, hopefully. We grab all these cattails, check for this other birch and maple sapling here. And those should be enough of an opportunity to get a bunch of stuff for us. And get it all together and get over there to the ravine where we're going to make birch teas. Grab our heavy hammer and get us set up in Mystery Lake to make the bow and run them up. At least that's the hope. That is the hope. This is tough scenes, huh? We got it. Got it. All right, I'll be right back. Are you ready to acquire saplings? Are you ready to travel? Ready to reflect upon the shadows being cast by Great Bear Island? Are you ready to live and survive? This summer, it is the biggest jabroni in the world trying to do everything he can to finish the hardest challenge ever. Will it happen? Probably never. Will he keep trying? Well, he doesn't have much else going on, so probably. This summer, it is the Jabroni Hour. Alright, I don't know what I'm talking about, guys. I'm still coping over the loss of, that hero. And I'm trying my best to move ahead. Herbal tea. All right, we're going to drink a heating mechanism and we're moving for more saps. Let's do it. Onward we go. I hope you guys are having a fantastic Tuesday. The week has started. We're trying to storm the steeds the best way we can, you know? Okay, up here on our right will be the birch sapling, and then if we go up the hill, the loner maple will be over there. Okay, we have a birch. More arrow opportunities are coming. I see the birch. I don't know if you guys have had a chance, but there is a cool Steam sale going on right now, and they have a bunch of cool games that you could get that have maybe been in your cart or on your watch list for a while. So you could go over to Steam right now during the summer sale and get some cool deals on your the titles you've been looking for. You left the map up on the screen. Thank you, Versetti. Thank you, bud. All right, so if we get over this little clearing here, we should see the loner maple opportunity. He'll just be kind of hanging out there by himself. We've done it. The loner maple once again comes through.
Could eat anything right now.
I think I need to get those feathers from that ravage, too. Getting a bit hungry out here. Maple Height, baby. The Loner Maple. Okay, let's go. Day by day, step by step, we ride roller coasters in the opening theme song of our show. We let a karate guy live in the backyard in a van, and my wife is a hairdresser. I am, of course, Patrick Duffy, the stud muffin who stands in front of cool fences. Oh! All right, now we follow the river upwards. Looking for cattail dreams and more birch saps. And then we're hoping that that ravaged provides us with the guts next to the rabbit cabin, and we'll get a little bit of rest there. We are in the nice warm traveling part of the day. And we have a bedroll in case we want to take cheeky sleeps between here and when we get to the ravine, which is a lot of journeying. Must journey through the world. We must make it happen. Okay, we got birch saps next to the bear cave. Now things are starting to work out. He could only withhold from us for so long before it was becoming too obvious that he had it out for us. Look at this. Bang, bang. Yeah, so I did get something at the Steam sale. It was pretty cool. And I'm excited about it. There's something I got that I've never even tried, and there's some other cool stuff there that's exciting, and I'm playing it close to the chest because who knows? You might just see some of it. All right, we're getting these cattails. And they're glorious. They're, of course, cattail dreams. All right, cattails, cured guts out of the deer. We move forward. I'm getting slightly hungry. Might go in there and grab a banana or something too here in a little bit. Cattail dreams. All right. I do hear some crows, so I think we might have the ravaged up here to grab these guts out of. Maybe we take a deer steak snack as well. Now here's the only other option, is getting the ravaged deer from the deer in the ravine and just doing it there, given the fact that we're probably not doing much curing between here and there. So the downside, of course, to bringing the guts with us on this journey is that we might run into a couple wolves and they might lose a little bit of condition. How's them steeds storming? That's going pretty good, Dunk. We're just doing gut contemplation. I'm actually thinking about implementing one of your previous strats for this little run we got with regards to getting the guts right there next to the ravine, given the fact that we're probably not going to be doing too much curing between here and there because we're trying to move forward during a warm part of the day. Right now, it's good traveling, so we might just do our gut-related activities at the ravaged at the ravine and then throw it all in there. This is tough for me to pass up this ravaged. Hopefully the calculation will be on our side. We're trying to travel during the warm. We got our bedroll for the cheeks if we need on the way. Let's continue. So I didn't even mention it, but there's maple opportunities up there on that shelf. If we didn't get the loner maple, then we would definitely have been looking up there for those maple opportunities. One thing Raph said in the interview is no more story mode. Gonna be Tales type stuff from here. So I'm guessing the Tales are like side quest type things, not part of one big linear story. I've always heard about the Tales, but I still have no clue what they even mean.
So hungry to live life.
Trying to keep that streak of calories in our belly over here. I also kind of wanted to go around this area. It's a bit sketchy going this way. Trying to check for the saps. Oh, I see a sap. A maple in the distance. And my guy heading home. I will pop back when I get there. Stay alive, Larone. Sorry, wrong account. No problem, QC. You travel safely, my friend. We had another DJ in here. You would have loved it. Okay, I didn't see any more birch saps. Just one other maple over here on this side. So I think we're just going to be good with our 4 or so birch. That should give us a good amount of early arrows there, about 12 or so, which could get us through the hunt if we can recover them all pretty well throughout the journey. The tales are side quests you can do in survival mode. You get challenge badges and a really good feat for doing the Far Territory one. Oh, that's pretty cool. And some good items depending on difficulty. The Far Territory one takes you to some really interesting places, including a hidden lab in Langston Mine. Yeah. And I'll tell you, Lurby, I've been trying to take my time getting through this game because I can tell how amazing it is. And I kind of want to keep it undiscovered in something. So I love that we've only played sandbox mode for so long, and there's so much more we could do if we ever have a rainy day and we want to do these tales and things. I hope that those who like the story mode aren't too sad about the news that he's only going to be doing the tales from now on. But maybe it's because there was so much drama.
Wait. I'm so cold and warming up again.
Maybe he can't handle the heat, so he's trying to stay out of the kitchen. Because it sure seemed to upset a lot of folks when he puts out that story. A lot of people get in their feelings. You know what I'm saying?
Come on.
Well, they got a story. It's just here in survival. Oh, the side quests are in survival. You go and get notes and audio logs and stuff on quests. I think I've seen some stuff like that, Dunk, and some of the little notes you find around the island. I finished them. Oh, nice. Larone, you have to get that settled mine feat, man. Yeah, I do. I think I only have about 2 feats right now. I have Snow Walker, Free Runner, and Fire Master. I'm really hoping we get Cold Fusion at some point, but we've been sitting at these percentages for so long because we always play custom loot pools. Really, the only opportunity we had to earn towards our feats was when we did the bear hunting tournament and we were on regular interloper. Boy, how I miss those days when I could count on getting my HP drained and then 50 condition would just come back overnight, as if from the most beautiful slumber of the cattail dreams. Nah, we'll be productive. We got things to do.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
Yeah. Herbal tea. Yeah, man, I have to credit you because you made me play Interloper. Well, I hope you're enjoying it, QC. You gotta go find the bow. You gotta make that bow nowadays. But I'll tell you, I started on Stalker myself for a couple runs, and I definitely enjoyed the bow more once I got used to it. It's just about the whole schlep of putting it together that some might find pretty daunting. And that people like the tail stuff better, yes. Raph said it's not economically sound to do story mode because it's way more intensive. Yeah, I could see that. So I'm trying to remember how it all started. I think he made a story mode game, and then the sandbox mode was a spin-off because people were asking for it. And then that's probably what became like there was two things on the road instead of one. And he was just running parallel with those for God knows how long, basically up till last month. There's a lot of pressure on the Hinterland squad.
I need to find food.
Man, I should have put more firewood on this thing. This is kind of
All this
jabroni.
gear is slowing me down.
Yeah. Well. All right, cheek. On with the cheekness. Yep, that's it. Oh! Nice. That could have been way worse for us. I'll take it. Interloper's no jerk. I have the bow, I have arrows. I have the cold fusion and settle mine, and I'm struggling. You just take your time, bud. You'll get it. The best way to survive the island is to keep on traveling to it. I'm a story mode fan, but the story is done now, and I'm looking forward to new survival mode DLC.
Feels like a lot
Holy
of gear.
crap. So yeah, I'm trying to remember, Duncan mentioned earlier something about DLCs coming or something like that. I'll tell you, the way video games have a business model nowadays is wild. I have a game I got for $3, and I bought a DLC for it yesterday for $7.50. So it's like very strange that the base game is $3 and the main game, or the spin-off of it, like a little portion that you add to it, is $7. Very strange. But, you know, things change in this world, and we can either yell at people and tell them to get off our lawn, or we can just deal with it. Business models are wild. Like The Sims. The Sims is free, but you probably pay $1 trillion to get the add-ons to it now. They went with the Fortnite business model. Trick you into buying outfits. Holy. Alright, we just went across the Raven Falls Trestles. You can tell it's pretty wild and beautiful up here. And pretty intense. I'm excited for the 2 new DLCs coming, but what they are hasn't been announced. Part 1, the marshmallows. Part 2, the donkeys. I'm guessing that we asked him about co-op for Black Frost during the interview, and he was probably vague. Oh, there might be co-op, but there also might not be co-op. Oh, really? If we asked him about toilet water and desolation, we had to have asked him about co-op. I guess it's to tide them over while they work on Black Frost. Yeah, and, you know, that's pretty nice to tide people over. I guess he is tiding people over with a DLC that will cost some bucks, though. So there's that. I think co-op was already announced. I don't think there's a question. That's it. That is going to be so cool. We're going to storm the steeds together. I'm seriously going to just clear out the schedule for like 5 days or so when the game drops. And we're just going to get bacon cheeseburgers, coffee. You know, some of you guys out there might be getting some energy drinks together. We're all going to go to the store like there's a blizzard coming, and we're getting toilet paper and milk. We're going to get all kinds of nerd food, like frozen pizzas. Stock up like we're playing the Whiteout Challenge, and bang, boom, it's on. We're going to storm so many steeds. You know what else I think we should do is make our calendar, because I think some of us have given predictions as to when we think Black Frost is coming. We start to have a prediction calendar as to when it's going to drop. A lot of us think it's going to be about a year after the actual date that is quoted to us. Okay, so it hasn't been mentioned yet, but we are here at the Glorious Ravine. This is actually a place where there's no bad guys, so you can kind of walk around a little safer. You can mention Mario Lopez without having to look over your shoulder here in the ravine. What freedom? You always know what to say, don't? So here we are at the Glorious Ravine. It's a bit of a foggy day, but don't worry. During the yellow overcast fog weather is actually some of the warmest weather, and it won't be too bad for us. So our goals are pretty simple. We're looking for the hammer in all the spots. We have a train car up here that we can check. We have a cave right here to the right. That'll be something we want to look at. And maybe the lower cave might have it too. There's about 3 spots here in the ravine we'll be looking for the hammer. If they tell us the only spot to look is down that giant rope climb where the stem is and everything, we're not doing it, and we're getting the hammer from trappers. You might ask yourself, you know, these things are weird and hard to find. How do you know? Well, when a man fades into the long dark so often, he starts to memorize these things because he's scarred. And that's all he has is the memories of where his former hammer spawned. All right, let's get into this cave. We'll do a little warm up. Reishi mushrooms. Alright, now we're taking the drip. We gotta get in this cave and warm up. We're losing 20 health per hour. We'll get these reishi mushrooms when we leave and we're warm. Tomato soup. First hammer opportunity in the ravine. Not happening. I think the hammer would be nestled kind of right there next to the bag.
Dusk. Night can't be far behind.
Light it up. Okay, so maybe a cheeky 1 hour, or we do a lump fire to use the sunlight so it's easier to see the birch tonight.
Well, that could work.
Because we're kind of losing sunlight on this day here. I think we got maybe 1 or 2 hours left. We might want to stay at it and pump a few lumps into this thing so we speed up our heat up and we can get out there with high visibility from the sun.
That did it.
Still smashing these cans open too. Unsavory practice. Alright, we're warming up fast. Since the sun's going down, we opted to not do a cheeky so we don't lose the sunlight, and we're going to drink a heating mechanism right now. Tactical situations. I don't know if that was the move, but we're doing it. We seek the heavy hammer, more birch bark, and different things like that. Some reishi mushrooms on these stumps, too. Our feather numbers feel pretty weak right now. We got 5 feathers and 4 scrap. All that is kind of low. But we do have a bunch of scrap metal at the dam. I remember that. There's a ton of little lamps there. So your Loophole 4 forge is always got a security blanket there at the dam for you to get a bunch of scrap metal. But as far as feathers go, we're going to have to definitely stay on top of it. Every ravage we've seen, we've tried to get them. There hasn't been too many. I heard there'll be a Mac at the dam, too. Oh, you heard that? I think I might have heard something similar to that, too. Those exclusive lockers are going to be full of cool clothes, like underpants and jackets. I think we have a jacket opportunity at Forlorn Muskeg Forge location. I usually find shoes there too, but I think a jacket will spawn. So that's 2 more safes for us, and a couple bunker actions too. The Dave's Cave bunker, which has seemed to hit a lot of home runs for us. I've been thinking about pre-cured items, because right now we have no cured maple or no cured guts, because both those are for the bow, and then other cured things are allowed on the rule set. I have thought about making every cured item off the list. It's still up for debate a little bit. I just think it would be cool to have to kind of cure all your stuff. And if you go to one of those stock bunkers, sometimes you'll see some cured stuff, and you could use that. Let's keep these calories in our belly. Moldy granola bar. All right, we got a couple feather opportunities. Beautiful. Not sure what we're doing about this ankle. No responsible bandages in sight. Might be Robert Kraft in a couple. Limpin' Willie. Holy. I tell you, I get no respect. That's what she calls me, you know.
Damn, that's smarts.
I won't. It's not Friday. It's not time to get crass and make Rodney Dangerfield jokes about Limpin' Willie, but I think we can all connect the dots pretty. Also, beachcombing. And this whole
But I'll make it.
push forward to be able to see the birch bark. We're losing light. It's getting dark. Okay, this whole limping thing is kind of ridiculous. I just want to sleep off the sprain and tiredness and have a rematch with Ravine in the morning. Yeah, we might. But now that we have this brown grass, we'll be trying to look through that for the Ravine birch as well.
Damn, that's smarts.
Will.
Damn, that's smarts.
Oh, man. You're smarts. The only thing smart around here, Will. You know, no matter what we do, we end up going 2 miles an hour. With our broken ribs and our busted ankles. Just limping around.
That guy who drank his own.
Cattail Dreams. Yeah, I would say the one thing about these DLCs coming out is that I hope that they don't impede any of the progress towards the sequel. And I would say this too. I would still love some love here on this TLD with some quality of life updates on some of the bug fixes.
Feels so good.
You could leave Narnia, but some of these other things we can still keep tweaking, right? Maybe stuff added to the radial that's hot automatically through a setting in the options in the pause screen.
We need to find some place to escape this cold.
Never having birch bark because of the alphabetical stuff on your fire starting. All that would be cool.
Feels so good. Feeling so drained.
Cattail Dreams. So, just a quality of life update, you know. Just fix the bear by Trapper's Cabin and the Three Strikes bear in Pleasant Valley. A few stuff like that. Also, if you're trying to do the hardest hunting tournament in the world, carry around 1.5 liters of dirty water with you.
I could barely walk with it.
Stinky Streamer Girl bath water. Yeah, that's worth shaking your head at, buddy. That was a disgrace. Cheeky. Another Aurora. I know, Lurbia. This is crazy. I think this is every night now.
I need snow if the hypothermia won't kill me. It's starting to weigh me down. Smarts a bit.
Blazing speeds. Alright, this is a big opportunity for the hammer in this train car up here. It can save us a little bit of time so we don't have to go down to Trappers. We could just circle back to the dam after checking the Prepper's cache next to Dave's Cave. Where you guys might want to go if you're looking for greasy onion ring towers. I think we got red tools. Oh my. Jabroni hour with my carry capacity. Well, hits keep on coming. We're going to Trappist. We're getting some great stuff out of that safe, though, I heard. Did you hear anything about that? I think that's what's happening. Could use another cheeky 1 hour. This full steam ahead plan might have not have been it.
I'd lay down right here if I thought I'd ever wake up again.
We're gonna do a trusty brand inventory here and see exactly what we're sitting at with the matches. We have a fire striker opportunity for us here once we get to Mystery Lake at one of the busted train cars along the rails. If you're on Loophole 4 and you're going down the main rails of Mystery Lake, you'll see a red train car maybe with a ravaged deer outside, and that'll be one of the things you could check for a fire striker. Last time we were here in Mystery Lake, we made nature call on a deer, and it just so happened that deer was on a slope where we couldn't start a fire. We did start a fire downhill from him and ended up not being able to get up the hill. It was quite a spectacle. It's the stuff that happens when you mess around in this thing. And we just decided to cut our losses and keep moving. I think it was the wise choice.
That did it.
Gee. Loophole 4, baby. Jeez.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
I dropped that deer on an impossible slope. You're supposed to drop the man, not the deer. Always great. All right, our insanely slow journey through the ravine continues. We're looking for all pieces of birch bark here in the night, in the moonlit, aurora-lit sky. Light pollution doesn't exist in the galactic world of Great Bear Island. You can see every notch on Orion's belt, every piece of milk dripping down the side of the Big Dipper. And that's about all the constellation tidbits I have. I know two. Let's see what else we got. I think there's a lion up there somewhere. Yeah, his fingers feel numb right now. Herbal tea. This is painful. telling you, man. Boy moves like molasses.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Man's got lumps. And he carries dirty bathwater, too. All right, we got our ravaged up here. This is where our cured guts are going to come from. I think we might have to do some sleeping in our bedroll in the cave. Not sure how warm it'll be in the back. We'll check. We, of course, could use lumps. We got plenty of them, as you can tell by our 1 mile an hour walking speed. All right, we're taking the drip.
Freezing.
The dreaded drip. Go.
Too tired to think straight.
All right, we're taking the double drip. Getting way too flippant with these trusty brands. Small arms handbook.
Right about now.
Hey dude, I lost the run. Oh, I'm sorry, Skabura, but it's great to see a legend like you in the mix. I was telling tales of your greatness earlier, my friend. It's good to see you, Skabura.
It worked.
Gotta make sure we keep the well fed with cattails in our belly. We'll wake up after this cheek and do some deer stuff. A minimum of 1 to 2 cheeks. I lost to a glitch wolf. Man, that's tough. He told everybody how you DQ'd. Well, Duncan, now you're back to being old Dunk. Here we go. Glitch wolves are tough, bud. You're on day 11?
I'm gonna need to eat something.
3 bears, 30 wolves, 1 moose. You had over 20 shots? You had 21 shots? Oh my gosh! You should have just chilled, Skabura. That's as far as any man has come in this. Wow. Great work. You went for the gold. Our story has been a little bit less ceremonious. The wolf started howling, barking at the same time, and then charged like crazy. Man. Unbelievable that on day 11 you had all that progress, too. Great work. You're going to be up on the leaderboard real soon. I got to start using my WASD to mess around. Howl, HLC, bark, HIC, howl, HIC, charge. Guessing those were hiccups. I've seen him freaking out like that before.
Turned out pretty well.
Mm-hmm. You're doing awesome, man. I'm still cold.
Can't feel my feet.
The part I hate about this challenge is that I cannot save before I start hunting. Yeah, that old detail, huh? R.I.P. Lump. Probably could have been micro harvesting our curables. Let's get to it. Micro curing our curables. I'm sorry. What day are you? I'm scared to tell you, Scaburo. I think it's like 3 or 4. Really? You tight to the purse? Tight to the purse, huh? Well fed. Day 3. All right, let's go get the rest of this. You had like 40 coal. That's one of the big great benefits of going through Desolation Point. I don't want to brag or anything, but we also have a basic white t-shirt. 2 of them to be in fact. We're just carrying, man, I'm carrying around this dead weight everywhere. Jabroni hour. Look at this, Scabura. Isn't that impressive? All right, I need to get the rest of that stuff from the deer over there. And you went freezing. Well, you know what? I don't think we need any criticisms. I'm a bit fragile right now. And times are tough, okay? I sent a shot whizzing over a bear's head. Did Ronaldo sign that shirt? I actually think it was Boris who signed that shirt. He's the hotshot around here. We're lighting this fire and throwing a couple lumps on because we'll freeze while we're getting this gut out of this deer here. I believe you're the ball in this game. Oh my gosh. Listen, man.
out pretty well.
All right, that should stabilize us there. I'm going to hunt the cougar just to see if I can do it with no missed shots. That's good, Scarborough. But if you get 21, maybe just hang out in a cabin for a couple days and then get on the board and then next time. But, you know, you're the pro around here. So, I understand. Here, birch bark. I had 19 shots day 9. Oh, 19. Well, it said 30 wolves. So how the heck did you get under 21 shots with 30 wolves? You must have had like a JFK. It went through one part of the head and it went into another wolf's head. Listen, man. I actually think he came from that direction, man. All right, let's get out of here. 2 more days, I got another. I can show you the logs. It went kind of fast. Bear, 7 or 8 wolves. Okay, that's a little different. Before I thought it said 30 wolves. I was like, oh my gosh. You were moving. Either way, it's impressive. Wait a sec. Breaking news. Okay, we got a couple birch over here that we can check for. Sometimes you'll see a birch sapling right here before you head over to Mystery Lake. Looks like we're getting our hammer from trappers. It must be done. Oh yes, it must. Excuse me. I'd like to get by now. You guys appreciating these 30-year-old movie references?
Can't feel my hands.
All right, it's getting cold. Time to put a little hustle in our bustle over to the trailer. I'm entering the game to tell exact numbers.
I'm so tired. I could just lay down right here.
We've made it. We've done it. Yes. We're here. All right, we need to take a nap here. That's pretty exciting. This always feels like a checkpoint, you know, our first checkpoint essentially, where we can take at least 1 second to do something a little different. Looks like we got plenty of warm hours left. And you know what else, Dunk? I think we should implement your pop over to the ravine situation. I had 30 shots, 29 hits. Oh, man. So on that last wolf, you must have missed a shot when he was attacking you. 26 wolves. Man, I know that if I can get 21, I'm chilling. I'm not doing jack after that. I'm going to a cabin. I'm going to sit there and eat pinnacle peaches. Summit soda. Okay. Now we need to kind of think. One rabbit was looking nasty at me. Oh my gosh. Okay, we got a lot going on now. We're going to kind of assess the landscape of what we got. So here's what I think we'll do. We'll kind of assess how things are going here. And I'm going to get a banana, a throat quote tea, and get ourselves centered here. And then when we come back with a little bit of potassium in our system and a nice basic hippie quote, that'll give us the ability to ascertain which kind of plan we got and what it could be. Dude, the challenge is hard, but it can be done. I think so, Skabura. I think you're an absolute legend, so we're pretty sure that you can get this done. And then we'll just keep moving the bar forward as we progress in it. Right now, we're kind of the pioneers. Rogue quote time, let's go. Okay, we're gonna do a Bezos, and then we're gonna come back with tea, coffee, all kinds of stuff, and storm the steeds. No games. No excuses. Groundhog Day. The rabbit hunt begins. Jackrabbit Island. Here we are. What a perfect place to find cured guts with inaccurate stone throws. So sometimes the rabbits and the deer are pretty skittish. So you see that guy? He took off right when we threw it. They're pretty sharp, these rabbits. And that's the excuse I like to say when I'm hunting them, so it seems like I'm less of a complete moron while I throw stones at the snow. Oh!
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Alright, we're gonna try to get one more so that we can make our bow. I think we need 2 cured guts for this job. The best part about this hunt is that we get a little snack as well. And our first pelts, which will go towards rabbit skin gloves. You guessed it. Rose hips! There's no way it's ever gonna end. It comes again and again. What are we talking about ending, Insers? The Groundhog Day? I guess that makes sense. Everybody run! Yeah, Groundhog's Day. I don't know what I was thinking there. snapping necks, cashing checks. With the long shot. Oh! Rabbit hunting is actually kind of fun when you're not on death's doorstep needing the calories to live. It's actually kind of a good time. But most of the time I've hunted rabbits, it's been the only thing I could get to live. And you're desperate. Run! That crazy Dave is after us. Oh no, it's Dave! Rose hips. Alright, let's go get some more stones, and if we see another rabbit on the way home, that'll be great. But all this stuff is going to go to Quincy's. And it'll begin curing in... It was crazy when you got those rabbits in the dark. Yeah, you have to channel your inner Bruce Lee in those moments and flow like water. Thank you, grown up. You guys will not take off. You want revenge? Oh, this guy's limping. Dude, you guys are made of Teflon. Get out of here. Okay, the bar's gone. I think they've fully been discouraged. We took the Alpha's girl, and we're out of here. That's right. Oh my God. If it weren't for that ledge, we were toast. Holy crap. That was intense. I gotta get out of Black Rock. This whole area is about Timberwolves. And they got answers for me. Alright, we gotta get inside and light a fire. So, we can go back to the climbing area and light that fire at that place. We can go down this way. Okay, we're going to where we know. The busted down cabin, and we're going to try to light a fire there. Had to use the old revolver. Continue perfectly shooting accurate shots at everybody. I don't think I took anybody out, but I scared him with my spazzy rifle shots. Look at him, he's still running away. He's horrified. Yeah, I'll grab some cattails. Actually, you seem safe on that ledge. Yeah, the ledge was the best, Wiz. That was unbelievable. I've seen you guys use ledges and stuff hunting. So that's where I thought, okay, you have to go kind of meta if you want to survive in these streets. Even though I'm on Stalker, I'm a bit of a white belt. Better take off. Okay, so here's our refuge. It might not be 4 walls that are insulated, but it's a place we can light a fire. How great it is. Okay, let's grab some sticks. Right now he's encumbered. He's just about had it. Forager's Remnant. So there was a forager here, and the storm got to him. Busted down his cabin. I don't know if it worked out really well for him. Okay, here we go. We can use our cattail as tinder. Boom. There we go. You can throw torches at them as well. Okay, so we'll make some oh, failed attempt to start fire. Oh, desk pop. That was crazy. All right, we'll start a fire here with this stick. Look at the bullet hole next to the on the floor there. That's ridiculous. I only have like 10 bullets and I'm over here shooting fireplaces. This is insane. My God. Was that a bad guy? Bang! I got PTSD from the Timberwolf attack. So I'm just firing off shots. It's crazy. Okay, just got in from work. What's happening? Well, I'd love to tell you what's happening, my friend. What I got going on is I got a bunch of goodies with me. I just had a fat banana, a little past its prime, but, you know, so am I, you know? Had a little bit of chicken, get some protein action, and I come back with some other stuff. Yes, that we got some big boost kicks in this White Cup. And it's going to kick us into gear, into Richard gear. Pretty good stuff. Then, to go with that, we have one more. We have Throat Quote Tea, baby. You guessed it. It comes with hippie knowledge. Nonsense knowledge that you can't get better than Little Cow hops. Nice. Are you ready to have some wisdom, man? Are you ready to expand your mind, man? Get ready. As we got, with this tea, hippie quotes. Here it comes. God help us. What a desolate place would be a world without a flower. Okay, this one's written kind of hard for me. Clara Lucas Balfour. I'm going to read it again here. What a desolate place would be a world without a flower. Clara Lucas Balfour. A final time in the proper language. What a desolate place would be a world without a flower.
Never lower your eyes to an enemy.
Yes, Tatsu's so much better than Clara Lucas Balfour. You're right. We need to listen to Tatsu around here. He's got the sage advice for us. So, we're back. We got some throat quote tea. The tea is great, even if the hippie quotes are very elementary. The tea is awesome. You'll also be happy to know that Aretha got her second portion of wet food for the day. She usually gets 2. She's pretty enthusiastic about that. I got some different flavors of her food, and she's been woofing it down more. So I kind of think she got sick of the one that she said was her favorite before. Isn't she interesting? She keeps us guessing. So we're going to get some different foods for her and keep it mixing up, because she sure is liking some of the other colored cans nowadays. And today I think she had like some sort of... It's always ocean stuff. She loves stuff of the ocean. She doesn't like the land animal or the chicken things. Salmon and stuff like that. So, this is what we got. Live for 21 days, shoot the bow, and you got some points over here. Our boy Scabura was just absolutely killing it and really probably stacked up some serious points in this thing. The one tough thing is if you keep pushing past 21, you risk everything. You could either miss a shot or get mauled by a glitch wolf. It could happen at any time. It's pretty intense. So, what I think we need to do is document our plan and come up with a responsible way we're going to forge, come back and finish this bow, and set ourselves up for success so that we can, of course, blow it on Friday. I'm salty. Okay, let's set it up and think about it. Here's what we got. We are currently located at the trailer. If I have it my way, I'm going to make my way over to this trailer, and I'm going to sleep on probably one of the best beds that Great Bear Island provides you with, and it is moldy cardboard on the floor of that trailer. There's just one strip of an old moving box and one little raggedy old pillow and blanket there. And for some reason, I always end up going there. So we'll think about that. We have a guaranteed bear sweater in the dam that is surprisingly not going to change much for our outfit, but there is a safe in there that we're thinking about. So we could pop over to there when we'd like. As far as the rest of it, I'm not sure that we need to mess around too much, except for drop off our stuff, maybe lose some weight here with lumps, and then get headed down this river towards where we're going to get our mag lens at the camp office. Check after going for half-off appetizers at Dave's Cave and go to Prepper's Cache, and then we're going to make our way down here for the hammer at Trapper's Cabin. That's what we got. And then, of course, right down to Forlorn Muskeg, where we're going to go do the forge, I believe, and then come back through and go make the bow. So it's a big plan. It's a big to-do. And I probably don't think I should mess about too much here next to this place, except for just get our fatigue up so we're big and strong and start out for our big journey, because we got a lot to do here. Thank you. Thank you very much, QC. All right, 1 can of tomato soup to our name food-wise, but we're going to get plenty of cattails along that river. Ooh, that's going to be close with the well-fed. I think I kind of pushed it there. Okay. $17 lumps. Quality tools. Stormland. This thing here is scrap. We're probably going to need that on the run. Let's do our scrap numbers. 6. And we're going to get 1 out of this pry bar. That leaves us with 8 arrows that we can make. I think the feathers are a problem, and the scrap numbers are pretty weak, so this might require us to go over to the to the dam first if we're going to get enough scrap metal to do our forge. We're probably looking at about, let's see, 3 of them go by the wayside. Wayside Bayside High, by the way, where AC went to school. 8 would give us 10 arrowheads. So let's get a total of about 9 or 10 scrap before we go to the forge. So we would go acquire a couple more from the dam, I think. Yeah. About 1 or 2 more. Close.
I need to find food.
10 arrowheads is pretty close. Really feel like for time's sake, I kind of want to push forward. Am I doing it? Maybe get a scrap on the way in a fishing hut or something. There's also usually scrap there in Forlorn when you get to those red train cars. And the fanciness makes it look so lively. There's more foliage. We always check over here for birch saplings and things. What do you mean, go to the forge? What did you do to Will the Fifth? Oh, liquid. I don't know how to tell this to you. You got such a sweet soul. If we tell you what happened, it might make you sad. It was one of my most embarrassing and heartbreaking moments, Liquid. Tough to relive. Heavy drama. All right, let me do a quick trusty brand check. 11 matches. We're headed to a mag lens. Maybe. Well, guaranteed mag lens, but maybe we'll do good is what I was kind of thinking. I definitely want to get more trusty brand. We continue. How about we don't go to the Pleasant Valley? Cemetery there will be full. If it isn't already, right? Yeah. I'm the gravekeeper around here. Stays pretty busy. Most of the time, guy comes in with rosy cheeks and a disappointed look on his face. I found a note in his pocket one time. It said, "I'm stuck with a jabroni. Please help." let's continue. It's called practicing perfection. We're good.
Only a couple jabronis come out here without skates on.
You keep using this word jabroni, and it's awesome.
That's it. It is awesome. So we have a ravaged opportunity here. We got saplings as well. A man with this low amount of food would be kind of silly to pass up on this deer meat. It is nice warm traveling time, and I might forego it. Just to get to stepping. All this cool stuff is tough to leave behind. These birch saplings, they're going to add a little bit of weight to our travels. Did you at least get the best RNG you wished for? I got more bad news for you, Liquid. Raph is not taking his foot off of our throat. He gave us loot pool 4 again. So we do have this, a bedroll, but it took us 8 years to get our hacks on. We're still looking for the hammer. So our optimized start basically never happens, and our love and empathy for Will McKenzie never makes us re-roll. Raph stinks! Oh!
Some water.
I've tried a few different angles. He has a really good plan too. Stay tuned. We're in for a treat. Thank you, my friend. We choose loot pool 4 because we don't want to make sure that when we beat this, we did it on loot pool 4, man. Yeah. If I ever chose loot pool 4, that'd be a crazy day. But we implement the Christmas morning strat, and we pretend like we're grateful when we get that bedroll. Oh, look. The bedroll. This is awesome. One of those. Well, I'd be nowhere without that help. Trusty brand down. You want that one, Liquid? Wait, you don't like my house? You say my house is a problem? Wait. Let me see. All right, I'm gonna do it here. This one's on the house, and then I'm gonna unlock that one for us because that's one of my favorites.
What's the matter? You don't like my house? My house stinks? That's right, it stinks!
Oh! All right. I'm looking. You know, unlike Raph, Bezos doesn't always alphabeticize things. All right, it has been unhidden, and it's ready to rise. One more time, and I'll think about it. Just one grade plug-in, and his life changes. That's it.
what's the matter? You don't like my house? My house stinks? That's right, it stinks!
Oh! Wait, you come in here, you say something's wrong with my house? You don't like the smell? Huh? Oh, my Rocky impression sometimes is just weird sounds. All right, we got to think about our travels. I think with this warm weather, I'm not going to mess around too much in this place. We're getting our mag lens, and we're moving on out. We're hoping for great things here. We're getting some serious loot. Give me the loot. Notorious B.I.G.
That'll come in handy.
Bang. You guys think we're going to keep opening our cans by smashing them up against the railroad? Not for a moment. Not even a second we're going to do that anymore. So we got a can opener. Trusty brand down. It's too dark in here without a light. Canadian house smells good. All right, I took a 60% shot with one of our waning Trusty brand matches.
Come on.
We flip the coin. All right. Aglan's
Could
height.
end up being useful.
Got some Nikes over here. New sweatshirt. Ragged wool scarf.
I could use
Worn
this.
driving gloves. Oh, felon Will. All right, let's see what we got. We got 4 and 4. What do we got on the red? We got 5, baby, and 1 on the windproof. Heck yeah. All right. Plain t-shirt signed by Ronaldo. See you later. All right, now let's do the hat check. We got 8 and 4, and this thing is ridiculous. That thing's out of here. Now, shoes, 7 and 3. These Nikes are terrible. Okay, we're still at 7 Celsius on our warmth bonus. But look at us. Oh, Metal, it is the perfect time for you to show up here. This thing is just brand new in our satchel. Pristine looking and awesome. It's good to see you, Metal. How are you, my friend? How is the Metal Man? The man. I think actually we'll unjiggle these and get going here with the last couple hours of warmth we have to travel. Make sure we don't miss anything cool here. Any of these dusty floor potatoes left over? There we go. Go check for that aviator hat.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Boom! I'm rocking. Nice, Metal. We're rocking too. 8 Celsius warmth bonus. Bandage. All right, our unjiggled stuff. Sweet Louise, it's happening, Liquid. Doing it big. Alright, we're gonna find out which one of these two guys here is the least percentage, and then we'll keep moving. $63. 25. Alright, it's time to move to the bunker. Dang, didn't realize the game was this niche. Yo, what's up, Kasich? I'm not exactly sure what you mean, but you're probably right. It is pretty off to the side, if that's what you mean by niche. Okay. Let's go down to Dave's Cave. I could really use some good prices on appetizers. It's the best niche. That's it, Metal. I hope you're having a good day, Kasich. Yeah. Well, here's my question. If you guys have always wondered where to go after a long day of work, where could you get affordable appetizers and watered-down drinks? What day are you on? I think we're on day 3 now. We just got well fed a little bit ago. Maybe day 3 or 4 at this point. And, I'm just thinking about going down to a place called Dave's Cave. That's the only place. Red Baron Willie, WW1 Ace Pilot. Look at this guy. I feel like he channels his spirit animal when he wears an aviator cap too, you know? He really becomes that pilot. Are you on random spawn finally? We started in DP, Liquid. And then we got the dreaded bedroll in the Desolation Point Whale Factory. And that's how why it's taken us so long to get maples and our heavy hammer from trappers over here. You basically get all the important stuff on Loot Pool 1 and big time. Got here in 3 days. Yeah. We're traveling. The traveling man. We're coming on down to Dave's Cave. What cave are you headed to? Dave's Cave, Kasich. A place where you can get Dave's famous margaritas, moose sliders, a greasy onion ring tower, and watered down drinks like you've never had. Have you ever wanted bottom shelf whiskey as well? Well, they got it. Here we are. This is it. Dave's Quiet Clearing. Come on down. Here we are. We got to leave a rose hip here for Dave before we take off. I'm going to put it there. I hope he finds it. It's kind of hard to see. Looks very homey. Yeah, it's pretty nice. There's some smoke in the skies. There's, you know, maybe some unfiltered marble reds in the air. But do you see that scrambled Mariners baseball game on the CTV up in the corner of the bar? Come on. Can't beat that. Where else are you going to watch one of the 163 Mariners baseball games? Scrambled, of course.
Damn, that's smarts.
It's time for a stocked Prepper's Cache with a ton of beef jerky and Sprite.
I'm gonna need some first aid soon.
What say we open this and get a bunch of cool stuff in here? We've had some pretty good luck lately. What's the longest you survived? Not too long. When we did our bear hunting tournament, that was one where we did pretty good. We got pretty long on that one. That was on regular interloper, so it was a little bit easier for us to survive health-wise. Nothing. Butt kiss. Dick butt kiss. Oh man, we're still at cooking 1. I'm thinking we have a couple teas and probably some porridge and things, but I don't think we're anywhere close to getting to cooking level 3 right now. We're even more behind than usual. So spamming cooking right now is probably not happening. I think the move is sleep in this dusty bunker and then go to trappers once we're full strength, fatigue-wise. We'll see what kind of calories will sustain us. Not a lot. I don't know how much sleeping we're gonna do. We're just gonna sleep till as long as our calories last us. And we're vibing. We've survived 3 days, 18 hours, 30 minutes. We're gonna have to leave before we're... Do you usually do like challenges? Yeah, pretty much that's all I've done since I've started in this one. It's been pretty awesome. It's been a cool way to push myself and make the enjoyment of playing a game that I can tell is going to be an all-time favorite in my life. It makes that beginning phase stretch out even longer, and I think that's the most beautiful part about going straight into the craziness. We were talking about the tales and everything earlier. I've never done any of the tales or the story mode or any of that stuff, but there's so much to explore. All the outer territories and things. A bunch of stuff. It's a niche game, you know? Yo, what up, Yins? How are you, my friend? Thank you for those rose hips, Yinzers. I appreciate that. And I think we all appreciate and owe you some appreciation for working for us on Sundays so we could all go to the beach. Thank you, Yinzers. The beach is overrated anyways. Yeah. Except it was really fun this Sunday. We have a bunch of pictures. We'll show you. Splashing around, body surfing. Ninja Turtles ice cream with gumball eyeballs. Alright, let's go get some food.
I've been so hungry in my life. Looks like I made it through another night.
Maybe I'll check in this cave down here to see if there's food. A bit worried about our well-fed. Might have to do teas for calories if it gets crazy. What do you say, beef
Someplace to
jerky?
escape this cold.
Polaroid. Tough scenes right now, man. I think I have to use a trusty brand to save my...
Too cold to think.
We're gonna need to warm up anyways. No sweat. Math says 2 lumps. One to stabilize, the other one to get 2 up arrows. Now immediately we got to get to work on getting some food going for us. Let's do it. GG's, love a good long loper run. Yeah, fun game. My longest and ongoing run is about 80 days, but it's on Interloper. We're gonna get it going. There we go. All right, we're off the schneid. I'll say where we usually start out is actually Desolation Point, the southeast corner of the map where the lighthouse is, and it's usually a good spot where you can get an early hacksaw and then run and get your maple and all your tools you need. Tough thing is when you get Loophole 4 like we did and you get a bedroll, then you have to go to Timbuktu to get your hacksaw. We're still looking for our first heavy hammer, which will be at Trapper's. But one of my favorite spots is usually Desolation to start, just based upon familiarity and how small it is so you can get inside after the spawn. So that ends up being pretty cool. Hibernia also gives you some solid gear. All right, we're getting some teas crafted. We're going to try to stay warm for our travel. Cooking 2, baby. All right, gloves comparison. 3 and 3 and 3 and 3. I think we're going with these guys here because they have a higher percentage, and thus we'll have more time before they break down. We're not Felon Will. We're gonna have to leave that behind. And look at this guy hitting the gym, man. You see this guy? Stacked out. Unreal. Nothing too essential. I've been looking for a revolver on my run for the past 40 days. Can't find it anywhere. Well, I think they made the guns pretty evasive for like on purpose, I think. All over the map. I really like far territory, so I spent a lot of time there. All right.
I could eat anything right now.
We only basically have 2 potatoes and porridge to our name calorie-wise. I think we'll drink a tea if it gets too close. So, the game plan is still the same. We're going to Trapper's Cabin for the hammer. And then the forge is going to go down in Forlorn Muskeg. I love the DLC. Great value. And the regions are stunning. I think DLC is best to buy after learning the rest of the island. Great value, though. I do enjoy the features. And now would be the time. If Kasich, you're on the fence, you definitely want to get over there immediately. Because the summer sale's going on. And whether you want to get roast and empanadas on the menu and the cougar with the DLC, or you don't have the base game, it's time. It's time to do. It's time to buy this niche game. You're going to get so many can openers you won't believe. And you'll be able to show people on the stat sheet exactly how many you have, which we'll do right now, just as a huge flex. 1 can opener. I'm trying to make some porridge here. Just gotta melt all these snow cans first. Prepared reishi mushrooms.
Getting kind of thirsty.
How's the cougar? Worse than Timberwolves. Way worse. She's ruthless. And her detection range is off the charts. Agree with that. Yeah, I need to definitely check out more avoidable though. Yeah, that's a good point too. Usually she lets you know when you've gotten into her range with howls and screams. Much like Aretha when she's trying to get one of her CHURUs. You'll also be happy to know that she spent the entire day in here with us. Chilling on this pillow back here. What a nice gal. Alright, getting some food in our belly and trying to get big and strong for the big travel to Trappers. Our last stop before the forge. So this right in front of us, let's look at our condition. It should be rising up. Nope. Okay, we don't have any birch in our belly, so our condition is 67 or 5. So, if we drink what's in front of us right here, we got 25, so that puts us at a pretty good... We might be in the 90s. You want controller? Yeah. Never liked Call of Duty that much. I hate Timberwolves. I can't hit any of them and break my valuable arrows always. Maybe bad aim, too. Well, that makes it 100 times harder. Ah. A lot of inside baseball. This is quite niche here. What I'm talking about. Sage advice from a man like Metal. Will never steal your wrong. He'll open up a can of whoop butt on all your opponents, too. Alright, a little bit more water. Kind of feel like we're out of everything right now. Listen, man. Okay. Just trying to chill and be responsible next to this fire before our travels westward through the kind of southern coast of Mystery Lake here that we're on. We're in the cave right next to the Trappers, or not the Trappers, the Dave's Cave bunker, and we're going to trap us. Since we dropped off a lot of lumps and a little bit of weight at the trailer next to the dam, we're traveling without being encumbered for the first time in a while. Unloading our lumps. Well, we'll continue to go down to this end of the town with a smile on our face. That's all you can do sometimes, you know? Rose hips. Okay, let's continue. We go westward. Cans are life. Example, I leave pot and skillet at main base and travel with cans. Constantly evolving and situational. Takes a lot to learn what you actually need and what you don't. Got a 10-point buck up here on the right. Yeah, that of course, but the hacksaw, hatchet, and pry bar already add like 10 kilograms. So, as we head to Trappers, we're grabbing a few pieces of birch, and we're getting some coal. We're having a great time doing it. I might want to take a little rest, but not too much. I'd say about an hour, because if we can get over to Forlorn Muskeg and see across that lake, we want to do it during this up and coming warm part of the day. We do not want to cross that lake on a cold time. No pry bar. I feel like I'm missing out on Great Bear. I say those are optional.
All I can think about is food.
Don't see any birch saplings up here. We're gonna go into Trappers and open a safe, baby. Trappers Homestead. This is where, of course, Jeremiah lives.
I could use this.
Ooh. Hey, yo, Metal. Just when you thought there was one, I think I'm seeing double vision, baby. Check this out. Holy! That's better than the heavy hammer. The Deuce, baby. Deuce Staley. Broth. I'm so happy you're here for this, Metal. We rarely get two in one run. It's happening. Cooking pot. A note left behind. Okay. So now maybe 1 hour of a nap and then take off because it's the warm part of the day. We'll lose our match here, but let's go in the safe and take a 1 hour nap. And then what are our match numbers? 8. We could definitely use some more matches ASAP. And then I go and extinguish one. We do have the nap we're going to do, and then we'll hope that it's just sunny out there and save on that match. 30. $831.
Thank goodness.
You can't have everything. You got 2 can openers, and you get greedy thinking you're gonna get fancy Mackinac jackets or something. You get right out of town with that. All right, 28% crude broth. Sprite. All right, we're leaving after this hour. Sprite. Again. Still hoping for a thermos as well. Our stuff is pretty cold, tea-wise. It sounds a little rough out there. Not mag lens weather, but we'll keep it riding. The plan is to go to Forlorn for a forge. We're going to try to acquire 1 to 2 scrap metal on the way there. We're a little short on scrap. We have just acquired our heavy hammer. Game plan now is simple. Get to Forlorn, forge, check for a stock bunker, and get back here to Mystery Lake where we can make the bow. Hey, what's up, Sheldon? Or Sheila Holden. Excuse me. How are you, Sheila? Hola, ¿cómo estás? Muy bien. Y tú? Me llamo es Larone, and I'm a jabroni. Okay, 1 down arrow is pretty rad. Just keeping an eye out for the wolves. We have 2 can openers, and it makes no sense to carry them. Or Sheldon. It's Shelly. But I'll respond to Sheila or Sheldon. Well, it's nice of you to be so flexible. I go by many things too. Negligent. You know, everything under the sun, you know. Ridiculous. Okay. A few rose hips right here, and then we're going across this windy area to the train car. Just a few spare lumps and scrap metal is what we're looking for in kind of these little side spots. If you ever have empty weight too, you can leave it along the tracks here and come back for it later. I think we're pretty good right now. We dropped most our weight back there. Maybe a recycled can or 2. I'm self-deprecating. Nice to meet you. Well, I am as well. If you haven't noticed. Yeah, it's very nice to meet you. I sure wish I could save on this trusty brand. Our numbers are pretty low. I don't think we're going to make it across that area before we get cold. All right, trusty brand down. And then make it to those train cars. Gotta wait until the wind dies a little bit, and we also get warmed up from this.
That's done.
Dusty floor potato. Actually, is there a way I could throw a lump on this thing and get it going? Let's get some forage. The food of the traveling man. We will get along just fine. Nice! What's your feelings? This is where it gets real serious. How do you feel about the greatest actor in the world, and why is it Mario Lopez? Now's when we're gonna find out, Sheila. Sheldon. Oh, there it goes. We'll see if it stays lit. Probably not. Oh, geez, we can agree to disagree, right? Oh! You're trying to tell me that sitting backwards in a chair is not the coolest way to sit in a chair? I'm trying to remember the name of the little diner that all the people from Bayside High went to. Was it something about the Max or something like that? MAXX? Yeah, I'm going down to the Max to grab a burger. Something like that. I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of these things in a long time.
Surrounded by snow. Nothing to drink.
Well, I got some Sprite for you, I think, buddy. Some birch teas. We had a chain around here called Max for a long time. Convenience store. Oh, interesting. Life seems quite different for a lot of my friends up north. There's real life birch tea around and all kinds of stuff going on. And you guys actually deal with moose and things. Can you imagine that? Walking out of a Quincy's garage and all of a sudden you see a big stomping moose? Wow. The good thing is they're not trying to eat us, but they're just still pieces of work and they will stomp you. Just for the sport of it, apparently. Cotton toque. Rats. It was the Max. Good memory. Nice. Well, it seems like you're fully aware of who Mario Lopez is if you know about the Max. And yes, he is a legend. I wish I could send you a picture of the elk that haunts me before work trying to get in my car. Oh my God, an elk. Metal, have you seen a moose up there? Like walking around in somebody's yard or anything? Excellent, huh? I don't know, man. I think you already got one from the darn abandoned lookout. Hoodie. 5, 3, 4. Well, the sky's looking a little aurora-ish. Kind of scary. We could do like 1 hour or something and try to get across this lake. We're in a tough spot here. Visibility's kind of weak sauce. We got to get across there somehow. I've only seen a moose once from a distance along the highway, up in the Rockies. Oh, in the Rockies. You were in Colorado? Or maybe the Rockies go to Canada, too. No, it's got to be Colorado. I know more than I want about Mario Lopez. Oh! Maybe you and Mario Lopez went out on some dates. I can't imagine that would be easy, man. You'd be smitten the whole night. Somebody better not tell Jessie Spano. She'll freak out. Alright, I don't know if we should light this fire, but I'm about to. I don't really want to waste a match or stop right now. Let's see what kind of bed warmth bonus we got. That's pretty risky.
It's getting dark out here. Time to look for shelter.
I think I hear him. He's out there. He's grunting and rustling around, man. Feel like I'm about to make some mistakes. What are we thinking here? If I go down this way, I think I'm going to draw the eye of the bear. That's the direction I have to get to the patch that usually takes us across the lake safely. The Rockies come to Canada. Oh, nice. Okay, so they do go up there. Excellent. Hard pass on that one. Well, you'd be the only one. He'll have a lot of suitors. He probably, you know, that's the plight of Mr. Lopez. Be responsible. Yeah, I'm trying, buddy. I don't want to lose these 2 can openers. I have to get across this ice. And it's getting kind of late. I'm worried about not being able to see.
I would do anything for a drink right now.
Alright, I might need some navigational help here. I'm so happy for him. Nice. That's very nice of you. Yeah, he's got a movie coming out with Tony Danza. It's coming out on like the Hallmark Channel or something. And we suspect that he's going to be one of the suitors in the love triangle and that Tony Danza is going to be his dad. I got to go pick up the missus. Sorry, I can't stay and navigate. No problem, Metal. I'm going to keep these can openers, buddy. And that's awesome that you're going and helping out the missus. I'll see you, buddy. Oh! Oh my gosh! Man, I'm mad disoriented, I think. Wow. I'm trying to stop for the spot fire if I have time. No accelerant, of course. That might have been the most wolves I've ever seen in one spot. The family reunion was on, man. Still hear him. Forlorn's absolutely crazy. Underrated predator chaos. You're right, Rossetti.
Come on.
Okay, sounds good, but I'll see you soon. We're gonna change your mind on Lopez. We have a Zach stand amongst us too. Oh, fire starting too. See you, bud. No water. Oh, well, let's look how smooth this is gonna open. You think we're gonna lose something when we open that can? None of it. Hold on to them dearly. I went there in my stalker run last week and I was shocked how many wolves and bears there were. The amount of pelts I ended up with. Nice. You got some animal clothes going. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed Versetti's visit to Dave's Cave on YouTube. That was a great video, Versetti. Alright, this is cheeky. Boy, it's dark and I have no clue what direction it is. I'm gonna guess that way. I have to imagine even late at night it'll be more clear to see later. It's cheeky as crap if we sleep right here. We'll basically have zero chance we don't get eaten by the wolves. Thanks, I knew I had to keep streaming that day until I got to Dave's Cave. I've been there. You make that push and you can't give up. It's the everlasting call of great deals and great company, you know? All right, all navigators on board here. We're doing some serious stuff. We're trying to get to the forge here in Forlorn across the ice. And we're doing it with super bad visibility. We are getting, however, burdock root. I am burdock root. Let's get across it. All right, so we're just having a nice breezy time getting across the ice. If any sort of visibility shows up, okay, I think this is the docks here. This should lead us to the shore. We've gotten definitely more than enough scrap metal for our big day. I think really the only thing we might be short on is calories, surprisingly. We're gonna have to make some bowls of porridge or something before we start to have enough calories to sustain us during this big forge. The only thing that would change that, of course, is if that bunker is stocked. John Stockton, Jeff Hornacek. Let's do it. Hope you guys are having an amazing Tuesday. I, of course, am super grateful to be here chilling with you guys on my Tuesday. There's nothing like cattails and Mario Lopez conversation to have a great Tuesday. You know what I'm saying, gang? Isn't that what we're all thinking? All right, see if we get some underpants. Come on with it. Ah. All right, basically every cattail counts at this point. Okay. Let's go into this little place over here and make some serious moves. First of them should be, you're very close to Forge. That's it. And we're potentially going to get a jacket from in here. That's the big thrill. Then the next big thrill is going up that hill right there, and we're going to check on the bunker. There's a chance. I think you have a 1 in 4 chance of getting a stock bunker, and we've already seen an empty one. Our odds are increasing.
That'll come in handy.
Oh! Beautiful. 74%. All right, we're going to check the gloves. I think this is an upgrade. Oh, yeah. Jacket time. Warmth bonus of 9 Celsius, baby. We're doing it big. Okay, and our hope to get scrap metal has absolutely been met by all the random scrap you find here.
Could end up being useful.
Starting to see some of the elements to why it's a benefit to do your forge in Forlorn. We're getting some solid loot game. %, dog food, huh? I think we'll leave you back here.
I'll be hungry later.
Okay, we have a safe that we're going to check before we go into the bunker so it doesn't despawn. I wonder if that was asked of Raph, the whole safe and Forlorn thing. I asked him about toilet water. Okay. This has been bountiful. It has, Versetti. Well said, my friend. I'm thinking about safe after, and then maybe leave a little bit of weight here. We're going to leave a bunch of the coal here since this is where it'll get used. And then we'll travel up to that bunker and see what that's like after we check the safe. Lumps. The lump dump, baby. Forlorn provides. If you can survive it, you will be happy. All right, we're going to check the numbers. 45. Or 44. I'm so bad at saves. $43.50. On with it. All right,
Something
5
zapping my head.
and 4, and this thing over here is 8. Okay, that's actually pretty rad. Let's replace this bad boy, and we're gonna get rid of this hoodie. Perfect. All right, we're making some moves here. We're getting a nice pre-made outfit from all of these crazy places we're traveling, and we're headed up to a bunker that I hear is going to be filled with beef jerky and Sprite. Let's do it. That long dark is the best, man. Sometimes you just gotta travel around, look for shoes. We got aspirations of shooting a bunch of bear with 21 shots. Not stopping until we do it. That was close. We seek the bunker and the jerky. Plenty of trusty brand, and when you get a stock bunker too, sets your run on in a great place. Okay, let's go over here. All predictions coming in now, because we're opening this hatch up, and we're going to find out real quick how much beef jerky or not beef jerky we're going to have. This is our moment. Well, it's empty. Okay, so here's what we got. We got eat, drink, and sleep, and then go down to that forge full strength like bull to make it happen. No other way around that, and that's what we got to do. New dog food. Moldy chocolate bar. Okay, so these again are our only calories for the whole forge. So this is going to probably lead us to needing to go to ravage deer or something before the big hunt. Or before the big forge, I'm sorry. We're short on cows. We think we should do that? Hey, what's up, Slid, my man? How's it going, Slid? Oh my gosh, lasagna's in the mix. How are you, Slid? How's it going, guys? How's everything going in your world, and how is your Tuesday going? We're just over here in this abandoned bunker. And it's not cool. We're kind of low on calories, and we got a forge ahead of us. 700 calories to our name. We're probably going to ravage some deer when we're down there next to the forge. But that's kind of what I think. Oh, we got an aurora going on. We're gonna rest and then get some food and prepare as much as we can with calories for the shenanigan there. It's good to see you guys. I hope you're doing very well. Hope it's going good, Larone. We are still on an unbreakable challenge. Day 130 or something now. Oh, nice. You've been on the island for 4 months. Oh my gosh. I bet you have 1 million can openers, huh? All the can openers. Unbreakable because you're eating so much soup and peaches. No big deal. Check this out, Slid. And it's always good to be able to show a pro that we have 2 can openers. And we're carrying them around. You say 0.25 kilograms of carrying capacity in your backpack. And I say, that's right, double the cans. Our record is 3. And I think that was on like a Voyager walk around, something we did on like our first day with the game. I'm drinking this birch tea. It's a misery mode challenge. You can't lose condition or well fed. Ah. But what about the can opener, Slid? That's what I'm really wanting to know. The real question is, what's the can opener situation? All right, we're kind of running out of food pretty soon. Made by yours truly. No can opener. Do got a meat curing box, though. Oh my gosh, can opener. Meat curing box, huh? I don't think I've ever had a meat curing box. Sounds pretty rad. And maybe that's where people make pemmican bars and stuff like that. I've actually never successfully done a trade with the trader. I had one pending and I never carried through with it. I actually still feel bad about it. He's waiting for his 2 kilograms of raw fish. Still, to this day. Justice for the trader. And don't you guys forget this important thing. When a desolate place would be a... What a desolate place would be a world without a flower, man. Think about. Clara Lucas Balfour said that one. Okay, so now is the point when I tell you guys that I have 700 calories to do a forage here. I'm probably going to need to ravage some deer. Also, our match numbers are super weak. 6. We've done everything we can to find matches, but they just ain't showing up. Let's get it started with the sun. Looking for calorie opportunities in this place. In my current run, the trader owes me 5 jars of pickles, and I'm coming to collect. Oh! Yo, listen. I know you got my jars of pickles. Don't hold out with my pickles, or there's gonna be consequences.
That did it.
That guy was pretty intimidating. I would give him his pickles. Alright, it's all very simple. We're headed down the hill looking for calories. We're gonna warm our belly with the tea. And we're just making sure we have enough calories to make it through this up-and-coming forage. We do have porridge. And the bowls we can make are 3 bowls. And we have 2 dusty floor potatoes in addition to that. The dreaded bannock might be on the menu for trying to keep well fed as well. And I don't even want to start talking about drinking or having bannock. It's almost as bad as rose hip teas. You know what? Also, quality of life update I would love. Pour out dirty water instead of drop it as water bottles. So I never drink the dirty water on accident. I would appreciate that. Alright, listen for the crows. We're looking for Brandon Lee. I think I hear some over this way. It's not my fault. You're always making stinky streamer girl bathwater. Coming back hot. All right, it's super windy out here. Maybe we can just put sticks on there so we don't waste anything if we can temperature stabilize the fire.
Come on.
All right, feels like minus 12. Alright, we're doing a little micro. It's not much. We're still pretty far away from cooking level 3, but I won't give up on it. We have 21 days, so hopefully we can get it before then and get some empanadas on the menu. See any feathers? Got a real annoying client today. Everything is a freaking emergency for them. Nice. Well, I hope it's not too stressful for you, buddy. I know that you have some serious skill sets, and it probably comes with a pretty hectic and sometimes stressful job. So you just keep on keeping on. We got prepared burdock. Boom. I am prepared burdock root. All right, we got one more ravaged over here we can get some stuff with. Let's get it. I've noticed that sometimes if you're at a fire with one of these ravaged, and if you get the feathers at the beginning, by the time you're done cooking for a little bit, There might be some additional feathers from the circling crows. Look at those shadows. It's sick. Raph is killing it. Salads at steakhouses. Giga Chad move. Alright, we're going for the other Ravage. Man, I just kind of got stuck in the awe of our vitals for a second. I've never seen our health bar that giant in a long time. I'm literally can't believe it. Oh, this looks like a juicy 10-point buck. See how much we can get on this Ravaged. Very responsible vitals. That's loophole 4 for you. Well, we're kind of getting used to it at this point, huh, Duncan? Like, we were talking about it right when you were getting in here. Larone has actually provided us with a little bit of a decent amount of gear, too. We got a ton of scrap. They lay scrap and coal all over town. We got ourselves a ski jacket over here. Gloves, too. Along with everything else. It's kind of been all right. Alright, we're gonna get some feathers from this purple deer. I'm pretty sure the capped meat for a Ravage is like 2 kilograms. Something like that. Boom. Alright, I'm about to do a feather inventory and see where we're at with this. Feather numbers, 19. And how many do we need per arrow? Three. Okay. 3 goes 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. That's 6 arrows worth right there. We got to stay on top of the feathers. I'm looking to make about, 10 arrows or so at least to get that first bear with. Because we got about 6 or 7 in them that first time. We were headed to our 7th. So we start the hunt with 10 and hopefully hang on to those 10. Maybe not have to go too much higher than that for our arrow count with like maybe 12 max. Prepared reishi mushrooms. Short on water again, huh? Alright, let's go do a forge. Calories are still weak sauce. We got forage. Most people prefer Forlorn for foraging. Just takes a bit to learn the map. That's exactly it. And once you get a little more courageous with it, you're not as intimidated by the big lake. That's how it worked out for me, at least. And also planning to not be caught and travel during this time is definitely better. I'm checking for cattails. We got a little steak, burdock, and peaches, and then forage and tea, maybe like a tea or two. Man, these darn fancy. The fanciness hides the cattails. Okay, let's go. To the forge. It begins. Did you leave some teas and stuff by the first deer? Did I? All right, we're going back for a few things that we left behind. Okay, let's go do a forge. Old Spence family homestead. Looking for cattail dreams everywhere. Nothing but shattered dreams. Freddy nightmares. Guess not. Duncan, did you have scary movies that terrified you when you were a young lad? We learned that Metal was scared of the Batman animated series of all things. That was a surprising one. I watched Poltergeist when I was 5 and it scared me. Oh man. I'm trying to think of what part. It has to be the clown part, right? Clown, probably the big scary tree outside. There's a lot of scary stuff in that. I was given carte blanche of the video library, and I was watching all the scary movies during the heyday. Thing I remember the most was the static on the TV. Oh my gosh. Maybe getting pulled in. Alright, we have to get this thing cooking up to 150 Celsius. Prepared reishi mushrooms. All right, now what we have to do is do the big 3-hour thing first. Improvised knife. Here we go. Think half thirst will get us there. Start with a set of arrowheads and make sure thirst doesn't go away. Yeah, I bet it would have. Beautiful. All right, we got 6 hours on this thing. Now is when we implement the improvised knife. Where our fatigue is kind of weak sauce. Prepare burdock. All right, hour by hour, we make the rest of our arrowheads here. We got 3 hours left on this bad boy. Once you get it above the appropriate temperature, you can use logs and things. Keep it going.
Just need to close my eyes.
All right, now we're a bit sleepy. Arrowhead check. We have plenty of scrap left and we got 9 arrowheads. I think we need one more set minimum to get the 21 shots. Do you think we can get away with making 10, 11 arrowheads and then just using that? And then getting all the arrows back after the John Candy strat. We go sleep in the bunker. 11 arrowheads now. And I'm thinking about doing just 11. I'm listening to any other opinions that maybe could differ as to whether 11 is enough or anything. Okay.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Man, I don't know. Cumbered walk all the way to the bunker. With fatigue probably at the bottom. Maybe I sleep here for a couple hours with some logs on the fire that's already lit in the bed up there. And then think about the bunker if we're interested in a couple hours. Because my torch is going to blow out going up that hill. Trying to be responsible over here. All right, let's do it. We're just chopping off a few hours so we're not so sleepy if we do go to the bunker. Or we can just pump a bunch of logs in there and stay right here. Raph also confirmed that they are not getting rid of tea jiggling. Well, you know, I will say this. I appreciate all this information you're relaying to us. You're really giving us the inside scoop on what we missed out on. Sounds like tea jiggling is here to stay, baby. Yo, what up, Cactus? The man, the hit man. Holy crap. The Hitman is here. Hugs for everyone. Wow. That's very free spirit of you, man. You must be the type of guy who knows how Mother Earth feels, man. And don't forget, Cactus. What a desolate place would be a world without a flower. We should all never forget that. All right, lazy, stay at the bunker for sleep strat. Listen, man. If you don't give me my jars of pickles, there's gonna be a lot of problems, man. Just hand over the pickles, all right? We're gonna go across that big lake. Pickles will prevail. Wow. Yeah, I don't think they even have balaclavas here on Interloper and above, right? I think that's a stalker benefit. The pickle look. All right, we're just getting 1 hour of rest, boiling up water while we do it, and then we're going straight across the lake here. We're going to try to make it back to Mystery Lake, get over to the dam. There's a military balaclava you can get from the tails. Ah, is that one of maybe the outer territories? Don't play with me about my jar of pickles, trader. That's something I'm saying. All right, I gotta say it in the right voice for set. Don't play with me about my jars of pickles, trader. That's something I take serious. They used to be cucumbers, you see. But now they're pickles. Gotta hand them over. Beautiful sunrise here on Great Bear Island. We're located in Forlorn Muskegon right now. It's a cold morning here in a place with a frozen lake as your only friend. And some bears and wolves who are having a family reunion in the middle of the ice. We're going to have a nice nap and try to get across this thing pretty much whenever the weather is just like this. So maybe 1 more hour max. And we should go while the visibility is nice. What's up, Rocky? How's it going, my friend? Hey, yo,
Looks like a
Rock.
new day is dawning.
You come in here, and normally you say no hips for you. You didn't say hello, but it's okay. It's good to see you, Rock. You know, we actually had a serious moment earlier because we didn't have the Rocky Redeem set up, the It Stinks one. And there was a big seriousness about it. No, yo, Rocky, man, come on. You come in here. You say you're not gonna give me any hips, but let me get some of those hips, man. I got a fight coming up too. It's with a bear I can barely hit with my bow. You know, I shoot shots all over the place.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
See you, Rocky. The wife just 3D printed me a flare gun that looks like the one in TLD. Well, much like Will with Astrid, it sounds like Rocky's got himself a keeper. That's amazing, my friend. Make sure to fire that thing off from the lighthouse. Maybe your rescue will become less hopeless. All right, let's drink this tea and ride. We'll drink one sip of it, maybe. Nope. Okay. But make sure we don't leave anything behind here. We're not coming back. Let's do it. This is perfect, beautiful weather traveling music for us. Everything's gonna be fine. Looks like we got a busted down radio tower up there. I don't think I've ever seen that. You know, if you look hard enough, you might even be able to see the power lines up there on this nice clear day. So we just have to head straight for those lines, and then we're back to that nice anchor of safety, being on solid land again. But don't think that's going to come without another Wolf family reunion. That's where we're headed. We got our stone ready for him. Earlier, we encountered the most wolves in one spot I've ever seen in my life. If you're ever looking to do a wolf hunt, Forlorn in the middle of the ice is the location. This is so chill. You cross that broken radio tower if you take the proper way from the train tracks to Spence's farm. Oh. Yeah, I have no clue what the lore is to TLD at all since it's been mostly survival mode. I kind of just make it up. All the stuff about Will and Astrid and everything.
My head feels thick.
Like we got Jeremiah running around. What's his story, you know? What's the deal with those tombstones out front of his place? We should have talked to Raph about that. What happened with Jeremiah? I'm trying to cancel out of this and drink my tea now. Put a couple lumps on here and warm up quick.
I'm so cold, I'm warming up again. Turned out pretty well.
Pretty brisk out here. Let's take a look at our cooking skill. What's trying? Great Rocky quote. You're bleeding inside, champ. I'm gonna stop the fight. You know he's thinking of when he let the bear bleed out because he ran out of arrows. That was my Burgess Meredith. I hope you liked it, Cactus. You're bleeding inside. It's an elevated path. There's a path that goes that way. You sort of take the route in episode 2 of the story mode. There's a cave along the path. It's a neat path with a fantastic view. I was in awe of the sunrises. Yeah, one day we might have to do like a hippie 2 day and like look around at some of the beauty. Stop and smell the roses day or something. All right, we're losing visibility. This is when it gets scary. I gotta get out of here. I think we're going this way. I'm scared. Look at this birch situation over here. We're about to have over-the-top birch. Never before heard of. Uncharted territories. Alright, our Tinder numbers are 11 and 5 here. What about Trusty Brand, though? 6. Jeremiah is golden. I think he is a good guy in the story. I'm pretty sure I saw him running around with the protagonist. All right, let's do it. We're gonna move. Okay. All we have to do is see one of those derailed train cars and I start to feel safe. I've been this close to the rails and I got turned around somehow during a wolf skirmish. Cattail dreams. Will and Astrid got divorced because their son was born with a tail. Oh, they just couldn't get past it. Oh my gosh. What in the world? It's crazy.
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
It's a crazy story, Bean. Okay. We're back, baby. We're on our anchor of the rails. Now the train car is going to be down this way. And Mystery Lake is at the end of this rail. We just kind of keep heading straight, basically. You can do a spot fire in the little barrel in the train car if you'd like. Or just keep moving through this morning dew. Whatever this is. Tales, T-I-A-L-S, of the far territory. Now, Rossetti, that is why you're one of the best comedians in the game right now. That's what I'm talking about. Solid pun work. Big pun. Fat Joe coming at you. I just had another one of those goofball, I love this game moments in my head. He's over there. maybe a little cheek right here, and then clear up the skies with an hour's sleep, and then just travel down that way. We really don't need clear skies. Just something to get us closer to the warm part of the day, pretty much. Let's do it. Hear him over there?
Come on.
Snuffling around?
Well, that didn't work.
Hear him. I just want to make another comment about the fact that we have 20 health right here, and our condition is 91. This summer, they finally had HP. Get a little food going. Looking for clear skies, if possible. Need to clear up. How many more teas do we have in this satchel? Seems like they just keep manifesting. We got 4 more cut rishi. Holy. I'm feeling encouraged. Really, it all comes down to the pincushion situation once the hunt begins. If we get one of those bears to spawn in those cul-de-sac caves and we can do the right thing, we know what's up. We learned a lot about the Cinder Hills bear as well, that the back of his cave was despawning his aggression and not even having to get up onto the shelf, making it a much greater prospect to hunt, especially if it's daytime and we can see in there. Then we'll have a lot less problem. He does have a bit of a slope next to the entrance of his cave that gives you a lot of blind spots there as how close he is. So it's not as simple as just, John Candy strat. You have to come in there serious, you know? I don't know what I'm talking about. Alright. Got plenty more rishi to make. Let's get some calories in our belly here. Until dreams. You just gotta do the right thing, like Spike Lee. I need to get game like he as well. I watched Do the Right Thing, I remember, for school. It was like in a college course about film. I think maybe John Turturro's in that one. Alright, we are pretty warm here. I think if we eat a heating mechanism, we'll be warm enough. I have fetched the missus. Good work, Metal. Excellent work. Do we have our can openers? Not just one, but two. Holy! It's happening! We've done it. New peaches. All kinds of scrap here. I surprisingly don't know as many Spike Lee movies as I thought. I know Do the Right Thing and He Got Game, and I'm actually blanking on a couple more. He probably did like a random action movie at one point too. I actually like He Got Game. Some sports fans might not be into it too much because it's kind of not necessarily about sports, but I thought it was good. I could probably do without the Mila Jovovich character situation there. That was kind of random, but it tells you where Denzel was at this point, you know? Those vitals. So insane. What's up, Twig? How's it going, my friend? The man. Always coming in with the clutch moves. What's up, Twig? Did you catch the Raph interview the other day? I actually did not, but I've been getting updates about it all day. The most recent one we got, Twig, was that he knows about T-jiggling and the kind of way to keep him hot, and he's keeping it. He says, we will keep the jiggle. He was also asked, I believe, about the toilet water in Hibernia. And he was wondering, they were wondering why we don't have toilet water in Desolation Point. So I didn't get to actually see it, but I've been given some tidbits. There's going to be some DLCs coming out as well, Twig. I don't know if you caught that tidbit. And then story mode might be something we're all just going to have enjoyed before. Because I think he's going to not have any more in the story way. He's going to start focusing on survival, I believe. But maybe you actually saw it. And I'm telling you a bunch of stuff you already know, too. Yep, 2 DLCs, as well as Episode 5 regions coming. Nice! Man, more fan service from our hero. Our salad-eating man. Bringing us parts of the Episode 5 stuff to the survival mode would be super cool. I think what would be really sweet is to maybe ask him if there's a way to get pre-made weapons as part of the slider for the upper difficulties. Who knows? I have a feeling that he wants the shotgun. Boy, I saw someone shoot that Rocky. That thing looked cool. They just looks like freaking, Dirty Harry with that thing. You coming at me, Wolf? You know, you just blast one off, spray shells everywhere. Yeah, that's what he was saying with Turney's community challenges. There may be Gunloper could be a preset. Yeah, and the bow, of course. We gotta have the bow where we could just turn it on right away for, like, all that stuff. Alright, now I gotta be careful I don't run into some sort of cool moose up here. We know it won't be the Hollywood moose, but he'll still pack a serious kick. I just need to put sweetened condensed milk into my coffee. Little cow, perhaps. Stories. Alright, I'm looking on the tree for missing bark to see if I'm going to run into this fool. He was also talking about adding misery afflictions to custom. Yeah, and you know what I kind of wanted, Rocky? When I saw that there was a mode above Interloper, I was very happy. But the afflictions are all just so random. It just feels like you just get them out of nowhere. I kind of wanted a difficulty above Interloper that wasn't just giving you random things you didn't earn. And that's kind of what we're trying to do with, like, the custom settings, I guess. So, it would be cool if that was customized. And then, can you imagine what all these amazing creative people could do to make up challenges and things? Misery isn't really a next difficulty, if you ask me. I think you're exactly right, Metal, and that's kind of what I was looking for. Yeah, it's like some other thing. I think I would just love it to be super difficult. And then if you don't eat for a couple days, but maybe a couple cattails, then you get frail body or something like that. Ooh, I was hopeful for that fire striker, baby. I was hopeful. You got me there, Cactus, because I tried to go that way and I somehow shimmied. We did it, baby! Yeah! Woo! Okay, so if you're ever stuck in that situation, here's what you do. You listen to Cactus. Cactus told us to try to go back under the log. I did that, and somehow I got more under the train. We almost soft-locked ourselves there, and it would have been a nightmare. Wouldn't have been the first time either. That's the craziest. We tried to shimmy around that branch. It wasn't happening, but somehow going back that direction got us enough under the train that we were able to scoop by it. That was freaking ridiculous. Holy, I just wanted the feather. A simple feather. Almost ended our run. Can you imagine if I would have had to tell everybody I lost by feather?
Not sure why I feel so tired.
Would have been my greatest shame. All right, 4 cattails to our name. This ravaged deer is definitely looking pretty solid. Trusty brand, though. 6. We gotta fix this trusty brand situation. Not as bad as losing a can opener. Wow, Metal, that was awesome. Close one there. No way you got stuck. We almost did, Papel. That was insane. Golly. Everything again, just like when you're about to fade in this game, you start to think about it. You're like, I can't believe it. We just did all that craziness, and I got stuck here by a feather. That was insane. You're not allowed to step over small things. I hate when I can't step through those tiny hills. I don't know if there's a way I avoid using a trusty brand here, gang. There's no mag lens in sight. Whoa. Step into the Narnia dimension? Yeah. Step over a small thing on the ground? Never. Holy. Alright, we're down to 5 trusty brands. Desperate times. Like, seriously, Will. That's like asking him to jump or sleep in a basement without a bedroll. Never. I'd rather fade into the long dark than do something so disgraceful. It's very Alan's cave of Will to think that he can't sleep on the floor in the basement. Surprisingly, we're going to have to talk about Trusty Brand. If we get into Pleasant, I don't think we're going to get... My brand is wilting! It is, Duncan! We need to get a Fire Striker, and we struck out, if you will, at that last little place where we almost got soft-locked. I don't know where to get matches. He could probably sleep in the dryer. Oh, Rocky. Hey, yo, Rocky, your jokes are pretty crazy, man. They're kind of like dad jokes right now. Your head been getting knocked around. That was a good one, Rocky. All right, let's talk about Trusty Brand matches. We're going through the dam, potentially. I think we're also going to have a heck of a time sustaining ourselves to the bow creation. We're kind of light on calories. Got forage and maybe 1 or 2 dusty floor potatoes. Let's see what this Ravage has to say. The local ptarmigans will likely be here under the bridge. Sometimes we like to make nature call on them. Pretty risky and scary situation. Hear him over there laughing. Listen, man.
Come on. Put in that work.
%95. Sometimes you see matches right there in the dam by the door exit. Good supply of saplings downriver away from the dam usually. Nice.
That did it.
There's always matches in the banana stand, huh? Where are we talking about that? Pleasant Valley. I'm guessing at Thompson's. I don't really know where else they sell bananas. As long as matches are not in the banana hammock, it's all good. The dad jokes are flowing, baby. Dad-tastic. Talking about banana hammocks. Talking about George Bluth's banana stand from Arrested Development. Oh my. Well, this is a serious situation, guys. I have 6 matches to my name. All this tomfoolery is great. Listen, I'm laughing. 5 matches. Look at that outfit. A true survivor. 10 Celsius warmth bonus, baby.
I'd eat snow if the
All right, now we're taking the drip. Serious for you. Oh, metal. It's very unempathetic of you. I'm on vacation. Vacation metal. Just opening cans, not even finishing everything in there. Just opening them for the sake of it. Living that indulgent life, treating super time yourself. I don't even know what that was. Sorry about that, Metal. It's been a long day. I shot an arrow over a bear. And I'm on loot pool 4 of all things. 5 matches. You can see the big lookout tower from here. Up on that big hill. The mountain. We're on the train bridge. We're headed back to the trailer. This loophole science is black magic to me. Yeah. It's usually about how quickly you can get the maple down. That's where it really comes into play. Playing no games, taking no risks. Not after the feather incident. That shocked the life into me. It's terrifying. Alright, everybody look. This is one of the best beds in the game. The moldy cardboard floor bed. You ever find yourself over here and you're a little bit maybe fatigued? Perhaps like me right now. You might want to just go ahead and rest your head on the moldy cardboard floor. I'm asking myself if I should let this flare go out. This is one of my few matches right now. Just thinking match conservation before I sleep with this lit flare full of juice. I don't know if I should go set up at the dam. Right now we have about 2 hours left of light. Take the drip over to the dam with all our stuff. Set up the fire barrel and maybe light a fire for tonight's bow creation. Stuff might not even be cured yet. Maybe the birch saps. Yeah, halfway there and 83% here. All right, we got some bojangling around to do, I suppose. We got 3 days on our maple sapling. There's loophole 4 for you, Metal. Dang it. And then we have our birch saplings here at 83%. Let's get some rest, and then we'll have activities to do around here. Maybe we're going to make nature call on ptarmigans and the deer. Calories are kind of weak sauce. We got peaches right now. Maybe a bowl or two of porridge. Now, okay, I'm having a tough time thinking about the plan that I should do right now that's wisest to spend my time on while waiting for all this stuff to cure here so I can craft the bow at the dam. That's really what this time is. So this is probably a good time for me to do a Bezos and get my thinking cap on. So quick Bezos, he's going to tell you about Morgan Freeman and probably some movie none of us will want to watch. And we're going to come up with a plan on how we're going to spend these next couple hours while we wait for whatever this is to take place. Maybe like a day or two, and then we can start making some arrow shafts and things. This is our map. And where we are is right over here at this trailer. We have a full dam to check out over here. We're definitely going to do that. We'll be looking for matches. I'm thinking about we see a bunch of 10-point bucks here on the map. We can maybe bring one of these jerk wolves over to the deer and try to get some food to sustain us during this. That's a decent idea. Check the bunker in Bleak Inlet. Bunker in Bleak Inlet. That sounds far away, Rocky. You know, that does remind me, though, it might be time to pop over to the ravine and see if the bark is replenished. That's another thing that could be well spent time. Let's look at the calendar and see when the last time we went to the ravine is, so we can pop over for another batch of maybe birch for us and plan for the inevitable drip that we're going to have during the hunt. Have guts curing yet? We sure do, Bean. We got them right here on the floor. You'll be proud. 2 guts. 69% of the way cured. Funny number, of course. So, there's a deer here. There's Alan's cave here where you can go, but you better get a reservation if you plan on eating dinner there. There's a ravaged here as well for a little bit of food. Rose hips. We have burdock root potential over here and 2 deer spawns that we can drag a wolf towards. So that's a big option, as well as making nature call on a ptarmigan. Those are all pseudo shenanigan plans, and the ravine for Birch is a pretty good one. I think it's going to depend on if our calendar has had enough time since the last time we got it all. So it would probably be wise for us to go and check our calendar and see when exactly we were last in the ravine, and that'll give us a timetable. My research has shown that 6 to 7 days for the Birch and it'll come back. Now, I also saw that if it's blizzardy, which it is on these crazy difficulties, it's going to come back faster. So, the Birch gets knocked off by the blizzard onto the ground and replenishes quick. We might be able to go get some more Birch. It's worth a shot. I'm willing to try. Okay, I'll be right back. Allen's is good at taking a reservation, but they don't hold the reservation, and that's really the most important part of the reservation. If you're going to come down to Allen's, you better show up on time. Don't think that your reservation will be held. These are very sophisticated reservations, and we have high society, highfalutin customers all the time. Not derelicts like you guys. Very sophisticated people. People who enjoy catch-of-the-day fish and expensive martinis. Wow, that's pretty intense. Okay, have we been thinking responsibly about what we should do during these hours while our curables are making moves? I personally am trying to assess like the smartest stuff to do and the time to do it. And it's again like a chimp in my head banging cymbals up against. You can loot up the dam, get that deer on the other side, then stock up on Birch. Wow, Duncan's got a plan. The man with the plan. Love it. Okay. We're ready. We got a plan and we're serious this time. Yeah, I had to wait 6 days here one time for me mapes to cure. Yikes. Sounds like you got it here, actually. Probably down by the bridge. Tough scenes. There's part of me that really thinks I'm gonna find Trusty Brand. Finds Fire Striker. Only gets blizzards from here on out. Holy. Is that what's going on, Cactus? Never found the hacksaw, so I had to make the hatchet. Wow, very improvisational of you, though.
I'm not sure I can carry much more. I need to find a place to rest.
Not having it today, Scruffy. Or Larry, or whatever your name is. I think I met Larry, apparently. I think Fire Strikers are a chance at the blue trailers. Blue trailers. Are we talking over that way? The kind of group of 3 trailers over there. In that zone. That could be pretty awesome. That might be a little mission for us. Excellent. Alright, let's shed a little bit of this weight in our curables here. We have transported them.
Might have to drop some gear.
Drop a pile of lumps. We should be getting another storm lantern pretty soon. The remaining sunlight, part of me really wants to go check for that Fire Striker. With the amount of fatigue we have, I think I'll find myself getting pretty slow and tired over there if I did it right now. Cheeky 1 hour will put us into the evening time. Probably a tomorrow task. We have time. This is our life now. And you know what? Maybe we're just going to be responsible for once. Ever think of that? Look at our health. And this is unprecedented waters here. Toilet water game. We're about to maybe even think about getting secret toilet water. I see a few doubters out there. Just like when we were at the Narnia trailer. Prepare to see a third toilet with water in it. 0.37. Alright. Bear sweater and some lockers. Larone, your dedication to this game and this challenge is extraordinary. Thank you, Syl. I appreciate that. I love TLD. Looking for the bear sweater any place we can find it. It's probably going to be in that front room or at the bottom of the stair set. aid station. I too am fully obsessed. It happens to the best of us, you know? Get on Great Bear Island, then you start thinking about it when you're fading into the sleep dark at night in real life. You say, oh, what if I go to this place and optimize and maximize? Then all of a sudden, you're coming up with conspiracy maps and putting a bunch of strings in between two pieces of tack on a pegboard. And you're saying, listen, man. Alright, we're going to go down for a cheeky 1 hour here in a sec. And then we'll have a safe to look in. We just got to make sure we don't take the drip from fatigue. Oh! There's a little preview of what you have to look forward to when we open this safe. Alright, let's do it. I started in 2020 and I don't think I've ever gone more than 2 weeks without playing. Well, I could probably say the exact same thing. I have whatever that bug is for the brief time, but 2 years of dedication is pretty admirable. I think it's pretty groovy that this game has been around for a decade and it's still so amazing. I saw another game, like this really cool medieval game that was from like 2010 or something, and it was like storming the steeds and going to war. And I thought to myself, well, this game's really old. Is there any chance that it's this good? Maybe I should use the TLD defense for it and say it could be, even if it's 2010. I don't know. I might give it a shot. Old school, like the old school, you know? Let's go open that safe. Candy bar.
Too much stuff to carry.
All right. Here we go. All predictions for the safe coming in soon. Everybody thinks we're going to get double Mackinaw's 99% condition. And I'm saying, guys, we can't be that greedy. Come on. 10 and 22. You say, Ref. One time, 99%
Soon I'm gonna faint.
Mac. Thinking that we should be warm for the rest of this run? Thinking we should shoot 21 shots in a bear's butt? Ah! Dang it.
What have we here?
Dick Butkus again. Alright, so I want to think about this plan here for a sec. Loot the dam, get the deer on the other side, and then stock up on birds. So deer is next in the order of that plan. Maybe 1 more hour of sleep and go get the rest of the dam, some trusty brand matches, and then go get that deer out back. Also, let's optimize our bear sweater situation. We got 0.4 and 0.9 over here. And 0.8, 2.3. Bear sweater activated. You know, I was thinking we already had the bear sweater covered. That was our last run. Son of a gun. Classic. It seems another day at the office, Larone. What's going on, Skabura? Maybe just one more safe with cash in it. That's twice today. I think he's giving us cash. All right, I gotta get the right Raph voice, and it's gotta be different than Alan's Cave. I'm guessing he's Canadian, and he has like a dignified voice that is a little Alan's Cave, but not all the way. All right, maybe we should start on that DLC instead of harassing this jabroni. Skunksville. Cash? Were? Oh my gosh. Away the water. All right, we'll get the barrel and move it to the front. Just add an A periodically for Raph, eh? Oh yeah, I had a salad at the steakhouse, eh? It was delicious. Leafy, if you will. I had a nice raspberry salad dressing that was pretty good. And I threw some, nice toppings on top. The waiter was pretty good, and he brought me my diet soda, maybe? You guys think Raph drinks when he goes to restaurants? Maybe like a water with lime in it or something fancy? Alright, let's go look for these matches. Poutine as an appetizer and probably sparkling water. Oh, now we're getting down to it, eh? Sparkling water. Now we're cooking. Raph's always shining. Alright, looking for trusty brand here, baby. Yikes. I'm about to go out and get the deer. The weather seems decent. Only the best for... Weather seems decent. I will catch the one-armed man. I used to be Indiana Jones.
Close my eyes.
That was a terrible Harrison Ford. I don't even know what that was. Trusty brand down. The weather seems decent, narrator. It was not decent. Yet I couldn't hear a thing out there, Pack and Play. These insulated walls in the dam are tricking me. Playing games.
Pretty well.
Cash money. Oh, snap. Get it from my mama. Any of you Louisiana folks might know about the Nolia clap. If you're Juvenile fans. Rossetti, you might know about that one. Juvenile's actually one of my favorite hip-hop artists from back in the day. He was part of the Cash Money Boys. Who also had Lil Wayne as part of their gang. An up-and-coming Lil Wayne. Hope you guys are enjoying this random hip-hop trivia. Alright, prepared reishi mushrooms. This summer, it is perpetually winter. Oh my gosh. Alright, we might have enough heat to go get a steak. Reishi mushrooms. Oh! Gotta make sure that syrup is good, by the way. I've been toasted by the wrong syrup in the past and given food poisoning.
Can't feel my hands.
Okay, so far we're sticking to the plan we made. We've done 2 steps in it. The next part will be the rest of the dam if we want to look around for matches, and maybe the lower part if we go through the bowels of the dam, and we can end up in that office area with the computer in the bottom part. There might be some matches down there, maybe a cup of coffee. We don't have much else going on, so who knows? Yeah, Lil Wayne's from New Orleans. Yeah, I was hoping you guys would know about that. I was big into the Cash Money Boys back in the day, Rossetti. Yeah, me too. The block is hot, baby. Alright, we're just kind of chilling right now. If you're ever on Stalker or something, you're looking for a rifle, I do believe that there is a guaranteed, maybe, rifle at the dam, and you might find it right there in those tubes. It goes in like 4 spots here in the dam, and one of them's there in those tubes. There's something to think about. Still on the hunt? How's it going? It's going fantastically. The hunt part hasn't quite happened yet, but we're hoping to get there. We just have to kind of wait a little bit to make our bow. 60% of the time, it's there every time. Cooking skills sitting at high 2s. It's getting there. How much forage we got? Forage game is pretty weak with 2 and 2 dusty floor potatoes to cook up. And this is the skill differential we got. Feel like we're a ravaged deer, or not a ravaged deer, like a nature call deer away from being able to do this. There's a rifle that can often spawn in a cave in Winding River below the dam also. Nice, Bean. I'm very impressed with your knowledge, Bean. You're going to be kicking some serious tail, I imagine, on that Great Bear Island. How often do you play? Well, I'll tell you this, Kasich. Steam pretty much says I have no life. They said that I've played like 900 hours at this point. And we've done that in a short period of like 6 months. So basically, I don't stop playing. I love it. Oh, we're freezing. Let's grab this reclaim to get back in this thing. The nice thing is that our path kind of took us naturally so that we didn't backtread over the dam. We're getting right in there to the little office. This is a good plan. By the Duncan man. All right, I'm going down for a cheeky 1 hour here in the lower dam. Let's do it. Happens. Good night. It's 4 a.m. right now. Okay, sounds good, buddy. You get yourself some good rest. Are you going back inside the dam? We sure are. What's up, Aretha? Aretha's running amok over there. Okay. Let's continue our journey through the dam looking for stuff. Another rifle spawn location is next to this barrel, too. For all you rifle fans. Come on, trusty brand. What do you say? One time. I'm really not in the business of wanting to look through a bunch of filing cabinets right now for matches, but it's getting down to it. We're about to lose another one.
I think I need to lay down.
I'm gonna check our accelerant situation. Weak sauce. Oh my gosh. Okay, here's what the hope is. That if I sleep for a couple hours, the sunlight will somehow illuminate the windowless parts of the dam, and I'll be able to see my way around. Otherwise, we're lighting one of our 4 trusty brand. Do you think we rummage through these? I think it's time to rummage.
This stuff will come in handy.
Salad at a steakhouse! Get in there! That was random as crap. Not gonna. This should look incredible. Thank you, Bean. We just found Trusty Bran out of nowhere. That was wild. Canned corn and ham, and you get from the tails. I've never found canned ham or canned corn. Must be rare. Oh, apparently it's from the tails, Cactus. We're doing it big. Duncan's brand. Nice. The word is spreading. That is his brand. Alright, now I think we can be a little less scared about lighting a Trusty Brand match up here to get through this place with our torch. It's getting pretty close there for a sec. Go! What a moment. A moment of true random number generation. Let's do it. I'm trying to do Signal Void currently, so maybe I'll run into some afterward. Oh, nice. Aretha just zoomed by. She's excited about those Trusty Brand. Just looking in sneaky spots, making sure I don't leave any extra cool stuff. Usually don't really go through this part. Sometimes you'll hear folks talk about the fruitlessness of the dam. A lot of searching for not a lot of stuff. But randomly you get matches. Alright, probably rest up at the top of the dam here. We'll bring the barrel up there for the eventual bow creation we're gonna have. We bought ourselves some time with that plan and got calories in our belly. You know what else? I think there's some lockers in the upper part up there. Maybe I should go check those lockers since I'm just kind of puttering around right now. See if we can get an outfit upgrade. Underpants. Wool socks, maybe. Okay, this plan stunk. There's one locker. Abort. Alright, bring in the barrel. Donkey Kong. Alright, we're setting up in the front. Okay, we're gonna think about this match that we have. Even though we found a pack, we're definitely not out of the woods about thinking about our matches before we extinguish them willy-nilly over here, you know? Got about 15. We should get a guaranteed pack of matches at the gas station next to Thompson's Crossing in Pleasant Valley. He's in it for the long haul. That's it, Reagan. I believe. that if we play long dark, we have to be in it for the long haul. Yeah! 80s crowd's going nuts. But he's paused, so that means there's imminent danger. Well, we have a unique danger ahead of us, Reagan. This danger is actually of the match variety. We just got some real big-time luck finding a pack of trusty brand, and we're at about 15 matches left. So I'm thinking right now about sleep or what kind of activities I want to do, maybe continuing the journey to go get the birch bark. You never know. We'd love luck. This guy base mods. Heck yeah, brother. I love the support, Reagan. Thinking about the birch bark. Responsible decoy check. See if we got any animal fat on us. Get some torches pulled. Birch bark tea time. Smarter man would have lit this fire inside so he's not freezing his butt off and wasting a lump of coal for nothing.
All right.
Get it some teas warmed up. We're headed to the birch forest, baby. We seek the birch. I'm gonna check the calendar and make sure it's been enough time since we got it last. Alright, so we went across the Raven Falls Trestle, and it was day 4 that we got to Mystery Lake. I'll never understand why the ravine doesn't show up here on the log, but Raph knows. He gave us those matches. I think it was day 3, and it's been 5 days. Let's hope the birch is back. The birch is back. Pancakes, huh? Nah, I'm not crazy, man. All right. Now, if we're really crazy, we get cheeky with it. The cheek. All right, full torches and we're out. We're going to the ravine. I don't know if you guys have had a moment to look at that condition. Bean mentioned it, but I had a can of peaches for that little sweet treat snack to hold me over till dinner. Just call me Astrid. Well, I hope it wasn't those hyperactive peaches we saw that one day that were swirling around and like creating life. That was wild. I don't know if you remember that. All right, I'm going to eat one of these dusty floor potatoes as a heating mechanism for our travels. Let's do it. We still seek the thermos. Oh, and here's another part of the plan. It was a solid 83%. I do. Without the survival deal. Yeah, real life me surviving, I probably couldn't even pitch a tent. Let alone make a bow out of trees and stuff, you know? I would be so terrible. Oh, I stubbed my toe, guys. My donkey won't move. All right, let's get serious here. I have two options. The birch bark option, which time is only going to help for that. I could go look for that fire striker if we want by the blue trailers. We could go do that before we do our birch bark thing, and then do the birch afterward to give it more time to knock off the tree, maybe. I had tomato soup and peaches the other day with grilled cheese for dinner. Felt like Will for a sec. Thank you, Don. Yeah, when I was in there making my... By the way, can you imagine seeing what was going on during my snack break? A guy with a moose hat. I was like doing the coffee and the tea and eating a banana and eating grilled chicken. And it was just a sight to behold in that kitchen. Like, I imagine Aretha's just rolling around on her cat tree, like laughing at this guy. It was just ridiculous. All right, let's go get this fire striker. I imagine that the fire striker has like 3 locations it could spawn in. We've already checked 1, so our odds of it being here is pretty high. I'm guessing that the 3rd spot it could be is somewhere like an abandoned lookout or something like that. And those are always a big pain in the tail to get up to. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And he loves to put them up there, doesn't he? Okay, so we're headed to a group of 3 blue trailers over here in this direction. We're going to kind of take this little bobsled road that takes you to maybe the logging zone, it's called. The cougar could be over there once she spawns in, and a really cool bear shows up there, not to mention moose spawn opportunities as well. Train loading area. So far, it doesn't look like any moose markings. We might be safe. But not for long. Okay, the trailers will be kind of popping up here up on the left side of the road, and you'll start to see them through the fog. Manifest. This is actually one of my favorite bear to hunt. There's a lot of good spots, and there's a big plain where you can see him coming. He's the clear-cut bear. I think it'd be good to fight an Aurora clear-cut bear one time. A lot of stuff to cheese him from. Alright. We seek the fire striker. We're coming over here. This is a match recon mission. We're looking to light fires, baby. And do it for 21 days. We're rocking our way to the blue trailers to do it. We're going to look in all the little reclaimed wood crates. Or maybe at this little outdoor house. Rose hips. Thank you for those hips back. Thank you very much. It's been a pretty light day on the hips, I'd say. Back. Oh, new jeans, 96%. Red shirt. Oh. Man, I don't know. I'd have to talk about that. Because those combat pants are at 46%. Might have to do a little bit of mental math thinking about if they'll last. They are better defense. Unquestionably. These will last us the whole run, of course. These things over here are 7% defense. Protection up to 25 with those on. Drops to 20 without them. We keep the combat, even though they're 46, and ride them out. Will just back from Hollister with those jeans and shirt. Yeah, he went to the mall. All right, I'm going with combat, and I'm dropping the 87% jeans.
Drink.
Only got to make it to day 21.
Maybe you could find a place to rest.
Okay, let's find this fire striker, baby. Oh. Just when you guys thought that everything was going to be normal right now, and it wasn't going to be whimsical and magical. Well, think again. You got another thing coming. Everybody, I hope you're sitting down. Because I'm about to show you something special. I don't see a plastic thing on that second shelf right there. There's no way it would happen if I move this shelf. Come on, let's be real. Whoa. Now, we got these bunk beds over here. There's not a chance. That's almost as whimsical. That's almost as whimsical as a steakhouse salad, eh? Well, I'll show you whimsical, Raph. What if I move this bed right here and then look on the bottom and see if something shows up? Oh! Okay, nothing there. But listen, fun's not over. There's one more thing that might happen. I might move this bed. And if I were looking at the top here, would I see a chunky gal show up? Maybe I will. Oh! Nothing. Okay. So it doesn't always yield you something, but it's super serious. All right, here we go. Dusty floor potato. You can't keep getting away with this. Who put all these magical bodies in my game, eh? All right, last trailer. Last shot.
Could end up being useful.
Yeah, it sure could, buddy. 2 Celsius. This had to be less than 2, right? Yeah. See, these are just empty weight right here. Socks get to the point where they're just pointless. Carrying an extra shirt. Thank you, bud. Let's go make sure we don't have any loose ends here. Okay, now we have decisions to make. Are we going all the way up to the abandoned lookout? We know it's there, so we are getting a fire striker. We go up there. We're kind of dedicated to getting there based upon we're almost to clear cut. And if we keep going down this bobsled road, we could go up to the lookout and get the fire striker, no question. But do we do all that? Is it worth it? Kind of might be. We'll have matches the whole time and we won't have to think about it. It could solve our match problem. It's not following the bobsled road? Oh, I thought it was the one right north of Clear Cut. Okay, let's bust out the map. Let's do some research. Here we are. We are at this spot right here, the trailers. The logging camp, if you will. This is the bobsled road, and this is where I thought we were headed. But it looks like we might be going to the forestry lookout rather than the destroyed lookout. I think so, Pac. It's like up a hill. Yeah, so it's the forestry lookout that's going to have this fire striker. PV is brutal. You need that fire starting. Yeah, because we'll start to think about it. We're getting one book of matches from the gas station in Pleasant, and that's pretty much all the guarantee we know of over there match-wise. How the heck do I get up this hill? It looks like the way you're supposed to go is this way. If I go down the bobsled road and then take this before we go uphill to the destroyed lookout, we take some sort of secret path and then we can kind of get to this maybe. This looks daunting, man. Well, is this our moment to try it? At least you guys will know a little bit more about how to get to the forestry lookout if we try. Let's do it. Let's give it a shot. Temperature awesome right now. Here we go. Down tree. Does that help us? Up there, maybe. This feels like it. It'll be an opening on your left. I think this is what you're referring to, Pac. And it was like a little swirl around here that we have to do. So it's kind of like a little hoop. What do you say? No? Oh! Swirling. It looks like I'm gonna fall down a hill if I swirl this way too much. I'll be stuck down there. Over there.
You just lay down.
All right,
Have
I
a
think you're
little
right.
sleep right here.
We're doing the swirl. Here we go. Now we switch back. All right, we're taking the drip right now from fatigue. If we get to the top of this thing, we might reward ourselves with a cheeky 1 hour to get off the drip.
It's cold.
There's also a plane hidden up here I only found recently, but it's like a weird spot. This might be the first time I've ever been up here in all my days. What a thrill. Fire Striker hopes.
I would drink almost anything about now.
This is the only place I know how to barely navigate. Excellent work, Pack. Your Tarm's up here, chuckling. I see the great flag. Coming through.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
All right, get inside. Your torch is gonna run out. This is a cool spot. Forestry lookout. You would really have to lug a bunch of stuff up here to get settled. But man, are these views looking nice. I can't wait to chain this torch so I can look around. Vista location. Surveying the local area will reveal a significant portion of the region. Wow, that was cool. Never seen that either. A lot of firsts. Go, your trusty brand. Go. All right, let's find our Fire Striker. Storm Lantern. Gotta get off the drip.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Why are you doing this to me, my man? Salads are great at steakhouse. Thank you, Neo, for those hips. Thank you, Neo. I need hips right now. I thought I was getting a fire striker. It turns out we're not getting it. Oh my gosh. Trusty Brad. No problem, Donk. Unnamed Par is a little far from us right here. I'm not sure if we should go there. At this point, I feel like we're letting it beat us if we don't go to Unnamed. This is tough.
Surrounded by snow.
What I will do is look around, though. This place is going to be sick. Woo! Not too far. Check the map. It's a funky trail. You got it. These watchtowers are fun to stay in. It's a great vibe when it's night, a blizzard is raging, and you got the stove going, or during an aurora. Yeah. It's very similar to your lighthouses, Versetti. I think it's kind of beautiful up here. It's not a big place, so you might get closed in after a while if it's a long run. You just maybe get some art in here, and then travel a lot, and maybe have some satellite locations. But good night, is this beautiful. Man, we could say a lot about the story mode and everything, but these guys took 2014 technology and made a beautiful game. That's cool. Alright, wind just kicked up. Time to take a nap. Maple syrup. Unnamed pond is on the other side of the down tree we passed earlier. Okay, I'm pretty sure I can get back to that tree. We'll just do a little swirl back around the old boy when we get down. And I should be able to see that guy. And we can navigate from there. What our carrying capacity is. Goofball Stormlander's probably staying behind. Double the Sprite. Still carrying dirty water. Lord. Believe this guy? He's carried around dirty water like it's something to do. Jeez. Yeah, this might sell me on if ever I do a long base thinking about these big overlooking spots. You might be onto something for a set. This is breathtaking, man. Seek the Fire Striker. Maybe check your map just to make sure I'm a novice explorer. No problem, Pack. I'm gonna get to that broken tree first, and then we'll look at the map there. Shame that Mystery Lake Prepper's Cache won't have much in your difficulty. We were kind of hopeful for the Dave's Cave one, bloody. Where's this down tree? We just kind of are in... Is this the down tree here? This little target? Possible spawn point. Oh. This is where I kind of think we are. Unnamed Pond is just kind of right down this way. So if we do go the other way and then just hop on the river, we're going to Unnamed. Let's give it a shot. It does feel like that's where it's headed. Going this way, of course. Oh, I can see it. Nice work. We're making these matches happen for us. We also saw one of the coolest spots in history. I'm very grateful I got to go up there even without the Fire Striker. That was spectacular. All right, I'm going to use one of these trusty brand here. Oh, we're matchless? Or we're torchless? Oh, you thought I was going to use a trusty brand? Nah. Oh. Can't cancel out. We're dedicated. 95%. Go! Please!
Turned out pretty well.
Uncool. I've been on the wrong end of one of those. What you making there? Oh my gosh. He's interested. So one time we got attacked by Scruffy in his cave when we were lighting a fire just like that. Scruffy smelled weakness on us because we were on Heartbeat Alley and I think went for us. I think there's some sort of rules to whether they will attack you or not while you're starting a fire. Not quite sure what those are yet.
Not sure why I feel so tired.
We got any thermos opportunities here? Maybe at the unnamed Hunter's Blind or something, or Alan's Cave? Alright, we're going to get on the river right this way, and then we'll be checking for the Fire Striker. Fire Striker's probably at the loot table, needs to add thermoses. Yeah, I think it might have an icon on our maps. And I know I'm not going to get it at Unnamed Pond because the Fire Striker is going to be in the Hunter Blind. I'm thinking now about Alan's Hunter's Blind for our thermos potential. We'll see if the bear's home. Wait, this loose pole is actually at Trapper's. We got our heavy hammer there. Might be a good time for nature. Here we go. What about a nature call situation? Why don't you guys go the other way? Well, it's not safe. I'm leading you to a bad area. Don't listen to me. Nice icebreaker there, Pack. Where's my fire striker? Probably. We could sleep in the cabin. Yikes, this is brutal. This is a time waster. I'm going all around town. Well, at least our stuff wasn't done. And we knew we needed to do stuff. What we've done is journey around the world, like Carmen Sandiego. San Diego Padres. But I'm more like the San Diego Jabronis. Tony Gwynn. Tony never win. How's that for you dad jokes, folks out there? Looking for a random yellow trailer over here, or I'm sorry, yellow cabin. May have passed it. All right, we're going with the cheek. On the other side of the pond. Yeah, I'm off the rails right now, bud.
Feeling so drained.
Yeah, we're gonna take a cheeky 1 hour here, man. We're just looking for a good spot. Okay, sounds good, bud. Checking the temperature, -3, 1 lump, and a cheek.
It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
Okay. Here we are again, looking for the fire striker. We're headed to the blue trailers to check again behind that ridiculous stove that won't protect you from wolves, those outside stoves. Apparently it's back there. We've been on quite an adventure trying to get these matches, and at this point, I can't finish this journey without finding it. We've been all over Mystery Lake. Obviously, the biggest mystery is, where's this darn fire striker? What's the yellow exclamation? That, I think, is from our sprained wrist. All right, all navigators on deck, getting back to the blue trailers. I think we see clear cut over there somewhere. I think it's this way. Imagine having a pack mule in TLD. Oh, wait, that's normally me. Yeah, that's a great point, Cactus, and that's why I think it'd be so great to have donkeys in the sequel. I think that they're humble enough that they're not powerful like a stallion, where we can all run away from the bad guy super easy. I think it could take the place of the travois. Add a lot of charm.
Too tired to think straight.
All right, we're taking the drip from fatigue again. It's time to get to these trailers, get our striker, and get some rest. Here we go. Come on with it. Fire Striker. This summer, just when you thought you were gonna find the Fire Striker, you never did. Have you guys seen my Fire Striker? No. Logging camp. Alright, this has to be it. I can't do this anymore. It's too much. Going in and out of focus is a nice touch when tired. I actually think it might be because we have a sprained wrist, Pack. Look at that thing. It looks like part of the darn oven back there.
I think I can use this.
Done it. Okay. 90%. No big deal. AJ Watt over here. Big time. AJ Watt 90 or 99? I can't remember. May have been wrong about that. Ready to storm the steeds? $99, gotcha. Couldn't think of a 90 reference. Trying to think of those big number 90s out there. Cooked acorns. Maybe a hockey player. Cooked acorns. Alright, look at our calories. They're kind of dwindling here. Nature call by the dam wouldn't be the worst thing. Alright, let's get some rest. Alright, that was a bit of an adventure, huh? We learned a lot. We figured out about the coolest aerial location, hands down. That spot was nice. Summit Soda. DJ Watt was 90. Okay, so we stay in the Watt family. Nice Pack. And kind of after I watched Pro Ball, it seemed like TJ Watt came into his own and rivaled even his brother's accomplishments in the game, which is commendable. I'm pretty sure he was one of the best players in Pittsburgh for a while there. You could also do the classic Julius Peppers. Wow, Carolina's own. That's a good one. Julius Peppers was a unique player who was actually really good at jumping up and blocking field goals. You would never think that there would be people that stand out in that, but Julius Peppers was one of those guys. He was a menace. Weather allows us, we're going to go travel back to the dam and we're going to settle down. Morning is coming. Our curable should be there. We could probably go. Larone has elite ball knowledge. Thank you, Pack. I love sports. And I'm very happy to find sports fans amongst this different hunting game. I didn't know if everybody here would just be into, different things that aren't athletic, I guess. But it maybe TLD is just that cool, that it brings everybody together from all walks of life. You got your hipsters, your hippies, got your meatheads, and geniuses probably. We're obviously not that last one. Okay. Let's get going back to the dam. With our brand new 90% Fire Striker, baby. Heck yeah. Finally feel like I can light this thing without having to think too much. TLD has a way of bringing all jabronis together in that way. Beautifully said, Pack. Time to strike some fires. That's it for SETI. Look at us over here. We got 15 trusty brand and a 90% striker. All of a sudden, we can light fires for all 21 days like nobody's business, man. It's happening. I think by the time we get back to the dam, we'll be able to make some arrow shafts. We also have a potential to go get more birch from the birch forest. We'll leave the birch forest stuff to a nighttime activity since daytime is bow time. You know what? It's time. Out of blind spots. I'm not playing games with wolves. We've been too far.
Feel numb.
Torches. Looks like mag lens weather. Probably could have used that instead of our trusty brand. It's the life you live when you have the luxury of a 90% Fire Striker. You start getting, lighting your cigars with money.
That's done.
Lump. Trying to get our responsibilities taken care of. make sure that we keep focus on all our responsibilities for the last part of today's journey. No blind spots. Train bridge. Let's go make a bow, or at least some arrows. Tonight, we go to the ravine for another wave of birch. Oh, we got a pry bar. Speaking of which, I might be carrying around 2 of these things. Absurd. Let's go make some arrows, huh? What do you say to that? First shafts. Game time. First arrow. And we're using red tools and cutting our time in half. Now this is increasing our archery skill, which is counterintuitive to our John Candy strat. There's not much we can do about that one. That's why we forego any copies of Brian Gold we see and we use them as firewood. We're going to try to keep that archery skill pretty low so we can farm shots. Always keep an eye on that well-fed closely.
All I can think about is food.
All right, let's talk food. We're gonna run out of calories here making our bow unless we go and get some. I think we've already ravaged the deer from the ravine. There's probably about 1,000 cattails on the water here. Might even be enough to get us through it. I think it's time for cattail dreams. Let's be responsible around these wolves. I'm thinking about lighting it. Preemptive light. a wolf that comes around somewhere in there. And then there's usually one on the ice up here. As long as we can avoid these guys, we'll get all these cattail dreams. We're gonna need each and every one of them. Cattail time. This place is a very rich area for cattails. And it's a good source of sustenance. When you pick these things off, you might not think they're much, but they will add up and stack. And then what a nice thing is about the cattails is they don't deteriorate condition. So you can eat your other canned foods and stale crackers before your cattails, and they'll never go bad. Continue. Birch bark. Nice thing about the cattail plant is that it's not going to require us doing a bunch of shenanigans with the deer. The deer option just gives us the ability to roll over to cooking 3. So if we do make nature call, we'll get our cooking skill at the place where we can get some empanadas. Surely there is some species of cactus that grows on Great Bear. Raffy is shortchanging my family. Holy. Nice find on that birch bark. Yeah, on this little hill here. I think there might be a couple pieces over right there too, Pack. Just kind of random pieces for you. A little bonus birch, if you will. It's going to be close. Sustaining wise, we got 1 bowl of porridge left over here. So it looks like food might be our biggest obstacle with this bow we got coming up. Crap. Did our boy get a tarm? I think he did. Well, by golly. Great work, buddy. The one time we're not trying to make it happen, it just happens by nature. What a treat. These rocks in the riverbed made me think there's a dead wolf. Holy. We got some burdock root here, too. I, of course, am burdock root. Just to go with all the hacky jokes we're telling tonight, how about an Avengers joke? Really ham-fisted. All right, grab these reishi, back to the fire. Acorns for acorn coffee. That's it. was close. That's crap. 0.3. Son of a gun. I am speed. All we have to do is keep that bus going 49 miles an hour and we'll be fine, guys. 49 is the appropriate mileage. We'll be safe. Ka-chow. Alright, now we're going to talk about whether we're going to get all these feathers out of this ptarmigan. It's going to take us 4 times 40. Because each feather takes 1,000,000 years to get out of there. That's about 2 hours or so dedicated to those ptarmigan feathers, and then we have to get 1 more to even use those feathers. That's a tough thing. We'll throw it on the porch of the dam and then think about it for a while. That wolf thing was close. He wanted his tarm back. Prepare birch bark. Our numbers are kind of weak with the torches right now. Let's pull some torches. Don't be lazy. Get it done. Oh. Coming in hot, Cuzco. You thinking I should tear up the ptarmigan? You and the wolf were ready both to die for that ptarmigan's 36 calories. We were. That was wild. Whatever nature is calling, always be ready to answer. Yeah, that was pretty fun. The fun part was surviving and not getting mauled by a wolf who would have ended our run unceremoniously. All right, hand on the holster. I'm gonna leave the charm here. We got about 1 hour of daytime left. What is going on? Okay, I need to take it easy for a second. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. We have about an hour left to do both things with sunlight. We could go get our birch bark right now. And then just come back. If there's an aurora, we make a bow. If not, we get some old-fashioned sleep. What's with that guy? He's got problems. Let's go get ourselves some birch. What do you say? Now this is ahead of the game birch here. Any of this birch we get will just be extra health for us in our endeavors. This truly is unprecedented for us to have our health looking like this. We would be drinking every birch at this point normally. Birch is for tinder. That's where our confidence is at the moment. Did I light a fire with birch? Ah! Oh my gosh. I'm getting too big for my birch britches, Rossetti.
That did it.
Who's cattail? Unless. Hey, birch bark. Alright, we're trying to be responsible here. We're getting preemptive birch. This is our second run through the ravine here, and since we're going to be leaving town, we're just popping over here for the refresh, gathering up the bark, making things happen, you know? Serious business on a serious day. Rare bird up. Prepared reishi mushrooms. Catching up on our responsibilities while we're stuck by this fire. Our lump numbers look worse than they are. We got a big pile of lumps back at the dam. Oh boy. Get to the cave! Beautiful. Back to our old fire and our signed Ronaldo t-shirt. Great memories. Drink tea or die. That's it. California Games.
That did it.
I think I'm going with a lump. Just for security.
It's like something is sapping my energy.
Time to get cheap. Ooh, that well-fed's pretty close. Nice. Burdock. Cattail Dreams. Trying to save my lumps. Waiting for the blizzard to break. We're using a lump. Never ends. Two lumps remaining. It's getting real. That help. Starbase, where no turtle has gone before. Alright, we're just popping off cheekies during this giant blizzard. It's time to go get the rest of the birch and head on back to the dam. Pretty soon here, it's going to be morning.
I could eat anything right now.
Beautiful. Alright, everybody eat a carrot and help me eyeball-wise. Because we have very fancy grass to look through here. We'll try to get a bird's eye view here. We're gonna sweep the lands. Alright, I'm gonna keep an eye out for the Ravaged up here. I think the Ravaged is across the bridge. Do I want to go get a Ravaged deer on this train car? I might. Times are tough right now. Calorie rise. We got 12 tails to our name. The rest of it is in T's. We have a lot of those.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Are we doing something crazy? It's about walking off a cliff.
I need a horse.
With this Ravaged. We'll see how many kilograms we get out of him, and he'll just tide us over so we can hang on to those tails for our little bit of stuff we have up here. We're kind of living meal to meal right now until nature calls in Mystery Lake.
Turned out pretty well.
Last lump. Kind of juicy. Kind of blew that micro harvest there. Amateur hour at the Apollo. Coming up next, we got Eddie Griffin. Did y'all ever see what happened when you walk down the street this way? And then later, we got Sinbad. Oh man, my wife can only tell when I have a heart attack if she's a different lady. You know, if you get yourself one of them, pretty young gals, she won't know when you're having a heart attack. And then finally, our boy, Michael Rappaport. Michael Rappaport gets to go to the Apollo, of course, because he's got a hip-hop sensibility about him. All right, after this deer, we're going back. Ah! All right, now the weather's starting to ramp up. I have to do Sonda's drink to your die situation here to get home safe. Well, we're lumpless. We got 6 sticks. Lumpless in Seattle.
Turned out pretty well.
All right, break down these torches. It's gonna be close. Beautiful. You can throw down lit torches to warm up. Nice. Thank you for the tidbits, Hines. I need some expertise in the mix, I'll tell you that. And it's good to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing very well. You're over there with the crew on YouTube, holding it down. So, a few more pieces of birch. But we can't dilly-dally anymore because we're out of lumps. We're lumpless. So either we get 20 sticks or we're freezing next time we need a fire. It's time to get a move on. Things are getting serious.
Can't feel my hands.
Yeah, it's getting real. All right, now I'm worried that our birch acquisition is going to get cut short. Seems like there's a blizzard every 10 seconds. But let's just not drip away our health. All right, big problem. Where would you want to hit up for coal? Closest I can think of is Transition Cape by MT by Trappers. That is a good place to check. The one that goes to Mountain Town. We have plenty of lumps. They're just back at the dam, Bean. I didn't expect our ravine excursion to be quite so chilly. And it is, man. We've hit like 8 blizzards. Kind of became, we just came a little unprepared, I believe. I didn't expect it to be so cold here, but we're getting into that part of the calendar. Saved my life once, no coal, so threw down about 5 torches. You can get higher temp than a wood fire. Yeah, we're getting to that point now where we need to stabilize. We're next to a rock, but there's going to be nothing we have to throw on that thing. A good fat batch there for us, Bean. We're headed back there to make the bow. We were supposed to just pop over here for birch, but sometimes when you pop over in TLD, no. This is a bit of an issue. If I break down a stick, maybe. Temperature is going to be crazy cold. Feels like minus 19. Woo. This is going to be an HP drainer. 20 HP per hour when you're freezing like we are. We have two options. Look for 20. Yeah, well, that's exactly it, Bean. That's one of the two options. Like, look for 20 sticks or book it to ML. And I think the booking it plan is going to have to be it. This is going to be sketchy. All right, you guys ready to sprint? So I think it's time. It's not so bad. We have plenty of birch. We'll recover it. Good call, Bean. This is what we have to do. My only issue now is making sure Scruffy doesn't chomp our butt coming over there. He seems to have it out for us, too. All right, let's mind Scruffy on the way back.
Slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, 49 miles an hour. Please keep the bus going that fast. And if it doesn't go that fast, you gotta tell Sandra. 49 miles an hour is the appropriate speed to make sure we don't blow this bus up. Please keep it going. You have to tell Sandra if you see her, any of you guys, on YouTube even. Please. That was crazy. All right. Can't slow down that bus. Wasn't so bad at all. Just felt like a further trip. $99% on the maple. There's our lumps. Let's pick them up. Let's get the lumps back in hand.
Something's gotta go.
33. Let's do it. Basically, like, just do an hour, but use as much sunlight as we can and just keep making stuff. Starting with... You guys ready to make the bow?
If I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
We're cranking away. We're gonna be armed and dangerous. Holy. Alright, just doing cheeky 1 hours in between bow creation here. Got plenty of sunlight left. Might be able to finish this bad boy off and set ourselves up next time armed and ready.
You need anything.
Says he can eat anything. Well, he's about to get just a mouthful of cattails. How's it going, Aretha? All right, one more cheek. Finish this bad boy off with style. We're getting ready. We're finishing this thing up. Aretha heard you were eating cattails, so she had to check it out. Yeah, I was looking for an Aretha bit there. You know, when Aretha sleeps on my pillow, it's like I'm eating a cattail, something like that. It was up there. Had to get it to here. Just never made it, you know? Alright, we might have a 2-hour session coming up. So we're gonna get rest before this one. So close.
I need to lay down.
You guys ever thought, wonder what a simple bow looks like in the glow of the damn window? Pretty sweet. Got a bow. Finish off a few arrows and set ourselves up next time with some notes and make sure that we were on the right track. Arrow shaft. Okay, no more sunlight. Unless there's an aurora, there won't be any more crafting. I don't know if this one's gonna take. Nope. Let's do a number check. We got 3 shafts, 6 arrows, 5 arrowheads. Feather numbers are at 10, so we can make 3 more arrows if we would like to, I believe. And I think we're gonna need those 3. Yeah. We're kind of hoping for an aurora. Calories are the one thing that's making me feel a little anxious right now. We're gonna be drinking teas.
Not sure why I feel so tired.
You've been making the bow all night. It's been a big night, buddy. Kind of hoping for those aurora sound effects to kick in. Sparking of the wires. We'll hit a stock bunker on Friday and keep our belly full of beef jerky. You think so? We have an opportunity pack at the north end, next to the plane crash, for a stock bunker in PB. I'm gonna start a fire, do some porridge, and get some teas crafted so we have emergency calories. $55, huh? Flipping the coin. That's a long ways away. It is packed. So we're obviously gonna have to get food in Winding River and different spots like that.
That didn't work.
Winding River is gonna offer us maybe like a couple cattails or something.
I would do anything for a drink right now. All right.
Just seeing if there's anything to break down in here for our fire action here. Probably do this pallet. "34 minutes, you say?"
Never been so hungry in my life.
All right, I'm taking the drip from the thirst. Go. All this stuff will take too much time, and this stuff will burn if I try anything right now. First part. fat bowl of porridge. Our last one. Oh! I didn't see that coming at all. Cook it 3. You're a pretty good cook. Thank you, Rav. You figured out some good ways to improve in the lack of modern utensils and appliances. 15% calories from any cooked food item. No calorie loss when smashing open cans. Cooking times reduced by 10%. And probably the highlight of all this. Get ready, Matt. Where's he at? I got something for you, Sandman. Something's on the menu. Roasted pies. To see you, Matt. Now you might be saying, what's so good about these roasted pies? Well, I'll tell you what.
Better find some.
You see those vitals in the bottom left? Roasted pies can keep you up all night, Pack and Play. And they reduce your fatigue and hunger. So 2 out of 4 of your vitals are accounted for in one pie. Glory day. Glory day, baby. This is huge. I did think we were a little further away from this, and I'm super stoked about it. Alright, we got our first batch of empanadas of the run. This is a huge deal. Morning time's coming around and we'll finish making the rest of these things. We got 3 cured birch saplings, of course, left over to make into shafts. Those are kind of leftovers. And we have these 3 shafts we want to make into arrows as soon as the sun rises. And then we can storm into the fight on Friday with 9 arrows prepared. What a turn of events this is with the empanadas.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Maybe 1 more hour or so before we're able to crank away at some of these arrows. I can't believe it! Cooking 3! The highlight. We go. That exponentially helps our calorie situation, right? It does, Pack. We didn't have to use it for bannock, which would not have given us the energy quality to it, just the food. So now, we're getting low on calories. Maybe we should eat an elegant roasted pie. Our first roasted pie of the run. We didn't even get roasted pies last run. Thank you for those rose hips, Pack. We've done it. Okay, so here's the situation here. We got 9 Celsius warmth bonus. Our knee is a little banged up, but other than that, this guy's a survivor. This aviator cap is super cool and makes us look like a true pilot. We do have a jacket, and we're pretty good across the board. Look at us, we even have wool socks. So, we're going to start 2 can openers. Come on. And then we have 9 arrows ready for anybody. We could make, of course, these other saplings into stuff if we would like and get more arrows together right now. There's really nothing stopping us. We have 2 more arrowheads, so if we break down 1 more sapling, we can make 2 more arrows and then have a total of 11 ready for the battle. Maybe if I'm smart, I do that before I settle down. Okay, we're gonna debrief after one last little arrow situation over here.
Need to eat soon.
Alright, empanada. Now let's craft them up. Yikes. Okay, never mind. We don't have the feathers. We are debriefing. Okay, 9 is good. We're short on feathers. We'll grab some more for some ravage, but we got 9. That should be enough for the 1 bear we fight when we come into town in Pleasant next time. That's what I think, at least. Our survival bow is ready to go. Ready to fire off at all our opponents. We can drop these excess cans now that we don't need to do any cooking spam activities. We're also going to drop these goofy storm lanterns. We'll probably take one of them to traverse the dam on the way out of here. So let's go to the stat sheet. They survived 10. We are truly trying to butterfly this thing out. We start as a caterpillar, and we grow wings. We have 11 days left on Friday to get 21 shots, miss none of those shots, and have the biggest celebration in the history of the world if we can ever do this. We have acquired 2 can openers. And it shows on the stat sheet. Thank you, Sil, for those rose hips. 2 can openers. Come on. Over here, we have 144 wolf encounters. We were really very hungry caterpillar today. Nice. I think that's a book reference. Cooking 3. Oh my gosh. Fire starting's on the way and archery's halfway there. That's a good spot to be in. This should give us archery 1 all the way up to our next bear. Let's start off here. Will 6, I believe. Butterfly. And then we got loophole 4. And then I also need to make up here an addition that says, you guys rule and thank you. Then we start with our list for Friday guy. Friday guy, Friday list. 1. Mario Lopez, of course. 2. Grab Storm Lantern and leave the dam through Winding River. 3. Get calories often, food low, but empanadas on the menu. Holy. 4. Hunt bear accurately. I don't think that's how you say accurately. Maybe. Okay, that sounds pretty good. I think we're ready to settle down confidently that we have this. We're going to grab a storm lantern. We're going to leave the dam and go through this way towards Winding River and get our situation going in Pleasant Valley where the big bear hunt happens. We're going to be seeking every bear in town, but most specifically the ones in the cul-de-sac caves. Let's double blue outline save. We're out of here. Well, that was a bit of a wild adventure. Pretty much like it is every time when we do this. It's insane. Just complete mental insanity is what it is. But the most fun insanity. You guys are very amazing. I think it's also very amazing that you guys would surf the World Wide Web. And when you do surf the World Wide Web, there's only one spot to go. Everybody knows. You got to go to one spot. And that spot is Larone.net, baby. You'll see everything up there. You'll see our links, and there'll be more. You can go over to the YouTube, where we'll have things like Alone Jabroni, where we play all kinds of various games. We got new playlists up there, exclusive stuff to the YouTube that we do over there with simulation games and fun endeavors. It's pretty cool. And, that's just what Bezos and Raph and everybody would want us to do, right? Aretha's ready for me to wrap it up. This is shaping up to be a great run. Way to bounce back from the high arrow shot. Who would have thought the felon would be the worst shot of all the Wills? Well, I would say he was pretty good because he actually made it to the shooting point, right? That's a win in itself. Holy. What a day, Denny. What a day. You had a minor setback for a major come up. Thank you, Bean. Man, that was tough. It was tough with all those moving parts in that dark cave we were in, the whole thing, It'd be good to put it behind us by getting another one like that. We'd live, and then we'd maybe get a couple. So we're going to need it for the tournament. And we're going to be back here on Friday ready to storm these steeds. I'll tell you that. And we won't stop until we finish this thing. Never. We should rename Felon Will to Sailor Will. Now, Pack, that's insensitive. I have feelings too. Minor setback, major come up. Rossetti, Bean, you guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for holding down YouTube. You even helped some of our international friends know what's going on. And that's very cool. I appreciate that. Dave's Cave for lice, baby. Respectfully, of course. That's the sailor, huh? Would that have anything to do with a shot sailing over the head of a bear? Pack! That's not funny, man. And what a day that was. Unbelievable. That's what it's all about. It is. I'm just seeing what's going on out here, and then we're heading out. And I hope that you guys have a good night. Larone, it was great to hang with you. It's always great to hang with you, Pack. Thank you for being so amazing. You've been killing it these days, Pack. Unbelievable. You're an amazing lump. And I mean that respectfully, of course, because the lumps at Dave's Cave are called lumps. We're all lumps here. 20 Celsius, the whole lot of us. Okay, guys, here's the part that I'm the worst at. All right, see you, Melito. This is the part where I have to say goodbye until Friday, okay? Now, but here's the other part. I will be back on Friday. We're going to be here ready to take and storm the steams. Thank you, Sil. Thank you very much for hanging out, my friend. We had a wild one. We made it, though. And we'll be back on Friday. We have the bow. I don't know how to to stop myself from blowing it next time. So everybody needs to come in on Friday and settle me down so I don't become Sailor Will again, as Pac pointed out. He missed the shot. We're going to do it big. And you guys are the best. And I'll see you Friday. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Aretha is ready to party. I can tell you that. She usually gets attention and back massages and everything, and she's into it. And she's done. She's been very patient, and she usually is. She enjoys the ambient chatter. But it's time for her to get some time, you know? I think so. You guys are the best. We got a bow and empanadas. This is it. I'll see you guys Friday. See ya. See you guys. See ya.